So please welcome my guest for this evening, Aki.
What's up, guys? I'm here on the show now, I guess. I can't really tell because I'm looking at the preview screen.
You're good there, and I've already had the first technical flub of the night, so off to a very strong
Oh yeah,
start.
show my Discord message. Dox me right now. You won't.
No, fortunately, all I did was accidentally show the right-click settings, unmute, mute. But anyways, welcome on in, Aki. Good to have you
Hello.
here.
It is good to be here. I am what we call the orange, the funny orange thing on the internet. Yep, that is me.
That is you. That is indeed you. I'm sure that most folks in chat are familiar with you. I am seeing plenty of your emotes, plenty of the orange dance going on already. But for anyone
the
who
orange dances, yeah, the most common emote that ever since I got that commissioned, it has been the most used emote in my chat.
Unsurprising.
Like everyone, yeah, it's like it's like cat jam, because like I know like some people like just little jammer emotes. This one, the thing is that because it goes back and forth like that, it's it goes to like certain like music beats. So I can see why people are like, yeah, I'm jamming out, you know.
It also just, it's a very good catch-all emote that it works for dancing, it works for singing, it works for when you're just having a good time, that it doesn't have the rave sticks and everything, and that actually makes it just broader for general use.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, emotes speak very loudly, especially like ones that are like animated like this, or like, you know, you have like your kek, you have your lol, you have your what else? You have your pog. But I think the animated emotes like really serve like a really good basis for Twitch, because I'm surprised it took them so long to add them into Twitch. It's not, you'd be surprised. It's not that old. It's like I think it's like 2 or 3 years old.
The animated emotes, they aren't actually that old, and no, it's one of those things that you look at YouTube and say, why aren't they there yet? Twitch's emote game is what keeps them afloat half the time at this point, I'm convinced.
I agree. I mean, like YouTube has like some things that could be better. Like they've been going in like a interesting direction. Like it's very slow at first because they added in like subscriptions. I think as of last year they added like channel emotes and channel badges.
They've had channel emotes and badges for a while. It took a while for them to get the gifted subs, the gifted the gifted memberships. That took a while, and they only just added in raids. And even now, it still requires the double authentication or verification on both sides, which I think that it's good to have the option to set the security that high. And I'm glad that Twitch now has that, because they didn't for a time. But I don't like that I can't just say, all right, I will accept, you know, raids from anybody, or that it's better to have the flexibility. But those extreme platform wars as they are.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of like, there's some quality of life things that they could easily improve and like produce, but they just they don't want to do it, so it's whatever.
But like I was saying, most folks in chat seem to be familiar with you, but for anyone who might not be, if you have any further introduction for yourself.
Well, I am ℂ𝕠𝕤𝕪𝕤, known as Aki. I like to do a lot of Nintendo-related stuff on my streams. I tend to hack myself into video games, and I'm a little crazy sometimes. You know, just a little crazy. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Just a smidge.
Everything's
just
okay.
A little bit.
Everything's okay. Don't worry.
Everything's just fine. Don't worry. That's not my new sleep paralysis demon.
No. I would never have a sleep paralysis demon in any place. No, never. Ever.
Certainly not. But yes, you're a girl of many talents, have a lot of different things going on over on your channel. You're also a host of your own show. That it is not a talk show, it is game show though.
Yes. Well, the thing is, it's actually a mix. It's a game show and an interview at the same time. Yeah, so basically I'll every once in a while I'll ask like some VTuber related questions, but they're like very like, what got you into VTubing? What inspired your model? Why do you look like that? Stuff like that. So it's like very basic, like kind of low the mill type of questions. But then the game questions, they're a little bit more challenging because it could be a little bit all over the place.
That's
like
the
it could
thing.
be.
I love the design of the show, and why am I blanking on the name? It's
Dungeonaire.
Dungeonaire, because I was like, it's not Dungeoneering. I was close at least, but it's Dungeonaire, and you have a wonderful overlay. You have a lot of interesting categories for your questions. You have different power-ups, different bits for it. But good Lord, Aki, your questions are merciless. There's a couple there that are really easy, low-hanging fruit. That I remember there was one for the description of Master Chief, and that was just a layup. Really, really easy. But then
really easy.
You also had one where you were playing a song, and it was, all right, you have to identify the song in the game that it's from, and it was Rainbow Road. And it was, okay, but which Rainbow Road?
Yeah, they said Mario Kart, and I was like, which Mario Kart?
And, and then there's the out-of-context voice lines, and it's, usually when folks do a game show, they're going to make it of a main character. They're going to make it, so if you know the game, that you'll probably have it. It was Five Nights at Freddy's 2, some non-primary character who was quoting some of the deep lore, and they had to know the context clues of something being remade. And this is middle of the game. This isn't Final Jeopardy or anything. You're putting in tough stuff.
So I don't know if you were around, but there's some questions that we have, like the daily double sections. Basically you get to wager like hearts, points, or like a power up.
Yeah.
But the thing is if you wager that and you mess up, you lose whatever you wagered, right? But there's some questions in there that are like, why is this here?
Yeah. So are these questions that you all make up yourself? Do you have help from your mods? How do you develop all of that?
So a lot of the questions were developed by my boyfriend, myself, and my roommate. We have been slowly incorporating more questions from other people because the thing is that the game show, it's very progressive. Like eventually we're going to run out of questions and we're going to run out of like new things for people to discover and find out. I think my ultimate goal is to get like around maybe 3,000 or 4,000 questions or so into the game. And at that point, I don't think I need to make any more because
probably not.
No one is going to know 4,000 or 5,000 answers off the top of their head. And also no one is going to know that many questions off the top of their head because I get a new contestant every Friday. So it's always somebody new. It's always, and the thing is that it's I don't know if you've seen the Runaway Guys. They're a YouTube channel that's been around for like they're as long as like Game Grumps. They're the three old Let's Play channels: Proton John, Sugar Conroy, and Nintendo Capri Sun. And they have their own show called Throne Controllers, which does very similar things to what I do, but the thing is that it's only at cons. Like they'll only show the game at a con or something, and you only have one chance. You mess up anything, you're done, game over, which I think is kind of lame because there's like questions that are really, really hard, and it's just like, bruh, no one's gonna know that off the top of their head. That's why I introduced power-ups too, because I feel like a lot of these things are a little unfair.
Yeah, you have your own version of the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lifelines. You have the classic 50-50. You have, instead of just ask the audience, that it's ask the chat, and generally it's just, okay, does someone in chat know the answer? You have a couple other ones in there, and they're really creative. And like I said, you have a really nice overlay for all of this.
I designed because my idea was I was thinking of like old Final Fantasy like RPG styled NES games, and I really wanted to design it like an NES game. That's why all the music is modern music, but it's made with NES chiptune. So I wanted it to be like fully on NES styled. I might revamp it and make it like Super Nintendo eventually, but I don't know. Let me see if I can pull up like one of the questions I have on here that's that's really hard and also like really funny.
Selected just procedurally? Do you go in and say, all right, pick out one random question and that it will just spit one out from your database? Or do you actually hand pick the questions that you're going to ask in advance?
No, so they are all picked out procedurally, but the thing is that they all have a rank of 1 to 10. And from questions 1 to 30, questions get progressively hard. Every 5 questions you will get a very high ranked question for every 5 questions you go through. And then from there it just progressively gets harder. Like question like the areas where like you get an 8, 9, or 10 rank question are like where people are like, who's going to know this? This is just this is not possible. But like, let me give you a question that I think would be really hard for somebody who might not know what these are. So there's a category on here that I had, console hardware. This chip is the main CPU of the best-selling console of all time, and was also made its way into the console's successor, which helped it be backwards compatible for a brief period of time before it was retired in future revisions of the future console due to high costs. What was this? What was this engine?
As soon as you said hardware, I already knew I was doomed, because I'm pretty good with software, just in general. When it comes to hardware, I min-maxed my personal stats. I'm an idiot when it comes to hardware. I only got my first PC, and the only reason that I was able to pick out parts is because I used logical increments and asked a couple of friends. I don't know jack. So I have no freaking clue. I can make an educated guess on the consoles at play here. I have no clue.
Sure. What console do you think it was?
Well, if it's the best-selling console of all time, that means I'm 99% sure that would be the PS2. So PS2 to PS1, and that then in the later versions of the PS2 that it removed it. I have no idea what the chip is.
Yep. The chip is not even like a chip that has like numbers or letters or anything. It's literally called the emotion engine.
Well, at least I got the console right. I'm proud of that.
Yeah. Usually, like if somebody knows about something like that, then I'll give it simply just disassemble your console to find out that is not what you're supposed to do. Also, you wouldn't find the chip that way because the chip is not labeled the emotion engine. It's just in there somewhere. That's not how you would find the answer. It's literally just code. Its code name is emotion engine. But like if you like hold the chip, it's not gonna say that. It's gonna say Sony whatever the fuck. But there's also like this question. So let me see if you get this one, because this one I think is pretty easy for the rank it is. Games featuring Mario. This title is the only title of its series to be released outside of Japan and features Mario and his friends going toe-to-toe with many well-known Dragon Quest characters to buy up properties and trade stocks to become the richest in all of the land.
I remember this question being asked in one of the VODs of Dungeonaire that I watched. I can't remember the name of the game, though, but I distinctly remember this question.
Right. It is it's Fortune Street. Or Boom Street. Or Boom Street if you're from the UK. Yeah. I don't know, like the thing about the game show that I really like is that it's always going to get people in on something that they think that they know, and then they find out they didn't know, and it's really funny because I had to like explain certain aspects of things, because like there was this one question I think somebody was like 100% was like, oh yeah, in order to play Perfect Dark, you need the RAM pack for the answers.
Nope.
You need the expansion pack. No, you do not actually. You could play the multiplayer by itself. It's only for the campaign you need the expansion pack for. But this person was like, no, it's not true. It's not true. And I'm like, no. And then one of the other questions was, it was the same question, but it had Resident Evil 2 on there. And I was like, okay, which one does not require an expansion pack? And everyone says Resident Evil 2. And I'm like, nope. Resident Evil 2 is the only 64 megabit cartridge that does not require an expansion pack. It has full motion video. It has every single cutscene from the game. And it has full voice acting on an N64. That is really impressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know there's only actually a relative handful of games that needed the expansion pack, but there's a lot of well-known games because that's what they were pushing at the end of the console's life cycle.
Yeah, Perfect Dark, Donkey Kong 64, and Majora's Mask all require it to play their campaigns. Otherwise, you don't. Well, Majora's Mask and Donkey Kong 64 need it to boot. Perfect Dark only needs it for the campaign, and that's it. Yeah, and Resident Evil 2 on 64 is literally just held with sticks and duct tape. Like it is disgusting how well that game is held up on N64.
Now, how much of duct tape and miracles are the ones that you stitch together with hacking yourself into the games?
Oh God. So those sorts of things. So hacking myself into games is like, it's very trial and error half the time. Some of them are very easy. Like some of them, like for instance, Ocarina of Time, because Ocarina of Time has a lot of their stuff open source now because they decompiled it. It's literally just a model swap and then just fix the bones to what model it needs to be. That is a lot easier than say trying to change like the palettes and everything from from one character's palette to a different color palette that the game normally will not support. And you have to change all those. And unfortunately, some palettes are linked to other palettes, which makes it really annoying. For instance, in Pokemon Heart Gold, I was unaware that my rival character and my normal character shares the same palettes.
Oh no!
So you had to splice those two palettes in order for them to actually work properly because, my character is orange, not red and black.
Yep.
So yeah, it really sucked, and it was really hard to get that more or less fixed. I think the one that we struggled the most with recently was actually Pokemon Emerald, which I haven't released this project yet. But Pokemon Emerald was really hard because this time we put Ren in the game too.
Who's Ren playing? The rival, I'm guessing?
Ren will be playing the rival, so like you could select me or Ren in the game. Yeah. And that one was particularly hard because Ren has more than 16 colors.
Oh.
So yeah. So I had to really figure out what colors is going to work best for this, and it was a mess. Let me see if I can bring it up actually, because thankfully I'm streaming this through OBS, so this will not take long at all. I can just drag and drop and it will be done and good donezo. Where is the completely legal copy of Pokemon Emerald?
Ah, yes, the completely legal copy of Pokemon Emerald that runs on PC.
Yeah, the completely legal copy of Pokemon Emerald that I have.
I'm sure you own a legal copy of Pokemon Emerald somewhere.
Yeah, I do. Haha. So, like, for instance, here, I'll just kind of scooch myself. Oh, wait, no, I don't want that. And then we just put this here. No, I don't want that. So right about here, I have Ren as the boy and myself as the girl, because Ren and I don't really care about the gender roles in this game.
Now, can you just rename it to Are You Ren or Are You Aki?
Yes. So like if I go girl,
no.
And then
I mean in the UI, instead of boy or girl, just baseline in that.
Oh, I could.
In that menu, just say Are You Ren or Are You Aki?
I could do that, yeah, if I want to just remove the genders completely. Yeah. What we did was we already changed some of the dialogue points, because some of the dialogue points it like refers to Ren as Brandon instead.
Oh, yep.
Which is wrong. So that we changed that to it just changes to Ren instead. So oh yeah, Orange GameCube. That's on brand.
Yes, it is.
We'll just get rid of that, and then.
All right, trivia for you. Do you remember what is the name of the color of that orange GameCube? What did they refer to it in the branding and the packaging?
I think it was like Spice Orange.
It is Spice, correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ren, it will actually name Ren correctly, right about here. Yeah, my name's Ren. It normally would be like, no, I'm Brandon. I'm like, no, that's not you.
Now, did you have to change each instance of that string individually in the code, or is there just a name variable that gets injected at certain points?
No. Okay, so whoever programmed this game was really dumb, and they put every single instance of text is a separate variable. So I don't know why they did that. They were like, no, let's make every single line of text say the name full in caps. And I'm just like, couldn't you just, do bracket, rival, bracket?
Yeah.
Like some of the other instances. Like, so the best part is, Professor Birch, he says the text with the bracket, rival, bracket. But when Brandon himself, when the rival themselves talk and refer to themselves, they say their name, like, actually.
Well, that makes sense, because the only ones that are going to say that are the characters referring to themselves, so that should never change.
Right.
The variable would only need to exist when another character is saying the name, because then they need to check which name am I saying, Brandon or May.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that one. My only issue with it is that it tends to get a little repetitive, because
by the way, I can still see the red outline of the OBS source.
Yeah, I got you. There you go. It gets a little repetitive because there are instances where it will go back and forth. There is like a part where Brandon or May will refer to themselves by actual name, and then there's an instance where they'll refer to themselves, but it will have the bracket rival's name bracket.
What the hell? It's not even consistent.
Yeah, it's not consistent is the problem.
And
that's what really bothered me.
Because, all right, if the character is referring to themselves, you only need to program it one way, because you can't choose the rival name in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. So it would make sense if it's just done that way. But to have it be inconsistent, where some are going to just be typed in and then some are done via the variable, that suggests that inevitably there were going to be multiple programmers working on all this stuff, but the fact that they didn't have the consistent programming conventions suggests that there may have been a shift somewhere mid-project, or just they did not have a lot of oversight and controls on that.
So one of the other funny things is that there are two instances where player name. So they have player name as one of the variables. Then they also have player name input.
Huh.
I'm not sure what the difference between either of them is, because it gives me the same result. But there are two separate variables where it says player input, player name, and I'm like, okay, well, you input your name. It says it prints out the same thing. Like if I changed player name input to just player name, it writes the same thing. Why does this exist? The only conclusion that I could find that the reason why it exists is because if you're doing trades with somebody, or if you're connecting to somebody through the Game Boy cable, it has player name input for the trainer cards when you select them. But otherwise, I don't see why you would need that in the base game when another character, an NPC, is referring to you. with that label. I feel like somebody
it also
at some
doesn't
point.
make sense. Why would you not just put player name as the variable on the trainer card? Couldn't you still just?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was just like, why is there additional like lines for certain things that are unnecessary? And it just like, I feel like Game Freak kind of just like scrambled and was like,
to be
well,
fair, I feel like that's most games that under the hood,
yeah.
it doesn't matter if it's AAA title from 2023 or if it's something from 1985. Coding under the hood is always ugly if it's more than one person writing the code. If it's a single person writing the code, it's usually immaculate because they know it backwards, forwards, and sideways. They have written it specifically to the way that they like to program, and they're going to have it consistent. As soon as you introduce a second person onto the programming team, there will be inconsistencies, and it only gets worse as the team scales.
I agree. So like one of the things that some people got like really, really upset about was that they were like, oh, well, you know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Sword and Shield, they you know, these are top AAA games. I'm like, well, you also need to look at the credits. You know how many people are credited for both of those games?
Not many.
No, go look in the back of the credits. There's 1,000 people that worked on both of those games. It is insane. There's that many people that are credited in the back of those games, and the amount of programmers they have going back and forth is too many. There's too many people.
So it's not even that they don't have enough, it's that they just have too many and that things are getting tangled.
Yes, they have that's the thing. They have too many people that's working on the game, and then they have this time crunch, which is why they are making shortcuts everywhere. And the amount of people that are working on that game is that there's too many people looking at the code, and they have too many people trying to implement things without it being, you know, quality assurance checked.
The thing that I'd be really curious about is there's a lot of programmers, but which are assigned to which parts of the program? Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Scarlet and Violet, from a overworld visual standpoint, is not a great game.
No,
Scarlet and Violet,
not.
From a battle mechanic consistency standpoint, is as perfect as Pokemon has ever been. The thing that people don't always think about is, I would wager that over half of the programming in a Pokemon game goes into the battle. Just, you know, the number of moves, the number of types, the number of models, the number of animations, and the number of variables and interactions of all those things. The number of corner cases just in battle. There's so much going on there, and there's so many weird things that can happen, so many things that can break. On the other hand, the overworld is relatively simple, but how many are put on each? Because I could see 1,000 programmers, and if you put 700 on just making sure that moves, types, Pokemon, and everything else works, catching mechanics, etc., that would not surprise me. I could believe that, you know, 50 or something, maybe 100 of the 1,000 were actually put on the overworld itself or the environmental pieces, because once you get into battle, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is as stable as they come.
Yeah.
It's just
absolutely
the outside that is rough around the edges, but when you see programmers, you don't necessarily know who was on what.
The thing that's really interesting is that for every single Pokemon game, they don't make like an engine or anything. They always work again from scratch. So they always rebuild everything. They always work on everything right from the very beginning again.
Yep.
And I think that is a waste of their resources. The only games that I think that they ever rebuilt on the same engines are the ones prior to Gen 7. So they had like, you know, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sun and Moon. Those are all on the same engine.
Yeah.
X and Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, same engine. Gen 5, all that, whatever. But moving into Switch, they all started doing this new thing where they start rebuilding everything from scratch. Gen 8 rebuilt all the way from the ground up. What was it? Legends Arceus.
Well, Legends Arceus was them trying something completely new. That had to be built from the ground up because it wasn't a conventional Pokemon engine.
And then Scarlet and Violet, ground up again. There's no way you can tell me that Scarlet and Violet and Sword and Shield are the same. They're just not. They don't play the same. They don't look the same. They don't function the same way, as far as I'm concerned. They are not even in the same engine. And then you have BDSP, which just exists.
Well, BDSP was not developed by Game Freak.
Exactly. The funny thing is that was built in Unity. And when people found that out, they start picking apart like left and right. There's some people that have put in all of the Pokemon Platinum stuff back into the game, and it functions. It functions perfectly. There are some people who have hacked every single Pokemon into the game, and it works properly. They've made their own events. They've made their own mystery gifts. They've made like BDSP is completely broken. And now people are trying to change it so that it looks like Scarlet and Violet, but the remake that they wanted essentially.
I'm always so impressed by
it's insane.
The lengths that fan programmers will go to create or update things, and that in defense of the programmers, whether they be the folks from Game Freak or other AAA studios. There's always so much going on behind the scenes. There's always so much more complexity than people realize, that it isn't as simple as some people make it look with these mods. That being able to get in these mods and have them work is legitimately impressive, but there's so much other stuff that goes in behind the scenes.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I think the one thing that has helped the Pokemon modding community significantly was the huge Nintendo Giga leak, because they gave source code for Gen 1, 2, 3, and I believe 4, and they just put it up on the internet. So now you have all of the source code for that. So that's why you have like some ROM hacks for Pokemon Emerald where it has like every single Pokemon and it works on hardware. Just why? Why? It's insane. You have like Pokemon Emerald like roguelikes. I think there's like this version of Pokemon Emerald where it's an entire roguelike, but it has like randomization in it as well. You start with a random starter and you just go through like these caves and dungeons, and like you battle and all that other sort of stuff. Then you have like I think there's this thing called I think it's called Pokemon Resurgence or whatever, where it has every Pokemon from the first game all the way to Scarlet and Violet, and then it has like 150 new Pokemon and then 150 new forms. It has all the forms from the previous game, and it all works on hardware.
Too much time on their hands.
Yeah, it all works on hardware. You can put that on your Game Boy Advance and just go. You never need to play another Pokemon game ever again because you have the classic right there. Done. And then what was the one that's like really big right now? It's like what?
Infinite Fusion?
Infinite Fusion. Yeah, that one. I've heard a lot of people been talking about that.
What's been really impressive about that one isn't the programming, it's the art, because when it was initially released, they just had top half of the sprite, bottom half of the sprite, and that was it. And from a programmatic standpoint, that makes sense because making the actual combination of all these would be very difficult. But then the artist said, well, wait, we want to make these. And so this entire community just started popping up, and they started, giving all of these full-on designs, and that the developers have done the intake and started to replace the half and half sprites. And I don't know what percentage of the combined Pokedex they actually have with full sprites, because just mathematically the number of combinations is absolutely sickening, but they've got a lot, and they are progressively updating.
It's like around probably 30-40%, because last time I heard they had like at least 200 different sprite artists working on it. And it was like that's a lot of people that have way too much free time. But you know what? That's crazy. I think it's impressive that people can come together and just do like interesting and unique stuff all the time. Trying to think of other stuff that is like.
Where does your personal Pokemon journey begin?
Oh god. Oh god. Oh, you're in for a good story. So. Picture like 8-9-year-old me. You know, you're constantly trying to get your family to give them a Game Boy for Christmas because or well, not Christmas, just like a Game Boy in general, because I just want one. And everyone, and obviously the family is like, well, Pokemon ain't that thing linked with the Magic the Gathering stuff? I'm like, uh-oh. That's the devil. You can't have that.
Technically, yes, back in the day, because the Pokemon TCG and Magic the Gathering were, in fact, both produced by Wizards of the Coast up until 2008, I think.
Yep.
But that's besides the point.
Yeah. So like, oh, it's linked to that Wizards of the Coast thing. That's the devil. And you know, my family would watch that. There's this one video where the guy like had like a full-on presentation where he like showed Mewtwo up on
classic.
the property.
Oh
yes,
yeah.
Yes,
oh yeah.
Yes, they have watched that.
Oh,
They're part of that, and they were like, no. They hate Pokemon, and Pokemon's evil. So eventually, my uncle, who unfortunately is no longer here, but he was in the military. And he was the reason why I even got into video games in the first place. He got me before I got a Game Boy, I had a Super Famicom, and he gave me a Super Famicom with a bunch of RPGs and a bunch of games that I couldn't really play because they all were in Japanese. And I played them anyway because I was just like, so when I was a kid, I didn't understand the concept of different languages. So I just thought that the text was written in like scribbly lines, and it was done purposely to confuse me. So thought it
was a challenge.
I thought it was a challenge. So I wrote all of the Japanese words in a book, and I was trying to translate what they were saying.
Oh my gosh. How far did you get?
Okay, so surprisingly in Earthbound, I was capable of getting to the second area. In Chrono Trigger, I was still lost. I was still in the carnival area. I didn't know what to do, and I think I like fought like some of the dudes in the forest a couple times, and I was like, that's not where I'm supposed to go. And the game that I made the most progress through was A Link to the Past, because that one did not require me to. There's not a lot of dialogue. Yeah. I actually got the Master Sword in the Japanese version all by myself.
Okay.
So I finished the first 3 dungeons in that, and then I just quit for some reason. I think I got to the Dark World and I got scared.
Game.
It is a very long game. Yeah. But back to the Pokemon thing. So my uncle got me a Game Boy, and he smuggled in a copy of Red and Blue for me. And they were in English. He was like, I'm not giving you Japanese ones. You need to play this. I played this. It was great. They had a great time with it. I was like, okay. He gave me those. At the time, I think Gen 2 and Gen 3 were already out. Gen 4 was on the way. And so I'm playing this, and in the libraries, they still had the old like Game Boy printers that you could go and ask for and request for.
Oh my gosh.
And I completed a Pokedex all by myself for Red and Blue. I asked my friend to trade for the trade cable in his Game Boy at recess every time, and I would trade all the stuff between the 2 games, and I would have a complete Pokedex on both games. So I printed off the little thing that you could do. It basically has like a little panel thing that says, yeah, the certificate. I printed that off, and I was showing to my friends. My friends would be like, you're not a Pokemon master, like the certificate says. You're just not. You didn't complete the Pokedex. I was confused. I was like, well, what do you mean? Well, they're like, well, there's like 3 more games on the way. I'm like, what? They're like,
Huh?
yeah, you gotta get yourself a DS. The DS is coming on, and there's new Pokemon and all this other stuff. And I sat there and I'm just like,
Everything I know is a lie.
everything I know is a lie. What's going on? And then they ripped the fucking certificate in my face. And I sat there.
That's just an asshole move.
Yeah, I sat there and I cried, and I never touched the series again until last year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. There's been multiple times I've tried to get back in the series, and I would get to the first or second gym and I would stop. I can't explain why. I don't know. I think the only thing that pushed me
at that point.
Yeah. I don't know what would cause me to just stop. I would just get to the first or second dungeon or whatever, not dungeon, gem. I'd be like, yeah, that's enough. I got the Gen 5. I bought it, and then I remember returning it the next day. And I was just like, I think I was just traumatized. I think I was just traumatized by the stupid kids that told me I'm never going to be a Pokemon master ever. So I decided if I ever wanted to play Pokemon again, I wanted it to be something special. And I decided that every time I want to play Pokemon, it has to be something interesting. Like I have to name my partners. I have to play it in a specific way. And I also, if I can hack myself into the game, I'll do so, right? So Pokemon, I asked my community, I was just like, hey, I want to play Pokemon. What Pokemon game I should do? Everyone was like, Gen 4 or Heart Gold Soul Silver. And I was like, well, what's Heart Gold Soul Silver? And Heart Gold Soul Silver was the Gen 2 remake. So I was like, okay, I'll play
Gen
that.
4 mechanics, which
with
is
Gen 4 mechanics,
which is the correct move, because while I understand that a lot of people enjoy Gen 3, the trouble with Gen 3, at least the original ones, is that you still didn't have the physical special split, and I think the games became exponentially better with the physical special split.
So I hacked myself into Heart Gold Soul Silver, and I think I still actually have. I can check right now.
I think I have that, actually. I think that was one of the ones you sent me.
Well, no, I still have the save file and everything, is what I'm saying.
Oh, the save file. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I could show off what I did.
Robo says, true, but Gen 3 is still the best gen. Okay, that tells me that Gen 3 was probably your first Pokemon game.
Probably.
Gen 3 is good. Don't get me wrong. Okay, Crystal is your first.
Yep, still here.
There we go.
Still here. Everything is here. This is from my playthrough that I did, I think, last year. Yeah, everyone's still here.
Lolmac, Zip Zoom.
I forgot Oliver isn't here. I wonder if my Pokemon from the PC are still in there. Aki is the best. No, you.
How many of the Pokemon gens have you played at this point?
I would say like all the way through. Or
I'll say, how many have you gotten, 4 badges in?
3.
Okay, so still
3 games.
Still only Gen 1, Gen 2, and what was the other one?
BDSP.
Okay.
Yeah. Every other game I would play like to the first or second gem, and I'd be like, yeah, that's enough. Let's see here. Let's see what we have. Oh, there's their Lugia. Wait, why are they? Oh yeah, I forgot. They were such bitches. I named them. I named them Fuck You.
Fuck You Part 2.
Yeah. MLG, Baby, KFC. Oh yeah, he was awful. I caught this one in a Pokeball turn 1. I don't know how that happened, but that's how that happened.
I guess you just used all of your RNG luck for a decade on that.
So this one, the story behind Half-Life 3, I said if you get it in the ball, we'll release Half-Life 3, and it got in the ball as soon as I said it. I don't know why this is named Spinach. Bad, Buck, Smile, Germa, Sprout, Sheldon, Shuckle. Oh, there's Ricky.
Ricky. Shit.
Party Rock.
Okay,
some of these are fat. Some of them are like really. Oh, I love this one. How to Basic. That's a good one. Some of them have names, some of them do not. I think I just kind of goofed around on this playthrough. Pokemon Emerald, I'm going to take it a lot more seriously. I definitely want to complete like as much as I can in that game, because I was told Pokemon Emerald is very good. So
it's very good.
There you go.
I know it's a meme, but I will also agree with the sentiment that Hoenn has a bit too much water.
Is it the 7.8
out of 10? Too much water, and I'm not going to knock it down that far for it, but I will say there's a lot of water in that game, and they have not had that much of just the sheer map B water ever since, and I think that is a good thing.
Yeah. I don't know, like the thing about the only other story I have about Pokemon is my other uncle. I have two uncles. One of them was in the military. The other one was he's a little bit of a crazy dude. He really wanted me to get into he was the one that like tried to push me like for boy stuff. Like, oh, join the football team, play baseball, try out for track, be sporty, be manly. Oh, manly people don't do art. That's cringe. And I'm like, well, what about Leonardo da Vinci? And then he says, well, Leonardo da Vinci was stupid. I was like, okay. And then so I told him one day, this is another Pokemon story. I wanted to get Pokemon cards because all my friends had them, and I wanted to trade them and just kind of play Pokemon. Well, he got me Pokemon cards, but then he took the Pokemon cards out of the packaging, threw them away, put baseball cards, and sealed the packaging back up, and then gave it to me. And I opened it, and I'm pretty sure I threw all the cards at him and bursted into tears.
That's awful.
He's like, no nephew of mine is going to be playing Pokemon or whatever. He couldn't even pronounce it right.
The only slightly amusing part of all that is that he had to have actually bought a pack of Pokemon cards, so he still gave them their money.
Yeah, he still gave them the money because, well, he did that so that he can get the packaging.
Yeah.
Like.
But that he still did have to do that, so.
Yeah, the world was specifically out to just prevent me from playing Pokemon.
Because they knew you'd be too good at it. You would have been world champion if you'd been allowed.
You know what? I could actually believe that, considering I'm very good at MTG. I have hours and hours and hours like thrown into MTG and Fire Emblem Cypher and a bunch of other card games. I could believe that if I really tried hard enough, I could have like been something related into Pokemon stuff or Melee, because I used to play Melee a lot. Yeah. The kids said you wouldn't be a Pokemon master, not just be a dick, because they were scared. They were scared.
Your power, Rocky.
Yeah, my power. It's okay, because when I was playing Heart Gold, I'm pretty sure I gave Baldur like several heart attacks, because Baldur was just like, no, don't use that move, that's bad. I'm like, but why? It's a cool move. He's like, but that move doesn't do enough damage. I'm like, but the animation is cool. I don't care. I was looking at the animation. I did not care if it did enough damage or not. That's what I've been doing with Pokemon XD too. It was just like, guys, look at this cool animation, and everyone's like, that Aki, that doesn't do any damage. I'm like, but it was cool though, right?
Pokemon XD.
Yeah, Gale Darkness.
Super cool concept that was implemented a bit clunkily.
So the thing about it is like, I really like the concept. I think that after a while it kind of gets repetitive, and then like, I haven't done the final area, but I was told that like half of the other Shadow Pokemon are just in the final area alone. And I'm just
Yeah,
like, ooh,
it's just
that's
a lot.
yikes. Yeah. There's a lot of grind heavy stuff. The only reason why I was playing it was because somebody mentioned Mirror B, and then they showed me Mirror B's song, and I was listening to it while I think I was playing. Was I playing Pikmin, or was I playing Heart Gold at some point? I don't remember what game I was playing, but somebody sent me this song, and they're like, "Yeah, you should listen to this on stream." I was like, "Okay." So I listened. I was like, "What
Now,
the fuck is this from?"
Mirror B's theme from Coliseum or XD?
No, XD's.
Okay.
It was from XD's.
My hot take is that my
Hmm.
hot take is that I think Mirror B's theme in Coliseum is better.
Oh, is that the one where it's like Alorida? Yeah, that one's pretty good. I like that one too. I just like the one from XD is what was sent first, and I was like, okay, this one's pretty good.
Yeah.
They're both
They're
bangers.
both
Like,
really,
don't get me
really
wrong.
good.
When I first saw him, because I didn't know what he looked like, I saw him and I was like, who the fuck is this Michael Jackson wannabe? I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I would hug him if I could. And I normally don't hug people, so
Iconic design. It is a travesty that they have never brought him back.
Well, it's a travesty that they haven't brought like any concept of that back, because like this is, if I remember correctly, this is the first time where you're not really like treated as a kid. Like,
Yeah.
you're treated kind of like as an
You're an
adult.
adult.
Like, yeah.
Also,
like,
I think the only Pokemon game with no... Well, I can't say the only one with no random encounters, but no wild encounters.
no wild encounters. Yeah. The other thing was when somebody was telling me like the story for Coliseum, I was like, so, because I was trying to remember what somebody told me. I was like, yeah, you like steal an arm machine and then you plant a bomb and just blow up a building as the first like 5
That's
seconds
the cold
of the game.
open. Yep.
And I'm just like, what? Why is this never in another game ever?
Honestly,
Like-
the game that I want, I just want a game where we can legitimately play Team Rocket. I know there have been ROM hacks that have gone there. I want one, like, a full RPG where you start as a new grunt in Team Rocket, and there's different paths that you can work
So-
your way up. You can become an admin. You can try to overthrow Giovanni. You can become a double agent and start informing to the police. You can become a double agent, informing to the police, but actually still be working with Team Rocket, feeding the police false information. I want all of these options.
So here is my like magnum opus Pokemon game. I think the whole like select few Pokemon in a certain region, that's fine. I think because you already have 1,000, that is way too much.
Oh yeah, I was frankly shocked that it took until Sword and Shield for them to not have everything in the game.
Yeah.
The fact they kept it up until that point is kind of mind-boggling, and I feel like they should have broken that streak earlier, because it made the breaking all that more painful since people had basically acclimated to it. I think they should have actually started doing that in Gen 3 or 4.
I think, and this is just me, I think they should have like around 300, 400, have the forms and everything. Like make forms. Don't make new Pokemon. Make different forms. Make new different abilities. Stuff like that. That can change the strategy a bit in Pokemon. Apply more like battle mechanics. Bring back Mega Evolution. Bring back all that stuff and put it in one game. Then here's the big one. I want your character and your rival to have different alignment. As in, if you are a good person, I want the rival to become bad, like actual bad, like evil. Like he is the final boss, and vice versa. If you become evil, it becomes like good, trying to stop you. I think that would be sick, but they will never do that, and it's just come on,
because
man.
they're never going to give you
Come
the option
on.
to actually be evil.
No, I want to be evil though. I will.
I'm the one that just said that I want a Team Rocket game. Yes, I want to be able to play the villain in these games, but It's still
I
a series
also want
for
like
children. They're not going to give you that option.
I also want like characters that are complex and like complicated. Like you could tell that they have good morals, but they're on the wrong team. Like they're on the wrong side.
That's the whole concept of Gen 5.
Yes. Play black and white. Yeah. Because I was told that N is like an extremely well-written character.
Probably,
like
I would say one of the top 5 best written characters in all of Pokemon, at least in terms of the games.
I was told that like N has like a lot of like interesting
It's
like
pretty much what you
confliction.
described of a very good person who's been
playing in the wrong team. Yeah.
Been entirely misguided, gaslit, but also the entire concept of Team Plasma is basically them gaslighting their members. The whole concept of, oh, we want to save Pokemon, that humans are actually think PETA, but if PETA was actually good at marketing.
Okay. All right. I can imagine that. I can't imagine that, but okay. Yeah, go ahead.
That's basically it. That their whole concept is that they believe that Pokemon should not be like the concept of Pokemon going into a Pokeball, that is them being forced into captivity, and that these are wild animals that are sentient creatures and should have their own wills and deserve to live in the wild, and that Pokemon should not be held captive by humans. And obviously the whole thing is, all right, well, Pokemon and humans can work together and all that jazz, but that they go halfway with the writing of Team Plasma, of trying to make the baseline concept sympathetic, but then it is so blatantly obvious that they are actually just thugs, and also that they are very clearly not holding to their own ideals, because Team Plasma has their own Pokemon that they use to try and coerce and force people to give up their own Pokemon. So obviously this is contradictory, you know. But N is someone who is very pure of heart, who has been raised in this environment, and without giving too much away, N very much sounds like the type of character that you outlined in your ideal situation there.
Yeah, like I would like it so that where you have like different route splits that would determine whether you're a hero of light or hero of darkness, essentially.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a cool concept for Pokemon, but they're never going to do it because, but Pokemon are supposed to be treated like real life animals and you should love them and all this other stuff. And I'm like, you could still be evil and still love animals, bro. Like what are you talking about? like dude, the whole concept of Team Magma and Aqua is that they hate water and they hate land. Like that's not abusing animals like Team Rocket did. Like Team Rocket had whips, bro. They were like
they were just the mafia.
Yeah, they were literally just a mafia.
Just the mafia. That I always felt that Team Magma was much better written. That at least their cover story, their concept of, we want there to be more land for humans and Pokemon, that, well, 70% of the Earth is covered in water, and yeah, there's life in the ocean, but they're not using all that space, and we're running out of space, so let's make some more real estate. Versus Team Aqua, which is literally just, humanity is awful, let's drown everyone.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. It's like, I don't know, like Pokemon is always like such a weird concept to work with, because there's so many things that you could do with it, right? But then obviously, like there's too many confliction, like between their direction and what they want to make as an RPG. Because like the thing is it's very much baby's first RPG.
Oh, of course.
There's like very barely like any sort of like evil like super bad thing. Like the world's not gonna end.
No.
Like the only time the world like legitimately almost ended, I think, was when
Well, Gen 3. Well, no, they've done that several times because they did that in
Gen 3, Gen 4. I want to say is when those like that was when the world like legitimately almost ended. Arceus, I think, Legends Arceus.
Yeah, they did that there. They were bumping up against it in Sword and Shield. Yeah, Super Mystery Dungeon. Mystery Dungeon games. That's flat out the best writing that Pokemon has ever seen. It's not close. So
I want to get back into Mystery Dungeon because I played Mystery Dungeon XD EX Rescue Team or Deluxe or whatever. I forgot what it's called.
Plus Super Ultra whatever Capcom Street Fighter name they've given it this time.
Yeah. I played that, which was a remake of the Game Boy and DS one, and I got to a part. So for one, my partner, I was an Eevee, my partner was a Chikorita, and I already had like issues with Chikorita because I knew Chikorita not good. And then I got to this part where I think basically like the entire like city group like casts you out because they find out that you're like a human or something, and then like because you're human the world is like ending or whatever.
Yeah, you're the harbinger. Like, holy crap, it's just Legends Arceus all over again.
I was just like
before.
I literally was sitting there, I was just like, wow, what is this like fucking Pokemon discrimination shit? I don't like this. So then anyway, they send me to this dungeon and it's all fire types, it's all rock types, which I don't do any damage to. And then Chikorita like is constantly dying left and right. And I don't have any access to like any of my previous items. I don't have access to the camps so I can get like a water type or anything.
Yeah,
so I'm kind of just stuck there. I'm stranded. Now guess what? In order to progress, I have to fight Moltres. And Moltres is level 35 and I'm level 20. The game tells me if I'm stuck, I need to grind to level 25 or 27. I'm level 20 and XP is 100 EXP per fight. And the XP like to the next level was like 9 or 8,000 per level.
Were you just under leveled? Because I've played Mystery Dungeon. I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't remember hitting that particular wall.
The thing is I don't feel like I was under leveled. It's because I was using the raffles and everything for the Makahita dojo, and I was leveling up myself and Chikorita quite a bit. I was like one-shotting most enemies up until that point. So when it got there, the difficulty just suddenly extremely ramped up. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, guys, I'm not having fun anymore. I don't think I'm having fun. I don't like this anymore. And so everyone was telling I went off the ride. So everyone's telling me like, oh well, you should play Explorers of Darkness. And I'm like, I might at some point. I just don't think I want to. Yeah. Libby actually had to go in and save me on one floor because it was that bad. And I just was like, you know what, guys, I don't want to play this. I will use something else. I will find a different game. I mean, it was the same reason why I dropped Advance Wars, because Advance Wars kept on pumping out these like fog of war maps, and I'm like, this is not fun. This is unpredictable bullshit. And if I get hit by something that just takes out dead. Like several of my units, I'm just dead. Yeah, that's not fun. That's just BS. So I was like, yeah, I'm not doing it. Like Fire Emblem, it's fine. Fire Emblem is okay. I can get behind like some Fog of War maps and that because it's not going to be up in my face every single time. But Advance Wars, I had 4 of them
after like level 5 is just Fog of War.
I had 4 of them back to back, and the third one was real bad. The third one was like, I was there for like an hour and a half trying to figure out What do I just seize his base or do I kill him? And then I realized, oh, it doesn't matter if I kill him. He just gets reinforcements anyway. So I was supposed to go capture his thing. By the time I captured it, he already captured mine. And I'm like, how the fuck did I was supposed to know he was over there? The other thing I did not like about Advance Wars is that if I capture a building, the enemy could still use the building for defense. Why? I captured the building. He shouldn't be able to use the building for any sort of defense or anything. That's not how the game works, apparently.
I mean, I suppose if you're in a building that, the walls of the building, whether you are an invader or the rightful occupant of the building, the walls of the building will protect you because it is environmental. You can't necessarily use the things in it to produce if you don't have access to the production systems or anything, but if you are walled up in there, I can understand why there are still defensive bonuses.
Yeah, I could see that, but at the same time, I would have thought, where the fuck my people at, bro? Why are they not attacking them? Like, I think like an interesting concept was they would get the defense, but they would also take damage every turn because they're on a plot that's not theirs. That would have been interesting. But no. Also, you were going to hear me rant about Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh no.
Oh god. Banjo-Kazooie. I liked it at first, and then I got to the third area and I was like, you know what? This is not like I didn't like Banjo-Kazooie. I didn't drop out of hatred or anything. I dropped it because I couldn't beat the final boss.
Well,
I couldn't beat Gruntilda. I tried fighting her like 6 times, and my stream died in the middle of me trying to kill her. And I'm just like, yeah,
screw it.
yeah, I'm done. I'm just done. I finished the game. Smile.
So I have not actually played Banjo-Kazooie because I did not own an N64. My first console was a GameCube. So I actually missed out on pretty much any single-player experience on that console, so I haven't actually played Majora's Mask. I've played basically every Zelda game since then, but I missed that one. And I know that it's one that I need to get to. I've seen people play it. I certainly know the game.
Okay.
But that is one that I myself haven't played, and I haven't played Banjo-Kazooie for the same reason.
You best play them. You best play. Well, not Banjo-Kazooie. But don't play Banjo-Kazooie. Play Majora's Mask. Good game. I like Majora's Mask. Banjo-Kazooie. If you're gonna play Banjo-Kazooie, don't play it on original hardware. That's the one thing I will say. So one of the things that they changed on the Xbox version of Banjo-Kazooie is they made it so that you can keep all of your notes after death. So as long as you collected them, you're fine. The problem is in Banjo-Kazooie on the N64, if you die, you lose all of them. It resets completely. And I'm just like, oh, no. Yeah. Banjo-Kazooie good. Don't listen to Aki. Sui doesn't know what they're talking about. Sui is a person that plays Gex. He has no rights.
Didn't the Gex remake just get announced?
It's not. So I'm not sure if that's a remake. I think that's a port of the first 3 games on the Switch. Say Gex. Unprotected Gex. I know it wasn't the final battle itself. It was just exhaustion for the rest of it. Oh, absolutely. Like I'm gonna be real. I think Banjo-Kazooie at its core is a good game, and it just has so many things in it that just really ruin it for me. Whether it's the camera, or it's like a mini game that is just disgustingly hard for no reason, or like there's some notes that are just in a spot that no one would ever look for. You know?
All right, this is an absurd difficulty spike. I'm not bothering with this game anymore. Final Fantasy III for the DS. I agree with that. The last boss sequence.
Thank you.
5 bosses back to back with no save or heal point between any of them. I got to like the second or third several times. Looked up online. All right, is the third the actual last? Because if it was 3, all right, that means I'm close. Find out there's 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never open
Crystal
the game
Palace
again, 'cause
is
at that
genuinely awful.
I would have to spend however many hours just grinding up to cheese the final boss, and I said no. That for very much similar reasons that you dropped Mystery Dungeon, that I'm not just going to mindlessly grind just so I can reach the end. I've played through most of the game. I've enjoyed the battle mechanics and everything up until now. I've been able to build out my party. I don't care enough to see the end titles for whatever amount of hours I will have to spend just grinding on this. So I am done.
So like the worst thing about it is in the original game, like the NES game, they had save points in it. You could save anywhere you want. They removed the save anywhere function in that game when they remade it.
Why would you do
I
that?
don't know why. I don't know why they did that.
Makes me wonder if it was a bug, an oversight, unintentional.
So the thing that they did is they changed it so that you can only save on the overworld, which is really dumb because it's unnecessary. So the thing about Crystal Palace is you go into the first section and there's this one first ring. You have to go all the way through to get to the other side. And once you get in there, the only way you can leave is by going back out the other way. You can't fly over it. You can't do any of that. So once you drop there, you lose access to your flying ship and everything. You have to go inside the crystal save. And from there, you can't save. It's a gauntlet. You have to fight every single boss you fought from all of the other dungeons without saving and healing and all this other shit. And then the final boss is just absolutely terrible. Like it genuinely, she has so many AoE attacks. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't bother.
In the original NES version, Sui, you could save at certain points in Crystal Palace, which is nice. They, for whatever reason in the remake, they removed those save points. Similar to like when they remastered Final Fantasy VII and the third disc, there used to be a save point there. There is no longer a save point there. I don't know why. Kind of dumb. Everyone's saying like, oh, Mario 64 camera is also just as bad. Okay.
From what I've seen, yes, Mario 64's camera is bad. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I think it's bad
Banjo's
too.
Banjo's is worse, and I can say that just from having watched streams of it.
Yeah, the thing about Mario 64 is that I have more self-control over the camera itself. Like, I have more control over the camera than I have control of the camera in Banjo-Kazooie. I also think that just the camera itself in Mario 64 is a lot more snappier, but I don't know. I don't like how slow it was in Banjo-Kazooie, and it just not feel like it would snap. Like, one of the things I liked is that there's one button where you can press in Mario 64 where it puts the camera like right behind you.
Yeah,
I like that.
Centering. That's
the
huge.
Centering.
It's just
right.
No matter how
press
bad
R
it gets,
and it does it.
If you press R, that you will reset it, and that's fine. Even if you're having to tap R with relative frequency, the fact that you always have that's something I think that any game with free roaming camera should allow.
Yeah, that was the one thing I really didn't like about Breath of the Wild for the longest time when I was playing it was like there's no like L targeting or Z targeting, so like the camera will never snap back to being behind me. So when I move the camera in front of Link and I start doing like a Z target normally, it would just pull out his shield. I'm like, that's not what I want. I want the camera to snap behind me.
Yeah,
it doesn't do that. Yeah, none of the modern games do that. And it really bothers me.
The one defense I will always make of Banjo-Kazooie, and it has nothing to do with gameplay, the music is very good.
No, Grant Kirkhope is a god. I will give him that. I will give Grant Kirkhope like literally everything in that is that Banjo-Kazooie is saved absolutely by its characters, its like lighting engine, its like environments, and music. Gameplay otherwise, it's just not for me. I just did not have a good time with it.
Yeah,
I think everything else like saves it. David Wise too. David Wise is pretty good. I think David Wise is funny man.
classic Rare team.
I've been playing Donkey Kong Country for the first time. And my mind was blown when I found out that you can roll off an edge and still jump afterwards, and I'm like, what the fuck are you jumping on? And everyone in my chat's like, don't worry about it. I'm like, that literally makes no sense. You can't just press the jump button after.
Jump exists in every iteration of Smash Brothers, and you literally see them jumping off of air.
Okay, but that's a platformer fighting game. It does not make sense in a platformer that normally when you jump off a ledge, you will die.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not saying it does make sense. I'm just saying that they're not the only ones that don't.
You have backwards long jump. You have no excuse. Okay, but backwards long jumping is different. That's me clipping through a wall. Me jumping off a ledge and then suddenly jumping again after I press the button makes no sense to me.
Sukuna, I remember seeing a video for David Wise playing piano in a Guitar Center. What? Was he doing a sponsorship for Yamaha or something? Why would that be?
That's interesting. It's extremely innovative. Oh no, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's cool. Like, why does everyone think I'm saying it's anyway? It just doesn't make sense to me. That's all. It's just like, what? Aquatic ambience with a fan. Oh, that's so cool.
Huh.
Aki in Sonic Pocket Adventure, you can stand on an explosion. Nothing has to make sense. That's true. It is a video game after all. I should just stop trying to make sense of everything and just play the game, right? Just like there's this one time someone I think someone said in my chat, they were like, you know, sometimes if you just remove the model and the mic, the gameplay might get significantly better. And I was like, oh no.
Oh, that's never.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Also, once that channel point goal is met, Aki will inevitably get to hear music from Stuart Copeland. So I played a little bit of Spyro the other day just to kind of get an idea, and a bunch of like all the dragons like getting out of the statue things, and I'm like, yeah, I could see why every furry likes this game. I can understand. I sat there and I'm like, no, I can see it. Like the French dude with the French dragon with the big giant paintbrush. I'm like, yeah, I could see it. I love him. No, I'm not playing on PC. I was playing on PS4. No. I can't play a lot of PC games, unfortunately, because the PC versions tend to crash my OBS.
Wow, that's never good. I didn't actually play much of Spyro, just since for a while I had GameCube, and then I got well, I did have a PS2, but I just for whatever reason never really picked up Spyro. That most of the platform.
So I need to show you something real quick. Oh. So when I looked up Spyro, I was looking up for images for Spyro for like the point redeem for people to like donate points for me to play the game. And this was one of the first images I found of him. And I was just like, he looks like Grimace. I love him.
Oh,
He's adorable.
Oh no.
But the problem was is that my entire chat was like, hey, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but that's a mod to make Spyro look really, really fat. And it's made by somebody who has a fat fetish. I was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong.
That was not normal Spyro. I don't know if that was a mod or if there was a power-up that made him look like that, but I know that's not conventional Spyro.
I sat there and I was denying it the entire time. I was like, no, that's not correct. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, and then I looked at their DeviantArt and I was like, no. I saw all the art that they made of Spyro like really, really large, and I was like, oh, okay, no, I see it. But the problem was is that this image is so cute. The image is so cute. He looks like a little goblin. I love him.
Little guy.
Just a little funny little guy. He's like, he's so cute. And I'm like, I love him. I want to squish his little cheeks. I thought it was cute, but everyone's like, no, that's a fetish mod, bro. And I'm like, oh, why can't things be cute? Why is things ruined? And I said if you remove the horns and the orange stuff, he looks like Grimace.
And obviously, just the momentary resurgence of Grimace in popular culture the past couple weeks has been a journey.
So the funny thing is that somebody asked me like, well, what's with the whole like people like drinking the Grimace shake and then they die or something? I had to explain that that's part of a McDonald's ARG that somebody started.
I didn't know that was the cause of it. I thought it was just a meme of, okay, somebody tried the thing and made a funny thing where, oh, I died from it, and that it was a funny joke and other people just started riffing on it. I didn't know that there was an ARG involved.
So somebody started making a lot of animations and stuff about like how no, McDonald's didn't make the ARG. Someone else made the ARG.
I love it when things go accidentally right in marketing campaigns for the dumbest reasons, and I always am curious, what is the meeting like when a social media manager puts in a call to the VP of marketing and says, hey boss, got some real good news. Numbers on all our social posts way up. Sales of the Grimace Shake through the roof. We have a lot of our stores saying that they're selling out. But it wasn't from the marketing plan. I think you should be aware of this. Sends a dozen links.
Yeah. It's like when Nintendo was trying to figure out why Super Mario I think it was Super Mario U Deluxe was selling so much, and they saw the Super Crown and they're like, Mr. Miyamoto, sir, I think you should know about this. Fans are taking the Super Crown and they're not putting it
like
on
the new Super Crown. They
really like it. And Miyamoto's like, what do you mean? What do you mean they like it? Well, sir, they're taking the Super Crown and they're putting it on Bowser, and they're calling this thing called Bowsette. And
okay, well that makes sense. Of just logically you take the crown and it puts on.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's simple enough. That makes sense. Yes, but the art, sir. Oh, things like My Little Pony. Who was the one that got to tell the Hasbro executive? When the hell was that? Like 2010 or something? Just that, like, all right, sales are up. Numbers are really good for the new.
Numbers are great.
Show.
Numbers are doing wonderful.
We're hitting outside.
It's not what you think.
We're hitting outside our target demographic. The target market still loves it too, and we've just found this whole untapped market. Great. What's the market? Boys ages 18 to 35.
What do you mean?
I have to believe the first time that the execs are told this, that they think it's a joke. They think someone's like pulling their leg. And
absolutely.
Then they have to actually be made aware, no, this isn't a joke.
Nope. It didn't stop them. It didn't stop them from copywriting it and all the other stuff. No, absolutely not. I don't know, like, there are some people that like get a little too like into certain things, and then eventually the company finds out about it and tries to meme on it. I think the one thing that I thought was like really, really cringe recently was that Toys R Us was starting to do the did you see the VTuber concert memes that people were making?
You're going to have to specify, because I know there was a whole to-do about a VTuber concert recently where somebody was ragging on it, and
yes, that was the one I'm talking about. So basically people have been like specifically people who are not VTubers, they're like kind of like standing stiff and then just like jerking around like a little bit, and then they have the text that says that one VTuber concert that cost $300, skull emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji on TikTok,
$300,
which didn't cost $300 at all, and most of
$3.
I think majority of the people got it for free because the entire con cost $9 to get in.
Yeah,
but anyways, fucking Toys R Us did the same thing. They did the fucking VTuber thing, and I just sat there and I'm like, this is not how you make yourself relevant again. This is just terrible. This is awful. Stop making fun of people. Why do the corporations do this? It's not funny.
That's how you can tell whoever is in charge of their social media is between the ages of 40 and 55.
Oh, absolutely. They think that they're not aware that this actually is. No. I'm not saying that. They did it twice. They did not just do it once. They did it twice. I have it on my TikTok right now. I can actually share it. It is funny at first, but then you realize they're doing this for marketing to be relevant again. And it's not funny. Then it's just dumb.
I didn't realize that Sears actually outnumbered Kmart.
Let me see if I can find it. It's so unbelievably bad because the way that they did it was like they did the Grimace Shake one too, and I'm just like, no, this is not how you do this, guys.
I will say one of my favorite Grimace Shake things was walk into Undella Town, Cynthia's house, and you just see her on the floor. Oh, I just realized Aki doesn't know the terror of Cynthia.
Yeah, it's
she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand, chat.
What? I don't understand why.
Why Cynthia is one of the most terrifying trainers in all of Pokemon, and the chill you get down your spine when you unexpectedly hear that piano music starting to play.
That one?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that she has like a
it's
black
a really
hole
good
Pokemon
theme, but that there's a post game where you just go to this town, this random beachside town, and you walk into a house and she's there. Her music starts playing and she challenges you to a match right there.
That sounds like a creepypasta. I don't like that. For those who want to see it was Toys R Us Canada.
Oh, so
of course.
It's not even the main Toys R Us.
Yeah, it's Canada that did it.
Sorry, my thing always blocks links just right there.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're all good.
Well, there you
I
go.
got it there.
Yeah, but
Also,
that's it right there.
Follow.
That's it there, and it's just like, why does this exist? Why does this exist?
Always the regional brand accounts that get crazy. Like, have you seen? I forget one of the KFC accounts. I think it's like KFC. I forget if it's KFC Mexico, Spain, Brazil. It's some non-primary KFC account that is just wild. KFC Mexico. Thank you.
KFC Mexico is like insane. But then again, the official KFC account tried to flirt with the official Sonic the Hedgehog account. So I don't know.
The Wendy's account for that, because Wendy's popularized edgy fast food Twitter accounts that they were very good at it, and they were all over, and then all of the other brands tried to hop on. And props to that one social media manager for getting things pushed there and for doing something different. And then it was just all the others trying to hop on the bandwagon, having somebody who was not as good at what they do as the person at Wendy's. Yeah,
I agree. One of the things that I really dislike recently, and this is just me personally, do you know what's that like browser that like they call themselves like the browser for gamers?
Oh, Opera GX.
Whatever. Opera. So Opera GX.
They've got a VTuber, or at least they're planning on it.
They have a VTuber release, but the thing about Opera GX, I really do not like how they handle their PR and like how they talk to people.
Oh yeah, they try to be edgy, but they're actually just assholes.
No, they're 100% just like complete assholes to like they literally went to a VTuber and said that their design was bad. Like that's not the like stuff that you do to say something that's funny. That's just mean. Like that's just actually mean. Like what is wrong with you? And then like they diss this other person for like having like a very good valid opinion, and then they're like, well, something your mom or whatever, and it's just like,
yeah, trying
it's just
to
so
be edgy.
disrespectful.
And I feel like that account isn't a case of somebody who's 40 to 55 that too old and missing it. I think that's someone who is probably fresh out of college and is not filtering well, because
No, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the ones that are older and just genuinely don't understand the space that are going to be safe, but then do things wrong. Like they will misinterpret a meme. And it's the ones that are fresh right out of college and have been hired and given no oversight whatsoever, that just go totally off the handle and don't know how to balance things.
One of the things that I thought was really interesting was that on the application to be their VTuber, they didn't want anybody older than 25.
Yep, I remember that whole thing, and that was
that was really mean. I was like, bruh, what the hell?
Frankly, I think that's just dumb.
No, it's really bad. That's really bad.
Not only
you do not want that.
That obviously, from a PR standpoint, that is very silly. But also from a practicality standpoint, if I am running a corporate account and I'm bringing in someone to represent my brand, I want someone who is preferably above 25, because they're going to be smarter, more mature, more familiar with technology, and probably better to work with in a professional environment.
Well, the thing that's really weird is that they don't want anybody over the age of 25, but then you look at all of the VTubers that are in Hololive, Ninja Sanji, all of the other corporate VTubers, they're at least 26 or 30 years old.
Like, it can vary. That there are a couple folks that started in high school in Hololive.
Oh
but
absolutely.
That was mostly in the early days. That
was the early days.
Recent ones are way minimum going to be like, they're, from what I gather, it seems like there's the occasional college student, but yes, most are going to be mid-20s and several who are older.
Yeah, Hololive and I think Ninja Sanji don't hire anybody under the age of 18 anymore.
I think choice.
They require you to be like at least somewhere around 21, 22. I just think that the thing about gatekeeping age and all that other stuff is really weird, because they're like, oh, well, you have to be 18, but you also have to have like 30 years of corporate experience.
The classic.
I'm like, what? Yeah.
Yes, this entry-level position which requires 5 years of experience.
Yeah. That was like. So for one, like when I started working at like a mom and pop game store when I was 15. And then I moved from that to restaurants from 16 to when I was about 21. So I've been in like the restaurant stuff for a very long time. And even still, like when I did like side hustles where I would work at GameStop a couple times or like a different other place, I've never had like a business experience where somebody won't hire you because you don't have enough experience in the field, but this is also your first time trying to get a job. And I'm just like, this is unreasonable to a level where you are picking and choosing who gets a job simply because this person doesn't have any sort of experience being in an actual business. They might have like volunteer experience, and they might have like some experience that shows that, hey, they have at least good leadership qualities or whatever. But to some businesses, it's just not enough. They want more. They want you to be like, oh, well, if you want to be a server here, you actually have to go to server classes and all this other stuff. And I just sat there and I'm like
if there's
what? Yeah.
If there is something related to sanitation standards and just, if there's like actual regulations that some places, you need to take a class to be a bartender, or in my opinion, you should need to take a class to be a bartender, because
absolutely. You have to.
And
You need a
I think it's
certificate
reasonable
for it.
if this is a Michelin star restaurant, if this is a high-class place, I can understand, all right, we want our servers to go through some formal training. If this is Denny's, if this is Applebee's or whatever, then no.
Yeah, no, you don't need that for like a lot of the things that Azura just said was that it's like a lot of wishful thinking. But the problem is that they're not going to tell you that up front.
But also the way that they position some of the things is they're hoping that these insanely qualified people, overqualified people are going to apply for them. And that's not how it works, because if they're overqualified, they're going to be getting a job somewhere else.
Oh, 100%. They're going to go somewhere else. They're going to try to get the job there. The thing is that a lot of these businesses have like so much higher expectations of people. And then when you actually get in, even though you're overly qualified, they're not going to even put you in the position that you're qualified for. They're going to put you under that because they want to save and cut money.
Yep.
It's disgusting. I've worked with several managers who started treating people like as if they're not as good as they actually are, and then they put them in worser positions because they want to save money. I've had people literally put them in other positions because of sex or like, you know, who they are as a person, and I'm just like, that's genuinely awful. The reason why I left my management position over the restaurant that I used to work with is because I had a manager say like a bunch of transphobic stuff in front of my face, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I literally I was like, you know what, you can handle the back of the office. I'm gonna go get a drink, and I'm gonna leave. Also, I'm going to 100% discount my food today, so bye-bye.
Yeah. It is unfortunate how common just poor management is, that there are some places that are run very well, and fortunately those are the ones that usually end up seeing success, but goodness knows there are more than enough successful businesses that are succeeding despite their management.
Yep.
And if you were able to find a place with good management, do cherish that. And even ones that have good management are not necessarily perfect, but I've been fortunate enough to be in places with, imperfect but very good management. And I also know that there are many places that are not.
One of the things that I think is really interesting is that if you look at like the statistics for like charity stuff, and then you look at the statistic of on how often people like take the charity money that people give them and pocket it, it's really high. It's disgustingly high. It's like really bad. And then like you compare that to like actual organizations who do the things that they want, and it's just like, wow, they actually do the things they want, but the problem is they suffer because of all the other stupid charities that make their name look bad. It's disgusting, and it's sad, and that's just how these sorts of things go, and you kind of have to just live with it. As funny Joker Man said, we live in a society. Okay,
we sure do, and just
live in a society.
Yeah, you have to do your due diligence. You have to try and do your best to find the right places, people's sources, if you're going to give. And there are many, many, many incredible charities and different charity-enabling organizations. Tiltify, Streamlabs has their own thing. I run a charity marathon every year, and goodness knows, from the outset, I knew I was going to be using one of those processing places. I am not letting that money go through my hands for twofold reasons. One, so there's never a question of where it goes. Two, if you are collecting charitable donations as an individual and the money passes through your hands in any way, you are liable for the taxes. It is counted as income, actually. Even if you raise $2,000 and then immediately donate that $2,000 to charity, if it went into your business account, if it went into your personal account, it is taxable income.
Yep. That's why with charity events, I haven't done a charity event personally, other than like the one that I did at GSG, and we raised over $1,000 for Rad. But that money did not go to us or anything like that. It went directly into I think I forgot what third party it is. It's where it goes through there, and then they send it to the other one.
It's usually Tiltify is the common one.
Tiltify, that's what it was. Yeah. We used that, and it went directly right to them, and we don't have to worry about anything, incentives, whatever. It was done right then and there, and it was good.
Yep.
I was genuinely worried about that sort of thing because I've never done charity events on my own before. I do plan on doing some eventually, because one of the ones that I really want to do this November is I plan on having 4 different Zelda games with myself hacked in, and then I'm going to play all of them 100% all the way through. And that will be the charity event for like the whole month, where like it would just be money going to St. Jude's because Christmas is nearby and kids need toys and health and all that other stuff.
Now you say 100%. Do you mean 100%? So we're talking, all Postals, all Koroks.
Well, it would be
beat the game, defeat.
It would be. It wouldn't be Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. It would be Twilight Princess, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, and Wind Waker. So it would be like all pieces of heart, all upgrades, that sort of thing. And I have guides for them. The only game that I haven't played there is Twilight Princess.
Twilight
so
Princess
I'm interested in seeing
one of my all-time favorites, and I will not spoil it, but. Twilight Princess has probably my favorite final boss sequence of any game I've ever played.
Okay.
That's not to say it is necessarily the best designed bosses or the most perfect boss fights, but that the sequence of how the final bosses go, I think, is one of the just immaculately done.
Okay. I was like, the thing that people are always worried about is like recommending me games, and it's just like, the thing is that I will typically play a game especially if it's a Nintendo game. If it's a Nintendo game, I will 100% play it. But people are always kind of scared of recommending me games like outside of Nintendo related stuff, like, oh, play some Sonic games, play some of this. So let me give you an idea of where I started with Sonic. I got the 360 and I played Sonic 06 for the first time. That was the game I started out with. Now here's the thing. Everyone was telling me like, oh, you should play some classic Sonic. You should play some of the older 3D Sonic games. And I'm like, okay. So I tried them. I'm like, where's the glitches? Where's the because my thoughts were Sonic 06 was intentionally made that way. And I thought it was fun to like break the game. So I'm like, why can't I break the game in the other games? So I'm playing the classic Sonic games, and I sit there and I'm like, these suck. I hate this.
Well, I'm on the other end of this. My first Sonic game, I was completely spoiled because my first Sonic game was Sonic Adventure 2. Which remains
I like that
one of my favorite games of all time. I'm not going to call it a perfect game. I am very aware of its flaws. I still think it is very legitimately fun, super charming. Obviously, the Chow Garden is great, but even if it's just the story mode, I think it is really well done, very fun. Music is incredible. And then going back to the classic Sonic, it was so much more unforgiving. It felt like, all right, I need to find this path, and that there wasn't as much gameplay, that it was more pattern recognition than anything. And of course there was then Sonic 06 and everything else.
Yeah, so like when I played Sonic 1, 2, and 3, and I think I played Sonic and Knuckles too, I got through the first couple levels, and especially Sonic 1, it was great. It was wonderful. The first level was awesome. I got to the second stuff and I was like, ooh, this is not what I was thinking it was going to be. And then it just progressively got worse and worse. So I stopped playing that. Sonic 2, everyone hyped this one. Everyone says that Sonic 2 is like epitome classic Sonic. And I'm like, okay, I will give this a shot. I play it, and same thing I had with Sonic 1, not a fan. Played Sonic 3, same thing. It just they all seemed so similar to me, and they all play very similarly. I'm just like, okay, you know, I kind of get it. I mean, it's like where somebody said like, oh well, Mario 1, 2, and 3 play similarly, and I'm like, no. They play drastically different.
Mario 2 wasn't even a Mario game.
No, it was Doki Doki Panic. Yeah. So like when you say that Mario 3 and Mario 1 play the same, no, the jumping is very different. There's several different mechanics in Mario 3 compared to Mario 1.
Oh yeah, the fact that you have floating the Tanuki suit, there's so much different.
Yep. And so when I played Sonic 1, 2, and 3, I couldn't tell the differences like from those 3 games. Like they all just felt like they played very similar. Like the only thing I could tell that was different was the music and graphics. Like, oh, well, yeah, Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 look a lot better than Sonic 1. Cool. What else? Like, I guess maybe like some of the worlds are a little bit better. What's the second level in Sonic 2? What is it called? Like,
I've not actually played any of the original Sonic games all the way
or
through.
Something.
I can believe it. I'm familiar with Hydrocity or Hydro City or whatever.
Hydro City. Oh, Sonic 3. Okay. Yeah. Chemical Planet Zone is the one that I'm thinking. That one, not fun. I was like, what is all of this? And then the game like punishes you for missing like a platform that's flipping super fast. Like, well, and then you go all the way down to the bottom in that purple goop or whatever, purple water, and then you if you don't get up to the top with these very specific moving like squares, and if you miss like one jump, you're dead. It's over. The music's gonna like the like that music die. Skill issue. It's my first time playing it. How am I supposed to know? Like, first of all, who the fuck has 3 buttons all in a row for a stupid goddamn controller? What the fuck were they doing? The D-pad is ass. The D-pad is actual garbage on the Genesis controller. You cannot tell me that the Genesis controller is good. You literally cannot tell me that. Now, if you tell me the one with the 6 buttons on it with the better D-pad, I will give you that. But the normal one, no, it's terrible. I tried playing it on PC with arrow keys. It still plays not like good. Like, I don't understand. And then I tried explaining that to someone who was like a massive Sonic fan, and I got some very choice words. And words I can't actually say, which is bad. And that's why I realized, like, man, the Sonic community kind of scary.
Yeah, Sonic
not
is
a fan.
such an interesting franchise to see its highs and its lows, the number of things that it has done incredibly wrong, and then the things that it has somehow done incredibly right. It's frankly impressive that the franchise has been able to survive as it has with the number of missteps, and it's basically saved because when it gets things right, it's really good. And if anything, I feel like the last 5-6 years of Sonic have been perhaps some of the worst for them, in the sense that they've been middle of the road. That Sonic Frontiers came out and I heard it was okay. It was good. That there wasn't even a strong sentiment towards it, at least not that I saw. And yes, middle of the road is probably better than people hating it, but it was kind of interesting to see Sonic it's really mellowed out, at least in terms of community sentiment, because late 2010s, mid 2010s, basically 06 really, for then about a decade, that there were really, really bad Sonic games, and then a couple just gems. That you had Sonic Generations, which was really good, but then there were other ones that did not do as well. You had the movie, which almost was really bad, but then wound up being really good because they did the redesign on everything, and credit where credit is due. They have kept that series going despite their many missteps, and that they have been able to pivot and do things.
I need to talk about something real quick, because I just saw a hot take: GameCube controller overrated. Oh boy, am I going to talk about this real quick.
Please.
Here is the GameCube controller, right? We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna have a little chit chat.
Oh boy.
We're gonna have a little class real quick about why the GameCube controller is very good. And it's because of these little things right here. These little notches. You see? Oh shit, that's not what I want. You see these little things here? These little notches right here. Man, you know, it'd be really nice if like you had these when you wanted to move in a specific direction in all the other games that you play in today's modern society. Man, I just want to move right. I don't want to move up like slightly right or slightly down or whatever. I just want to move right. Man, that's so good to have that little notch there that you can move in that direction perfectly without problems, right? Man, it'd be so nice if you can actually move the camera correctly the right direction that you want with these notches. Holy shit, these were so fucking good. And nice big layout for the buttons, where you have like your A right here and your B right here, right where your thumb can lean right over to the next button, not where it's like the fucking diagonal shit like this, where like, oh well, your attack button is here.
Pick up your entire finger and move it over.
And to move over, no, you can just gently move your thumb off the A button to any of these other buttons here, and the Z and L and R buttons are nicely placed in a position that allows you. And the thing is that they never brought this back. No other controller has this for the analog sticks. They have an analog input here, and they have a click in. No other controller does that. This controller does that. We don't talk about this though. This is bad. This part is actually bad. If this was like slightly larger, that would be good. And then you know, here you have your pause. This is fine. You could just put like an Xbox thing and the thing there and the thing there. Oh wow, it's like the GameCube controller invented every single controller that's in the modern space today.
Now, what do you say to Cold Brew CJ, who says, you literally told me last night that you don't like using your GameCube controller on your PC and then use an Xbox controller to play Mario Kart Double Dash?
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't like plugging my GameCube controller on PC and stuff, because I rather use my GameCube controllers for speedrunning and everything when I'm doing stuff seriously. If I'm not doing it seriously, I will use an Xbox controller, because I'm going to tell you right now, using an Xbox controller, which has been only 2 years old, versus a GameCube controller, which is 20 plus years old, this controller is going to break a lot faster. I'm not going to do that. To get a second GameCube controller, yeah, I'll just spend $200.
Didn't they re-release them for Smash?
They did, but the problem is that the parts are not the same. They changed a lot of the things the way that the parts are built. They're not built exactly the same. There's the other thing is that GameCube controllers, when they first were made, they have this particular flaw with the sticks. And the sticks is that some of them have this thing called snapback. These controllers, when they were first made, they have less snapback than the ones that they remade. The ones that they remade, they can snap back really, really insane. Like, it's really bad. And here's the thing, modern controllers, they're not built to last like they were back in the day, but I'm not going to use a GameCube controller like this to play like a casual game of Mario Party where I could possibly break it because CJ wants to prove a point or something. I'm not going to break my $200 controller over that shit. So anyways, that's enough of my lesson there. I like the GameCube controller. GameCube controller, good. Also, I think I just minimized everything.
Thanks for coming to Aki's Tech Talk or TED Talk.
Yeah, my TED Talk, my oh yeah, good. Oh man. I have smashed a total of 8 GameCube controllers in your life. Holy fucking shit.
How?
GameStop is making a lot of money. Jesus Christ. Anyways. It is enough of the GameCube controller, but I love the GameCube controller, but everyone's gonna hate me when I say that I like the N64 controller more.
Why? I have to ask why.
I think it's just because it's so different. I think it's just because it's different and I want to be different, I
if
like
you enjoy
it.
the charm because it is such an obtuse controller, I can respect it. That if you're saying that you enjoy the N64 controller, not that you think that it is superior design, I can respect that opinion.
Yeah. I think it's like a lot better than what people make it out to be.
I agree.
Let me
Garbage.
tell you
there's a lot of merit to it. It's not.
I'll tell you a controller
great,
that's really bad. I think the original Dreamcast controller is awful. I think it's terrible. It's too big, and every time I plug in the stupid thing, it screeches at me and screams at me, and I don't like it.
Yeah, the original Dreamcast and original Xbox controllers were just so huge.
They were massive. Like my boyfriend wants a Duke controller so bad, and I'm like, no, I refuse. I'm not letting you buy a Duke controller. He's like, it's only 150. I'm like, I don't care if it's 150. You are not buying that. He wanted to get the one where they re-released it for the Xbox One. He wanted to re-release controller that connects to the new modern system. He wants to play it with that. I'm like, that is the worst way. You are going to hate yourself. I don't know. Oh yeah, they're not gonna restock the N64 controllers. I bought four of them. And I've been using them. And the only times I ever pull them out is when I want to play Mario Party. That's it. I don't ever use them otherwise because I like to keep them in kind of like pristine condition because I know I'm not gonna get them replaced. And the thing is so the thing about the N64 controllers and GameCube controllers, and the reason why I'm such a huge defensive fucking like idiot about them, is I have way too many. Like I'll admit I have a box full of 100 N64 controllers. And I'm not. Yes, I have 100 of them.
Again, why?
Because I need parts in case some of my controllers break, and I used to do a lot of speedrunning and playing competitive Smash games.
Oh, that's right.
So I put them together if I need to take like certain buttons or anything apart. No, not cannibalism.
I guess, how many of those 100 controllers do you know to be complete and working? That I could see if you're buying up or finding ones that are broken, and that since you're only salvaging parts from them, you don't need to have all 100 working. That if anything, you're probably going to go out of your way and seek ones that are broken in some way, shape, or form because they're going to be cheaper, but you're still getting 95% of the workable parts.
Yes. So I would say that about 40 to 50 of them are they're functional, but I would not recommend playing with them, is what I'm saying. Like some of the buttons might press in too much, some of the sticks might be a little too loose, that sort of thing. Like they're still usable, like you can still play with them, but I think like for a competitive space or for like if you want to play Mario Party, not worth playing with that controller. But the other ones I have cleaned up, put them back together, because what I used to do was I was going to sell them and like put like
you could just have a refurbishing business at this point.
Right. Well, I was gonna sell them, but like they have like custom decals on it. Like I was gonna like hydro dip like the controllers and like put like custom like artwork and stuff on them, and then like put them online for people to buy.
Yeah. There's absolutely a market for that.
I think let me see if I can find
do you have that in the storage unit somewhere, or do you just have in your closet or something a giant box of controllers?
I have like in a closet somewhere just a shit ton of controllers just chilling.
Those aren't small controllers. You could have 100 NES, SNES controllers. Those are pretty small, flat, compact.
Yep.
Even the original Xbox controller, to an extent, is at least a semi-compact shape, even if it is very large. But the shape of an N64 controller, that's not even going to pack easily.
Nope, it's not.
So what
I'm trying to see if I can find
about the real life hack about controllers.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find like an image of the controllers I wanted to do. I could show you like how I kind of store them, I guess. Like here's Let me just save this real quick. Here's an image of like one of the boxes, because I don't put them all in one big box. I have them all separated. But here's like how
Yeah, that's about as clean as you're going to be able to get them.
I have them separated. So I don't. So this is what was sent to me before I repackaged them, because I take them off the rubber band. The rubber bands. This is a thing that people seem to not realize.
The rubber bands are going to damage the cores.
It damages the internals, yes. And I tried to explain to the people who sent me this that please do not send me controllers broken or working otherwise with the rubber bands tied around that, because it twists the rubber down towards the center of the wiring, and this will splint them. It will break the wiring inside. So what I do is, instead of wrapping them with rubber bands like this to where it's like super tight, like what everybody does, I use Velcro strips, and I'll just wrap the Velcro around it. Yep. Or I will give it a custom wire and put a Velcro strip at the bottom of the port so that you can always wrap it around properly.
Ooh, very nice.
But I'm trying to find some of the custom decals I made, because I made Majora's Mask themed ones a long time ago. I want to see if I can probably find it. Give me 1 second here. My face might go a little nuts for a second because
you have keybinds for.
Yep. Yep.
How many different modifications do you have for your model?
Too many.
Fair.
Too many. Can I put here, maybe controller? No. Wow, I can't find this. This is actually disappointing. I thought I could find this, but I guess not. Huh. Interesting. Well, I guess I'm not gonna. Oh well. It's a sad day. Sad day. Maybe there's somewhere. I wonder if I sent them to a friend or not. I might have.
Yeah, Baldur is saying that they might be able to actually get it to you.
I sent them to you before. If you can find them, let me know, because it's an old image. It's like from 2 years ago, which doesn't sound all that old, but
so for these decals, did you make them, I guess, just in Photoshop or something that you send them off to be printed as decals, or did you paint these by hand?
Well, they were going to be hydro dipped. So basically, you would get like the proper mechanics and everything you need for the water, and then you would put like a thin sheet of layering on it. Oh, I think you found them. Oh hell yeah, here they are. Yeah, I was gonna make these. Oh, these are sick. I'm so mad I didn't make them, because they were the decals for them were too hard to make, but. These were controllers I was gonna make it at some point. Oh shit, too big. Whoop. It's too big. Transform, fit the screen. Hell yeah! Look at that shit.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. This is what I was gonna make it at some point, where I had a villain style, which was the purple with Majora in the middle of the controller, and then I had Link that was faded into the controller up on top right here. And these are just gonna be like the forest and purple green, the fucking transparent controllers that I was gonna use, and then I would put like little sparkles in between them so that you could see through it. But then the black decal would be on top. The problem was that in order to do that, I needed to like pretty much remove a lot of the primer and stuff that's on the controllers, and I was like, that's a lot of work. And then I had to sand them down. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
At that point,
yeah,
the amount you would have to charge to make it worth the time and effort alone, not to mention the actual cost of adding and creating all this other stuff, we'd probably be talking
$200. Yep.
controller, yeah.
Yep. And then it's to be like, well, here's the thing. I also have to make sure like all the parts work, all of the stuff works properly. It has to be like at like speed running level quality. And just no, I can't do that. I can't do it. It's too much. Way too much effort for this. Like I might do it for myself, like if I wanted
maybe
to.
once for yourself, but
yeah. Definitely something I wanted to do for myself, but definitely not something I could do like over a period. Like one of the things I do like doing is I do like taking like a transparent like top of an N64 controller and putting like a opaque color on the bottom. Like I took the transparency of the raspberry red N64 controller and then I put the black under it. I was like, dude, just looks sick.
Stylish. Yeah, and
it looks
at that point,
sick.
that's just cracking it open and smashing the two halves together again. So that's not so bad.
No, that one's really easy because I don't have to take it apart. Yeah. Sui is gonna be showing up at my place for TwitchCon this year. We got quite a lot of people like Ren and Sui. They're gonna be here, but then there's also, I think Arthur and Rue are all showing up, and I think Hina too. So I'm just gonna be like, hey guys, check out my N64 collection. You guys want to go out sometime? That would be a really interesting Tinder profile. Be like, yeah, I own 100 N64 controllers. What about it? Oh yeah, I have so in my house. I wanted to say this on this too because I think you would find this interesting. In my house, I have like random knickknacks of like video game stuff.
It sounds like you just attached a bomb chew to the ceiling and have left it there.
There is a bomb chew that's on the top of my ceiling. There are Pikmin that's in the kitchen carrying pens and tools to the office.
Oh,
there are Koroks that are around that you can find and squeeze them and they'll say yahaha. And there's a bunch of like other stuff that you can find like all over the place in my house. I was like tempted to like give all the people that are showing up during TwitchCon, I was gonna give them like a piece of paper that says, here's your scavenger hunt, see if you can find every video game reference in my house. I also have like I have this mannequin that is just a NCR veteran from Fallout New Vegas, just chilling in the house.
I can appreciate that interior design.
Yeah.
That's adding flair to things. The real difficulty could end up being, all right, if you decide to move at any point, you need to make sure that you actually look everywhere to make sure you don't miss anything.
Yeah. I would have to make sure that I don't like miss it. I don't plan on moving because this is a house we built, so it would take a very, very long time. So the thing is, somebody told me to like take the NCR veteran thing and just put it outside, and I was just like, I don't think I could do that like legally. And they're like, why not? I'm like, well, it has a gun on it for one, and the gun doesn't have an orange tip, so like I think somebody would call the police if they just saw somebody would call the police to be like, yeah, there's some dude that looks like he's from Wolfenstein or some shit. He's on the top of somebody's roof with a big old rifle.
Around.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Just standing there, menacingly.
Joke's on you. Oh, whoa, I'm tiny now. Okay, that was weird. What did CJ say? Instead of solve a puzzle and I just appear? No, you don't. No, you don't. Wait, if he's from Wolfenstein, he's gonna kill Nazis. Wait, no, the other way. Yeah, the other way around. Yeah. God. What else?
Do you have a favorite N64 game, whether it be one that you play, speed running, or just any particular game that just has special memories for you on the N64?
So like, there's a couple that I can think of. Like Majora's Mask is definitely one of them, and I could go hours into Majora's Mask. But there's like, no, it's not Banjo-Kazooie. What other game could I think of that I've played like a significant amount? on the N64. I guess I have like a lot of good memories of Smash 64, but that's only because like I played it like for so long that it's just one of the fun games that I enjoyed playing. Wave Race, F-Zero X. No, not Mario 64. Yeah, as much as I like speedrunning Mario 64, I don't really have very fond like nostalgia connection memories to it. What other N64 games? Oh, Paper Mario.
Ooh, yeah.
Gee, I wonder what 2 GameCube games you have very good memories for. Luigi's Mansion, Wario World, Sunshine. What else? I like Wind Waker, but not as much as people think I would. Trying to remember.
Come to think of it,
Chibi Robo.
So you've mentioned several games that I know that you've done speedruns for. How do you get involved in speedrunning? Where is that origin story for you?
Okay, so speedrunning kind of started a long time ago in a galaxy far away. I'm kidding. I kind of just really liked Luigi's Mansion, and I was like, well, this game kind of feels like arcadey, right? And I just was like, I want to see how fast I can beat the game anyway. So I timed myself. I think my first time was like 4 hours or something. And then I looked up on the speedrunning boards, and I'm like, how the fuck are people beating this game in like almost less than an hour? What? I don't understand. What am I doing wrong? And then I see people like, oh, they're getting doubles and triples for the ghosts. They're skipping certain rooms because I thought you had to 100% the game in order to beat it. I didn't know that you only needed a certain amount of booze to get through the game. I thought you always had to 100% the game in order to finish it. There's a bunch of like other things that I learned, like for instance, the mouse holes, you can scan them, and that they will make you like teleport into the other room. Well, you can grab objects while that's happening and skip the cutscene of grabbing the object while doing that. It's insane.
Oh my gosh.
It's like there's a bunch of like crazy stuff that you can do in Luigi's Mansion that I think is really interesting. Except the 3DS version. The 3DS version's a buggy little mess. I think I have a clip of me like kind of messing around with the 3DS version. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So here's a clip of me messing with the 3DS version, and that shit started happening. Apparently that's just normal.
Yes, normal.
Yeah, just normal. That happens for some reason. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, normal game. Not a fan of the 3DS version of Luigi's Mansion. I feel like they play too differently compared to the GameCube version. So, I don't know. I started learning the speedruns by watching people who did them on Twitch and just kind of watched people speedrun. And that's how I originally started streaming. And then I was like, yeah, I want to stop that because that's, not fun at some point. Like, at some point, speedrunning became like, everyone gets like too competitive and like up in people's faces about it. And I'm not about that. I just kind of want to have fun, that sort of thing. So I don't know. Yeah. It's strange to me.
I like watching people who are good at speedruns, perform their craft, but I have no interest in playing the same game however many hundreds of times just to get a fraction of a second faster at it. That just it does not create the serotonin for me.
Tell people about how Dark Moon is underrated. I never played Dark Moon. I never played Luigi's Mansion 3 or Dark Moon. That's why I'm excited for the Switch port for Dark Moon, because I'm like, oh, okay, now I can actually finally play that. Yeah. But speedrunning aside, it starts out fun, and then you start kind of meeting certain people that are like, oh, well, I gotta get better, I gotta get this PB, this PB, you're gaining seconds off, and like the only time when you're like only shaving off like mere seconds, it just means that you're really, really good at the game. The point when you stop shaving off like minutes is where you become really, really good, or at least decent at the game. I think just the amount of practice and the amount of stuff that I do outside of streaming, it's just not feasible for me. I do plan on doing like this, like September, I plan on doing like just 1 month of just nothing but speedrunning. And basically it's just that I would do it so if somebody gives me like you know how people do their subathons, where they like say like, oh well, here's this category, here's this sort of thing, here's this incentive. For me, I think what I'm gonna do is this certain amount of subs I will switch to this game, or this amount of subs I will learn this speed run, or this one I'll do a glitchless run, or etc. You know, I think that would be pretty interesting. Plus I could call it, instead of Subtember, it's called Speedtember.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah. And some of the people that I've talked to recently, they kind of miss that old stuff. They're like, yeah, I kind of miss it when you used to play Luigi's Mansion and then scream at the game. I'd be like, yeah, I used to get really upset about there's this boo in I think it's called the Armory Room, and that boo in particular is just really awful to get, because the way that the room is structured, there's a lot of obstacles in your way to actually go and get that boo, and because the way that the vacuum works, you can't suck him through the obstacles.
Oh,
and I named him Daryl because I didn't like him. I think I was watching The Walking Dead at the time, and I was just like, I don't like this character. I don't like this character. He's kind of mean. And then I realized, oh wait, he's the best character, and it's Norton Reedus. Never mind, I have the hots for him now. And then I found out he was in Death Stranding. I was like, oh no.
Now, what about Wario World? I feel like that's one that just, for whatever reason, Wario as a character, his games, obviously, you know, WarioWare has done relatively well. Wario World did okay, but just in general, to say that he is overshadowed by Mario and Luigi is an understatement. That the Wario games, for as different and unique as they are ones that are very niche. How do you wind up getting into Wario World?
So Wario World, I used to rent from good old Blockbuster. Man, I just sounded like I'm fucking 40. Blockbuster is a wonderful place that I would rent things from. I rent Star Fox Adventures from. I rented Wario World from. And I think I rented Shrek 2 Super Slam from at some point. And I don't know where I got that game from, because the funny thing is that was the game I never returned.
Oh.
So I still have that for some reason with the Blockbuster label on it.
Beautiful.
Don't worry about it.
I rented the first Zelda game I ever played, which was Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. I never actually got past the second dungeon, but I played it, and that was the first time I've ever actually done that, because I had played Smash Brothers at friends' houses on the N64 and had seen this character called Link. And I was totally unfamiliar with him because I didn't own an N64. My parents did not play games, so none of the people in my family knew who Link was. And due to my age, most of my friends hadn't played Zelda games when they played Smash Brothers. That usually they ended up playing Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask a couple years after that, but that Smash Brothers ended up predating the actual Zelda games for us.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, I remember renting Wario World, playing a couple levels, thought it was neat. Then I saw speedruns of it like come in my YouTube recommended, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try this.
Okay,
I tried
so
it a couple times, and it was fun.
That's the opposite of Luigi's Mansion, where you were already playing it, already enjoying it, wanted to challenge yourself, and that this one, the speedruns, found you.
Yes. I mean, like, the thing is that speedrunning for me has always been kind of like put myself to the challenge sort of thing, rather than trying to be competitive with other people. The most I ever got to like an actual record was being third place and unlock all characters for Super Smash Brothers. So
Original
basically
or Melee?
the original. Yeah, you had to unlock all 4 of the secret characters as fast as you possibly can. And I had, I think, 3rd place for the longest time, and then I just didn't continue. I was gonna go for 1st, but I was like, you know what? This is just too much RNG at this point. I don't want to deal with it, so I gave up on it.
Which parts were RNG?
So RNG can be like, for instance, you knock off Mario off one of the stages, and he can either have a small chance of jumping and then up-being, jumping and then not up-being and dying, and then just straight up dying. And that happens every single time you reboot classic mode. The only times where you can consistently save times is through break the targets, which is to unlock Luigi. So it just, I don't know.
That makes sense, yeah.
Oh yeah, I said during Banjo-Kazooie I was tempted to speedrun it out of spite, and you didn't tell me any speedrunning tricks at all. Nope. Is Smash Brothers 64 set on a seed? No, it is random every single time. Every single time. It is not a set seed. But the thing is that you are supposed to reset the console every time you play. So if you redo classic like 2 times in a row, that is a seed. But otherwise, it is random every time you reset. If you ground pound on the edge of a ledge and fall backwards, you have no fall damage. That's interesting. I told you some banjo tech though. I did try to do a door clip. I did try doing a door clip, and I almost got it. I just wasn't fast enough, because I think it's because I was playing off of a monitor and not my PVM. So I was probably getting like a little bit of delay. I also want to learn Kingdom Hearts 1 speedrunning, because I think Kingdom Hearts 1 would be interesting to speedrun.
I played Kingdom Hearts 1 and stopped halfway through Kingdom Hearts 2 because I had borrowed it from a friend and just wound up giving it back to them. Not because I didn't enjoy it, but it's a very long game and I'd had it from them for a while. I was like, I should probably give this back to you. I have not played any of the spin-off games. I have not played 3. I still have very fond memories of 1. I still really enjoy the soundtrack. The credits music for Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of my favorite pieces of video game music of all time. But I am aware
Yoko Shinomura is very good.
I'm aware of its spiraling continuity, and I am, from what I understand, aware of how it got there, and long story short of how it got to be where it is, simply being between 2 and 3, that 3 just kept getting delayed, and that they had to do other things to fill the void. And for whatever reason, they just kept being able to fill the void with other things more than being able to actually make 3. But I know you have some very strong opinions on Kingdom Hearts, so I'm curious. Is it specifically about the story? Is it about the gameplay?
So the story is fine. I understand, like, slowly the story. My problem is I really, really like Kingdom Hearts 1. I think Kingdom Hearts 1 was fine as is. I understood everything. It was really dumb and silly, and that's what I liked about it. It wasn't taking everything seriously. It was just trying to, like, just have fun with it.
It was Disney getting to do all the things they wanted, and they happened to have a couple Final Fantasy characters along for the ride.
Yep. Now, Chain of Memories is where things start going in a direction that I'm not too happy with. Chain of Memories, at least from my understanding, is a retelling. Like, they try to, like, put Kingdom Hearts 1 into a card game and then explain why it's like made to explain, like, a subplot that's in Kingdom Hearts 2. And I think that game, like, the card mechanics and stuff is interesting. It's fine. The problem is that it's very broken. There's at one point where in order to unlock a door, you have to get a specific card, and I didn't have that specific card. I spent an hour and a half searching for that card, and by the time I got it, I opened up the door, and then the boss killed me like 4 times in a row, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch the the remake cutscenes, and then I'm good.
Hmm.
The 3D version of the game, which I was also told is not the best version to play because moving in a 3D space and then trying to look at cards at the same time is not fun. Versus the GBA version,
GBA,
where
since you're only working in 2 dimensions there.
Yeah, the movement is a lot easier to understand. But anyways, the thing that I dislike about the problem with the 3D version, it's even more broken. Well, no, I'm not talking about the broken aspect of the player being able to do whatever the fuck they want. I'm talking about the broken aspect of trying to aim things in a 3D space while looking at cards, while also trying to do your moves with that and selecting everything all at once. That's just too much information all at once for me to handle. When I tried playing it, I was like, this sucks. I don't like this. So I didn't play it that way. And I played the GBA version because everyone was telling me that one's a much easier version to play and understand. But the problems I have with Kingdom Hearts 2 is partway through the game, like the game starts off really, really good. Like they have this new character, they give them information, they tell you all this stuff, and they tell you, oh yeah, Roxas is actually Sora's nobody, and you find that out about like 4, maybe 3 hours into the game.
Yeah, it's a very extended cold open to the game that for a while you're almost wondering, wait, am I playing the right game? This feels like Kingdom Hearts, just mechanically, in the basic sense, the art style is the same. I thought I was going to play Sora. Why am I not playing Sora? And then there's the reveal, and that's actually when the title card hits. You don't get the title card until the end of that 3-4 hour sequence.
I don't think it feels bad without the Chain of Memories context. I don't think you need that context or information to know.
I played it without, and I thought it was a cool mystery and reveal. That
I think it was pretty good.
And it was simple enough to understand the context that mechanically, okay, when somebody gets made into a Heartless, a nobody is created. We know from Kingdom Hearts 1 that there was the momentary creation of Sora's Heartless, therefore Roxas exists. Okay, that's kinda neat.
Yeah. Now the thing about Kingdom Hearts 2, and I know that
PK Smokey.
The thing about Kingdom Hearts 2 for me is that it starts off really strong. You get the Sora, everything's going pretty good. It's only until like about, I want to say, after the first run through of all of the worlds that it starts kind of falling apart. I think like after that point, it just kind of seems redundant to go back to those worlds for whatever specific reason. There's also a thing that I dislike, and that is I thought all of the drive forms was leveling up progressively alongside with whatever I was doing. So like the XP that I normally gain, it was distributed to all of the forms, including Sora, right? That's not the case. They don't level that way. So I went through 3/4 of I want to say majority of the game not knowing that. And that's what's made me mad, because if the game had told me that there should be incentive to level up these different forms instead of just kind of experimenting, I probably would have not missed out on what I feel is additional content. Because I was like, man, it's really weird that this game doesn't have a dodge roll like the first game, right? And everyone's like, oh, you just need to level up a drive. And I'm like, well, why didn't the game tell me that? You know, like why isn't there a list of abilities that I can like that shows that I can unlock these if it doesn't tell me, right?
Yeah.
Then same thing with like there's no like combo system. Like, well, there is a combo system, but it doesn't show you what you need to do to make those combos happen. Like there's no combo sheet to find, for example. So I find that kind of like annoying. Like it's just these little annoyances that I have that has progressively made trying to get anywhere from point A to point B like a lot harder than it needs to be. and then it just makes it so that I feel like I've missed out stuff. Well, that's the thing, though. If there's no proper combos, then why do I need to press XX square X or whatever to do more hits in midair? Because here's the thing. If you just spam X, you're just going to do 5 hits and then stop. But if I do 3 X's and then 2 squares, I do 5 hits, then I do another hit, and then I could do X again. That to me seems like a combo.
Yeah,
but the game at any point does not tell you that.
Extend your hit chains.
Some moves only work at the end of the combo. Some moves only work in midair. See,
well, but
that's the thing.
You should say so that if you
should tell me that.
If you play Street Fighter or any given fighting game, you can open up this menu that will say how to go. Because in Street Fighter, if you just press kick, 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 you will kick 4 times and that will be the end. But you can see on the little move sheet, all right, if you go kick, kick, quarter circle kick, quarter circle punch, whatever, that you can see what you can potentially do.
See, the description tells you that, but that's not actually showing you. That is the problem, Sui. That's just text. What I mean is, like what Jay just said, where there's like a whole sheet, like if you look up like Soul Calibur 2, for example, there's like, it'll show you like, if you do kick, kick, and then like down angle and then kick again, you'll do a 4-hit combo that is like a low moving hit that knocks the player down. Yeah, it's a visual learning thing. This literally tells me fucking nothing. Yeah, combos like that don't then why does my hit stop? Then why does my hit stop working when if again, when I do XX and then a square, why does my combo continue versus when I just spam the normal attack button?
It's been a while since I heard that too. It wasn't me.
Yeah. Somebody did chat doggo on my.
Oh, it is active. I commented on this before the show, Aki. I said, do you know if your redeems or anything are active? Because we've had this happen before. And you made a point of saying, I'm sure that my redeems for my model and whatnot aren't active.
Oh no. I did. I forgot the TDS. No. So now you can hear it, and then you can hear it because I'm streaming OBS to you directly. So somebody can say something and be like, "No, you're stupid and wrong." That's pretty good.
I'm not telling Aki that she has to deactivate it. So.
Oh no. Oh wait. Oh no. I don't know if you want me to get into a big discussion, but while I agree and understand your issues with the game, the combo stuff is a different can of worms, I think. So here's the thing. I understand that it's a different can of worms. My problem is that at any point, the game does not explain this to you at all. They don't explain that you can level up the different forms and that there's incentive to level up the different forms. At any point, there is no reason for you to do that outside of boss fights. The other thing is that there is no reason that the game tells you that if you do these specific inputs, nice head pat, that these specific inputs, that they are going to do more attacks. It does not tell you. You have to read the descriptions. And I'm like, I don't want to go into the skill menu. I just want
that it is not automatically surfaced information is the problem.
Yeah.
That in terms of game design, I think that if you are not surfacing your mechanics to the player, that it is a mistake in design.
We were talking about it right before.
Go to place to learn about thing. That you don't necessarily need to put the full list in front of the player at a given moment, but that you need to explain that this information for all of these things can be found at this place. What Kingdom Hearts does, if memory serves, is that you are introduced to drives and that you have drives, but not that the skills and skill descriptions of the drives and where they are and the detail to which and the importance to which they have at any time. It's just, you unlock drives.
The only thing it doesn't tell you is that you have a base 3 hit combo. From the point onward, you get abilities to extend combos, and the descriptions will tell you press the button during this part of the combo to make this happen. Yeah, that's the thing. Press this button for. So here's the thing: if you showed a sheet that shows like all of these that can be extended and how many button presses you need to do to continue the extension, it would have been better. You know, like a combo list in the menu would have just fixed that, instead of having non-intrusive tutorials like some of the game did sometimes, where it was trying to explain, oh, this sort of thing about the drive, and I'm like, well, you already told me that prior to this fight. Why are you telling me again? If the game uses a description called combo, there are combos in this game, Sui.
By the way,
if the game literally says combo, there are combos in this game, bro. There has to be, because if I only press X, and I'm only gonna get the 3-4 hit combo that I get for the combo extensions. But if I press X and then I hit followed up with square and then I do X again, my combo is extended for a lot longer. It would have been nice to know about that. It also would have been nice to know that at some points you could press triangle and it would tell you what it did, rather than like, oh, just press triangle. I'm like, okay. Like the other thing I don't like about it is that sometimes when you press triangle, it just plays a cutscene. I'm like, that's not interesting to me. It plays a cutscene and you press triangle again, you push triangle again, you do a piss load of damage. I'm like, oh, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, reaction command is what it is. I think it's cool the first time, but then when you have a boss where you do it like 4 times,
it's the get on with it moment.
Yeah, get on with it. There aren't combos in the game like how you're thinking, i.e. like a fighting game. I know that's not what I'm arguing, Sui. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that you should just tell me how to extend my combos in a combo sheet. Don't tell me in a description under the skill that just says press this button at the right time. That literally tells me nothing. I need to know the order in which to press these buttons.
You need to go back to the game and pull up the screens and, visual aid full-on TED Talk on this one.
Oh no, Sui and I are gonna have a conversation about this tomorrow. Don't worry. He's gonna join me and we're gonna finish the game tomorrow. And oh boy, is it like, I'm not talking about it like a fighting game. I'm talking about it like it just needs a sheet to explain how many button presses I need to do to continue extending it. I don't care about it being like such a thing like, oh, well, just press this thing and you do it like it's a fighting game. I don't care that it's a fighting game. I don't care that it's a combo game. I don't care that it's like Devil May Cry. I don't care. Sui makes me angry. Sui is making me angry. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream.
I mentioned that she had a rant for Kingdom Hearts, and I was walking in expecting, oh, it's probably going to be about the plot and how it's really complex, or maybe something about the world design. I didn't expect it to be UI.
Just about every ability that's in the action section.
See, Blitz is kind of understanding what I'm talking about. Blitz is kind of getting what I'm talking about. Thankfully, Blitz is not stupid. but like Blitz understands what I'm kind of getting at, where there is an ability sheet. There is an ability thing there that tells you all of them in the descriptions. Again, I still want a different separate menu that shows you, hey, if you press these buttons this amount of times, then this button amount of times, it does this moves. It does these moves. Done. That's all it needs. That's all that needs to be said. And if you have that somewhere, that'd be fine. And and that menu changes the more combo extenders you have. That's it. that is literally it. And I understand that, like, oh, the combo system is not as crazy as you think it is. I get that. That list would have like 3 things on it. But at least it would tell me the information I need, though. That's the thing. It would tell me how many button presses I need to do, instead of having to go through the skill sheet and read a description that doesn't show the buttons. I'm gonna
so
1v1
excited.
you in Melee.
I'm legitimately excited to see where this goes. So do be sure to follow Aki at @OrangeIsBorange and tune into the stream tomorrow.
You want to 1v1 me in Melee? I could do that right now, like unironically. Like I could literally do it right now if you want me to. I will boot up Slippy and I will kick your ass in front of people right now. Don't LMAO me.
Can you get it up in OBS and everything?
Yes I can. Yes I can.
I mean, I've never had a live challenge on Vtuber Talk in 116 episodes. I'm not opposed to this.
Here we go.
The only thing that I'm worried about is every so often your model has been lagging out, and I'm not sure why. So
that's probably our Discord connection.
Possibly, yeah. Because
let me
says
see
that
here.
It's been fine, but
what region are you from?
I am in U.S. Central Time in terms of time zones and geography.
That should probably fix that. Does that look better to you or worse?
It looks better, but it also had. I think we're good now. There was initially some lag. I think we're good now.
Yeah, so I switched my link to US Central because I'm wired in. So that might.
Well, I'm wired in too, which is the weird thing.
All right.
Well, let's see if this works.
Sui has no idea. I am logged in for Melee. I am gonna do it.
I'm excited. Like I said, I've never had something like this happen before on the show.
Hold on, let me lower the audio so it doesn't bust my eardrums. There we go. And then
Torrent Tabaxi, thank you for the follow.
I think I just do this. Can I? Oh hell! Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. Reverse mans? I ain't doing that.
If memory serves, you actually did play Melee competitively, not necessarily, national, international level, but that you played at a high level for a time.
Yes, I did.
Who was your main?
I mained Falco. All right. So this is a thing called Slippy.
Okay, because I know there's a recent thing, Dolphin, for GameCube emulation. Not super plugged into that community myself, so is Slippy a entirely different system from Dolphin, or is Slippy a program that is run on the Dolphin platform?
Slippy is a program that you can use. All right, he's just gonna get warmed up real quick for a second. And we're gonna. The only unfortunate thing is I don't think I can project sound to you.
No, but
yeah,
we're still good. We can hear the controller movement, and frankly, that's even more than the sound.
Oh my god.
Oh, items are on still?
Oh, items are still on? That's funny. I have them turned off. Don't worry. Yeah, that might cause a desync if you have those on. Yeah, and Slippy has rollback netcode, which is basically
I don't know what rollback netcode is. I know what rollback netcode is, though. I know that it is the standard if you are doing fighting game online play, that rollback netcode in terms of supposed, lag and connection, that it is the gold standard and that it is something that Smash Brothers famously does not have.
Yeah, so basically, rollback netcode makes it so that there's like 4 instances of the game running at the same time. And at any point, if one of those instances does not line up with the other one, it goes to the next instance. And it keeps doing that, and then it rolls back to where it should be. So like, for instance, if I accidentally SD'd and then it rolls back correctly, it should be fine, Sui says he's waiting for me. Okay. Let me go here. All right. Let's see. Let's see.
But you're not using Falco this time.
No, I'm not going to use Falco. I decided to use Falcon.
Was that a deliberate choice because of the matchup, or?
No. I just wanted to use Falcon on Sui.
Whoop.
Oh,
I feel like I should be shoutcasting this. All right, so Sui now has the one stock advantage on Aki. Aki going in for the hook, misses. I don't know enough about this game to be a very good shoutcaster, unfortunately, though.
It's fine.
Shoutcasting is something that has interested me, but just haven't had a game where I have that high-level proficiency to be able to effectively shoutcast. But as someone who does hosting, I have an admiration for hosts, whether it be, Scott Van Pelt is really good at golf. That's where he made his name, or different commentators for different games. You said that you're a big Magic the Gathering fan, which we have not actually spoken about at any length. I am also a Magic the Gathering fan. I primarily play Limited, but I enjoy watching Constructed play, and I think Marshall Sutcliffe in another lifetime is a top NBA analyst.
I used to play Commander a lot, and I ran Narset.
Marshall Sutcliffe, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Magic the Gathering, is a content creator known mostly for the podcast Limited Resources, which is a podcast specifically for limited Magic, which is draft and sealed formats where you don't actually come into the event with a pre-made deck. But he has also become one of the primary commentators for high-level Magic play whenever they run the Pro Tour, World Championship tournaments. That he is one of the people who are going to be doing commentary, and he is also an avid basketball fan, which is why I say in another lifetime that he wound up at ESPN. This is still a close match. 2 stocks left.
Yeah, I select Falcon because I wanted to play a character I'm less familiar with, but also like a character I've been playing recently.
Oh, do you feel that it would have been not close if you had kept with Falco? Are you that confident?
Oh, absolutely. If I swapped to Falco, it would have probably been a 4-stock. 100%.
Do you ever do matches against viewers or play? I don't remember seeing you play
really.
Smash much on stream, actually.
Not really, no, because I don't really do like Smash stuff on my streams. I should, though, to be honest. I feel like it would be worth going into.
Have you ever considered doing commentary yourself?
Yes. Multiple times.
Ooh, getting close to potential endgame here. The whistling of Animal Crossing music is what we're hearing currently. It is quite different from the action on screen.
Trying to get him with this.
Gotta finish in style.
Ugh. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He's scared.
I hope you're enjoying this chat because I am.
I thought he was gonna jump up.
Yeah. Falco can also bully Ganon to the ground if Falco spams lasers.
Oh, he got me. It's not about winning, it's about sending a message.
About sending a message.
Yep.
You are not going to end this with any other move.
No, he wants me to give up. ℂ𝕠𝕤𝕪.
Oh, spiked.
Now I play as Falco, and I'll do this one for him too.
Okay, I'm curious to see how fast this one goes.
Don't play Mewtwo. Don't play no. Play your main. Don't do that. Don't throw off. Don't throw.
Aki's talking
No.
a big game.
Mewtwo, he's gonna lose. Oh. I hate you. I hate you. Why are you doing this to yourself? Play an actual character, please. It's a strategic counterpick. How is it a counterpick to play the worst character? Okay, I'll play against your Ganondorf. That's fine.
When I played Melee, and not at a high level, my main was Fox. But I also played it just for fun, a lot of different characters at mediocre proficiency. I did enjoy Ganondorf. Kirby's one I've always enjoyed, never necessarily been super good with Kirby. Kirby was definitely my main in original 64, though. In Brawl, for me, it was Wolf. I was really upset to see Wolf removed in 4, but obviously everybody came back for Ultimate.
Yeah, everyone's back in Ultimate.
That announcement trailer, the Everyone Is Here trailer, was one of my favorite video game trailers of all time. I got just shivers seeing that one play out. I actually used it for my 2nd anniversary charity marathon. I used the music from that specific trailer and pseudo recreated it, basically just showing all the past guests that were going to be
do 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 do.
But funny enough, the particular arrangement of that song that is in the trailer does not appear anywhere in the game, that it was only for that trailer. Sui's doing what they do best, being the entire circus in front of tons.
Oh, that killed me.
Now, I remember Fox was prolifically the, top tier pick, but also Falco was that did just the two of them in terms of high level play. From what I understand, it was really them, Marth, at least to my knowledge, as someone who is casual observer, those seemed like the big three really for Melee. And then I remember for Brawl that some places outright banned Meta Knight.
Yeah. The entire European and Spanish circuit, banned Meta Knight completely.
And there we go.
There we go. Now, the one last time. Let me do...
Sui's begging to play Mewtwo.
Fine, play Mewtwo. I will play Luigi. And then this is the last one I'm going to do.
I always loved that Luigi's sort of scuff kick taunt was actually a usable move. It was the only taunt in the game that could actually impact combat, do damage, did 1%, and would just sort of knock you up a little bit. But if it was something like a sudden death situation, it would still provide enough knockback to actually send someone off the screen.
Lamau. I really wanted to get good as Luigi, but Luigi was really hard to learn.
I never got good at wave dashing, but I looked it up once and they suggested specifically to use Luigi because his wave dash, as we see right there, is the slipperiest out of anything, and that if you were learning to use that technique, you were supposed to start with Luigi because it was that easy entry point, so to speak. But the fact that really the entirety of high-level competitive play revolved around, I will call it a glitch, at least in the sense that it was not intended programming, that It is a momentum variable failing to be reset. That is obviously not what the developers intended, but for what you have at that point in time, that you couldn't patch a GameCube game. So it's there, and it doesn't break the game, so it just sort of has to be allowed in high-level tournaments. And it became the cornerstone of competitive Melee. If you didn't know how to wave dash, you would not be able to make it in high-level tournaments.
I'm dead. I almost got a 4-stock. Damn. The funny thing about the wave dash is that in an interview from Sakurai back in 2002, people asked about the weird thing because they said, as Luigi, I slid really across when I air dodged into the floor. Is that normal? And Sakurai called this smooth landing. So it is an actual intended mechanic. It's just that
well, hold on, just because he saw the thing and decided to give it a name does not necessarily mean it was intended. That I do not believe that it was intentional design on Sakurai's part. I think he saw that and said, okay, if it's going to be a thing, we might as well have jargon for it. We might as well have something to refer to it as. But I do not take Sakurai's acknowledgement that, oh, this existed in the game. There's no documentation anywhere in the game, nor do I recall him or others
the only reason
commenting
why
on it in a way that I can see it being intentional design.
The only reason why I say it's intentional is because that they brought it back into Ultimate. It's not as significant, but you can still do it in Ultimate.
I can appreciate them seeing a bug and seeing the merits in its design and then actually adapting it. That there's plenty of instances, there's just inventions throughout history where a mistake, classic, the chocolate chip cookie was a mistake in that it wasn't supposed to come out of the oven that way. It was supposed to absorb into the dough and be a chocolate cookie. But then they had something good. They were like, okay, so let's try to actually do something with this. And I very much believe that after Melee, that what they did was intentional design, and that they realized that players did like it and that they would want it to be part of their continued Smash experience. But that for Melee in particular, it was not intentional.
I mean, the original 1.0 really, like the Melee made like 3 different versions. They have 1.0, they have 1.2, and they have 1.02. The version they use for competitive play is the last one, and then PAL, for whatever reason, released a 1.3 version, which just made Fox and Falco worse and gave some random buffs to like Kirby and Samus. And then from there, everyone was like, you know what? Let's just use this version of Melee. We're not gonna use PAL. PAL sucks. Yeah. But back to the subject for what was it? You said something about MTG a while ago. During
Magic. I like to play limited. You mentioned that you play Commander. I made some commentary about Marshall Sutcliffe commentary. You mentioned that you were interested in commentary for Smash Brothers potentially. Any of those threads?
So like the way that I stumbled into MTG was in college. I played a lot of Magic the Gathering, specifically Commander and Modern, with a lot of people there because that's all they did during their lunch hours. Which honestly was a lot more fun because we just hung out. I just hung out to college all day instead of just going home and then coming back to do the other classes. I started at first. I would go in, do my class, then leave, come back, and then I realized that's just wasting more gas. I ain't gonna do that. So I would stay there at the lunch, and I saw that these guys were just playing these card stuff. I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? And they were like, oh, this is Magic the Gathering. Like, oh shit, I haven't played Magic the Gathering before yet. I played Pokemon. Is it similar to that? And they're like, yeah, it's very similar. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I went to the store, got a couple of decks, couple of cards, got my ass kicked multiple times, and then I started learning that there's some cards that are some interesting cards like Omniscience and Cast Through Time and Enter the Infinite. I started learning about that stuff, and then I was like, oh well, I need these cards. And then I saw Narset was hexproof, and every time she attacks, she exiles the top 4 of her cards. And if they're not monsters or creatures, that is, you can just play them for free.
Is it Magic actually like Pokemon TCG? Absolutely not. Not even
Absolutely
close.
not.
They are
Not even close.
They are 2 of the most mechanically different card games on the market, I would actually say. They are... Pokemon TCG is very much... there are a couple that have some similar mechanics, but it's relatively out on an island. That there's a lot of games that take a lot of cues from Magic and Pokemon, despite being initially designed by Wizards of the Coast. Really, the only thing that they took from Magic and applied to Pokemon was the 1 resource per turn rule, and that you can only play 1 land per turn in Magic, and you can play 1 energy per turn in Pokemon.
Yep.
That's really it.
Yep. I think the game that plays probably a lot closer to Pokemon is probably Fire Emblem Cypher, but that's only because you have 2 fields similar to like Pokemon, where you have the active field and you have the back row field. Magic is like everything.
Yeah, there is the battlefield.
What? My brother took the controller, lost hockey and Melee again. Typical my brother. Oh my god. Yeah. My brother lost me in Melee. Yeah, next year gonna say, oh my god, he broke my controller. It was unplayable for me to. But no. What was I gonna say? Fire Emblem Cypher kind of plays like the lag was unbearable, dude. Cope, Seath Mauled. So Fire Emblem Cypher is basically like, it's like Pokemon, the TCG, but the thing is that you have cards that have bonds and synergy with each other. So whatever card you have like in the back row can also benefit the cards that are in the front row, and vice versa. And you can play these cards in a specific way that allows you to do more damage on the other player's battlefield. It has prize cards similar to Pokemon, where like if you get a Pokemon knocked out or whatever, you take a prize card, that sort of thing. It has a graveyard and exile pile. It has like some mechanics from Yu-Gi-Oh too, because you can have some cards where you put face down because you need it face down for whatever the bond is. And then you can sacrifice units to make other units stronger, stuff like that. It's really unfortunate because that game was only JP exclusive for the longest time. And I tried at one point to make an English release by making my own game of it, but it didn't. Nintendo sent me a DMCA, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't want to mess with that.
Well,
yeah.
Now, was it a DMCA or was it a C&D?
It was a DMCA copyright notice twice. And it was because I was using artwork, because it was artwork from Fire Emblem Cypher that they did not like. I can probably show you what their cards look like, because the art is really, really good for a TCG, in my opinion. Let me see if I can find
While you're pulling that up,
here.
The way I wound up getting into Magic, I first played Magic sometime either in late elementary or early middle school from one particular friend, but just I had these momentary interactions like at summer camps that I would be taught to play, borrow someone's cards, give them back, and then there wasn't anybody in my neighborhood that played Magic, so I just never really picked it up. But that I had these these touch points with it over the years where I knew how combat worked. I knew what lifelink was, death touch. I knew, flying, all of the evergreen mechanics, but just never really got into it. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! In a casual environment, basically from 4th grade up until college. Didn't play in college, and then after college, I moved for work and was trying to find local things to do, and tried to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! And realized I didn't really enjoy high-level play, but also my area didn't have much high-level play for Yu-Gi-Oh! To begin with. So that was a bit of a wash.
One of the wine cards art as my Steam P.
And a friend of mine had been getting into Magic and suggested that I do, and I was like, I don't want to do deck building that I've seen everything, even from Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh!, and I'm vaguely aware of high-level Magic and that it's just degenerate at a point.
Oh, yeah.
And that I didn't have interest in buying into a card game and having to, worry about playing against really toxic strategies, whatever. And he said, there's this thing called draft. And that was it for me. I adore draft as a format. Yes, there is a bit of variance. 95% of limited play, I would argue, is higher skill than constructed play. Between what you have to do and how you have to be aware in the draft phase of the actual play, the actual act of drafting, knowing strategies, card evaluation, being able to change those evaluations in real time, and then the fact that the matches are going to be so different, that constructed decks are built to be consistent, and that you have your thing that you're trying to do. You know what your goal is, and it's just getting your cards to do the thing that they're supposed to do to win, and hoping your opponent doesn't interrupt them. Limited decks don't have that level of synergy, so it ends up being every card matters. The whole thing of limited resources being the name of that podcast is the whole strategy of it, and being able to use the limited resources you have more efficiently than your opponent, as opposed to, okay, it's pseudo-solitaire and who drew their winning hand. That is some nice art. That is some nice art.
this is some of the art that they did for Fire Emblem Cypher that I really, really like. This is one of the last sets, the card sets. So basically what they did is they got every single lord from the Fire Emblem series and they made like a huge line collage of all the cards. So basically this sword will lean into another card, and then their stuff will lean into another card, and so forth. But it's like really, really pretty, right? This kind of stuff is what I really, really liked, because it's very easy to understand and read, that kind of sort of stuff. And this game is great, but the problem is that Fire Emblem Heroes was around at the same time, and it became a thing where, well, if Fire Emblem Heroes exists, there's no reason to have these around anymore.
Just redundant, almost cannibalistic business vertical there. I
had some like I was gonna make like a full game out of this at some point.
What you need to do is you can still make a game that is legally distinct IP, and just not use name images of Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I could do that, but then that's not the point that I was going for.
That's fair.
I had like all the different world maps. I had like artwork for like cutscenes, stuff like this.
Oh, you made cutscenes?
Yeah, like actual like cutscene stuff like this. And we had like a full-blown animation from the beginning,
building up an entire freestanding digital version
of a game. Yeah. Like, let me see if I can find the
maybe
opening.
The play now is like, this is to borrow a colloquial phrase from Magic the Gathering, Magical Christmas Land. In Magical Christmas Land, you approach Nintendo with this now and say, okay, the original card game does not exist anymore. You can either reboot the card game or make a new card game with essentially similar mechanics and maybe a tweak here and there, but that here is my pitch for just, this is a sizzle reel. This is a game pitch for one of what is now a
Nintendo's biggest franchise.
It is a tentpole franchise for them, which it was not when the original card game came out, which is really why it didn't get released stateside. Nowadays, they would have. And I'll be honest, I think the TCG market, especially after the past 3 years, is overly saturated. It's always been saturated, but right now it is probably the most overly saturated it's been in probably since Pokemon came out. That right after Pokemon, there was a slew of games that tried to capitalize on its success, and really the only one that actually got true traction was Yu-Gi-Oh! And with the growth of the TCG market, especially over the pandemic, that a whole bunch of games have tried to come in and capitalize, plus Wizards of the Coast has not been getting a lot of positive reviews from the community, and a lot of game designers who have loved Magic have taken that as sort of their opportunity to go to market with these other games trying to capitalize on people that are leaving Magic. Magic's going to be fine. That it is a very vocal minority that is displeased, but while I'm not worried about Magic, I will say that the other folks going to market at that point are smart, because all you need is that vocal minority to go to your game and become that foundation for your game for it to then later scale and be successful.
Some people are already mentioning, like, just make a Hololive fan game, card game, whatever, instead of Fire Emblem.
They already have one.
They already exist. They already have a card game. They also have Hololive Cure, which I already tried making a version of that too with my own friends, and then I found out that HoloCure exists, and I was like, oh, well, this is exactly what I was doing.
First to market.
Yeah, like here, I can show you some of the sprites that I was working on for that.
Well, maybe what you do is, this is much easier than approaching Nintendo. Maybe you approach the HoloCure folks and be like, hey, do you want help? That it's still just a fan game. It's non-monetized. They got the clearances to release it on Steam recently, which is frankly a big deal, and I think it's very admirable of Cover Corp to, actually allow this to exist and to let it go on major platforms, because goodness knows Nintendo would never allow that.
Yeah, here's some sprites that
see that you also have.
We have made.
Love it.
There's a couple of other people in here that are friends of mine that I wanted to make with the game, and I think it would be really cool because like this is all in the same style too. Like we made it specifically in the same style of HoloCure so that it looks 1-to-1, but I never got the project off the ground because I got busy, and then I realized there's a bunch of stuff there that is a lot. Is HoloCure moddable? I have no idea. The thing is that I know that it's not an open source game, so it's like it's not something that I could just pop open, change the sprites, and then rebuild it. So it's like one of those sorts of like issues where, like, because originally what I was gonna do is I was gonna make my own version, but with guns that you can shoot wherever you want, and it was gonna have like zombie related stuff. Like I was gonna have like zombies, and like you have to like it would have multiplayer, and you would be able to play with up to 6 different people in a squad against like a zombie horde. But that never got off its feet. I kind of just put it in the back burner, just left it there. Still something I want to do, like absolutely, but I don't think I'm gonna ever have the time for it. It's like a twin stick shooter that is kind of like Vampire Survivor. Like you need to pick up like ammunition to reload. You need to like left it there along with me being fucking defeated in melee. What? Okay. Anyways, you would have to refill your ammo every round, that sort of thing. It was a little bit more elaborate than just shoot and win sort of gameplay. which I kind of preferred in my opinion, because
Yeah.
it's just like, oh well,
Half
this
the point of
seems
Vampire
really
Survivor is that it is a single input game direction, and HoloCure doubled that by enabling strafing, which I do think was a good play. But also I'm trying to think if there were any specifically directional based things in original Vampire Survivors that would have made strafing even required, and I don't think
So a top-down version of Killing Floor. Yes. Essentially a top-down version of Killing Floor. That is probably the most accurate description you can give it.
Yeah, so I know there isn't strafing in Vampire Survivors, but I'm not thinking back. I don't think there are any weapons that are impacted by mouse placement and would have therefore required strafing.
I'd play a top-down twin stick Killing Floor. Yeah.
God, I sank so many hours into Vampire Survivors. I was watching. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kieran.
Yes.
The Red Panda VTuber. I think she was actually episode 50, like on the dot.
Oh my god.
That one. And she was the first person I saw playing Vampire Survivors, and it was within 10 days of that it was everywhere, that she just happened to be a bit early on that train. And I actually recommended that game to the director of Child's Play Charity during the 2nd anniversary charity marathon, because I've been fortunate enough to have them on for both marathons, and they were talking about different games that are good for patients. That if you have someone who is under a lot of stress because they have an upcoming surgery, you don't want to give them Mario Kart, because that is high sensory, noise, speed, reaction times. That is, even if fun, going to actually, that's going to bring up your blood pressure. That's going to add stress, even if only subconsciously. You want to give that patient Minecraft. You want to give that patient Animal Crossing, something that is low pressure, calming, a bit more freeform. On the other hand, if you have a patient who just finished their surgery and is in pain all over, then you give them Mario Kart. Then you give them something super high intensity, because all
so
the
they don't feel it. Yeah,
distracts the brain, and it becomes
distracts
something
the brain.
Obviously, some might still be taking different medications to help with the pain, but that it can greatly help. And especially if medication is, starting to wear off and you're between doses, that it literally distracts the brain. But there was just, comments of, okay, how often do you add ones to the list? And I thought of Vampire Survivors, and I said, this is a super high intensity game a la Mario Kart that is, it is graphically simple. You can install this on any machine. You can install this on a Chromebook probably. It's going to be fine. It'll run. It's very, very low tech.
It's got the same level as running Doom on just about anything.
In terms of content, there are pseudo creepy monsters. There's no gore. They show axes. There's no, blood. There's nothing objectionable about it. That as long as the parent doesn't think that the concept of a vampire is demonic and is going to object to that you're fine. And that it's something, if a kid has broken one or even both of their hands, if they have mittens on, you can play that game.
They can still play, yeah.
And it hit me, that's a big thing, because I'd be willing to bet there's a number of kids in hospitals that are being served by folks like Child's Play or Extra Life or these other places that can't actually benefit very often, because, well, usually you need two hands to play a game, or at the very least one that is going to be fully functional. And Vampire Survivors, you don't. So
it's why I like Microsoft's adaptive controller. They have this thing where it has like touchpad, like really large touchpads, and like they have like the normal buttons at the bottom, but like there's also these buttons that are haptic, where they can, like, some of them can be like a button press by just barely touching it because of heat. Some of them is like the giant track pads where you can move like your nubs or whatever, and you can easily do the moves there. You can have voice commands, you can have sound commands where you just say something, and then the the button would be pressed.
Mm-hmm.
You can clap, you can do, it's like that controller is like really, really cool. Like I think that is like a very like useful way and market to supply hospitals, but also supply like places for these children who don't have exactly like either the same motor skills or even like the ability to use their hands properly or their feet or anything like that, but they could still enjoy a game at some level the same way that I can play a game with a normal controller.
So I tell the gentleman, his name is Travis, and he's so the executive director of Child's Play, about this, and he was on Marathon. That was January 15th. January 25th, so 10 days later, I get an email from him. Jay, Vampire Survivor has become an obsession in my house now. I am playing it, and so is my youngest son. I'm not sure if I should be thanking you for bringing it to our attention or mad at you about it, but I thought either way you should know.
That's good. I'm glad.
So
that's really good.
I'm looking forward to the 3rd anniversary charity marathon and hearing just how deep down that rabbit hole folks went, and hoping that I may have actually been able to provide a suggestion that gets added to the Child's Play. They have a sort of a catalog, a list that they give to hospitals that I'm not sure how familiar you are with Child's Play charity, but they are they actually were the first charity that was organized specifically to provide games to hospitals, but then over the years they now actually fund full-time positions for game technicians to not only manage the tech at different facilities, but also to sometimes, be player 2 for a kid, but they also collect data on which games are good, which ones are able to have that impact on patients. And while they don't have this position at every facility they service, because they work with over 200 facilities, hospitals, and domestic violence shelters across the world, they fund a couple positions a year for 2 years, and then they have a 100% conversion rate that at the end of those 2 years, when the grant ends, every facility that has had that grant then hired the game tech full-time on their own payroll, because after 2 years they understood the value of it. But that even the places that don't have a game tech, they always provide, their database of information. These are good games. These are the ones that, we've provided you with said list of games. Give these games to these patients. Don't give these games to those patients, etc. And I'm hoping that Vampire Survivor has made it into that list.
So you reminded me of another big reason I got into speedrunning, and it was because of this other player that played a game called ℂ𝕠𝕤𝕪𝕤 Reverie Under the Moonlight. He did an 80% intense speedrun of it, and his username is called Half Coordinated. And the reason for this is he's got, I don't know whether it's a disability or a disease that prevents him from using the other half of his body. One half of his body cannot be used at all. And he speedrunned ℂ𝕠𝕤𝕪 on the hardest difficulty, which means that if you get hit, you die instantly. And it's a Dark Souls Metroidvania game. And he played it on the hardest difficulty with one hand on an Xbox controller. And he has a speech at the end of that at a GDQ where he goes into detail about how hard it was for him growing up, about how people would treat him differently and treat him that he is not better than anybody or anything like this, or he's not as good as other people. And he has used his speedrun specifically to teach people that no matter what you have going on in your life, you can still turn out to be better tomorrow, and you can still do something great the following day. So he is a type of person that it does not matter that he is disabled. He doesn't care that he's disabled. He doesn't have anything to prove to people or anything. The only thing that he is proving is that he is still who he still is. And I think that's important because a lot of people get lost. A lot of people get lost and just trying to discover themselves. And yet there's this one person that I just happened to come off, like randomly just come by, and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen this game in a while. I didn't know there was speedruns. This dude just comes in, speedruns it like nothing, and just has like this huge long-winded speech. And it's just inspiring. I don't, you know. Can I tell you a pickup line, please?
Do so at your own so I actually have to ask you, Aki, is Jelly Beans Broda someone from your chat?
No.
No?
No. But I want to hear the pickup line
do
so I
so
can
at your peril, Jelly Beans Broda. Know that my cursor is over the ban button.
Go ahead. I want to hear it. What's so great? What's the big pickup line? Pleading. I need to know. Wait, they have the audio muted. How the hell do they can hear us?
No,
they have the icon that says "You're so sweet, you're giving me a toothache." Oh. It's like a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10.
Yeah, that's a 6 out of 10 compliment.
I spare you the ban hammer this day. But...
tame enough. Tame enough. It's not weird. It's not creepy. Yeah. Like I've had people. Oh man, there's some weird people that come into my chat sometimes.
There's weird folks that come into every chat. The only ones that have been unfortunate for me is there was one time where somebody came in. I don't even remember what the comment was, but it was just. It seemed really mean and antagonistic, and I banned the person. And then the guest said, "No, wait, that's one of my mods." They were making an inside joke that to me, the outside third party who just, I make a point to be in people's streams before I invite them to be on the show.
No.
And usually I will remember a mod or two's name, but not necessarily all of them. And that it was just. They were like, no, they were just messing with me, and that I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, unban them. We were all cool, but that's why whenever I see a case like that, it's like, okay, I need to know how to approach this. Is this a regular from the guest chat? Is this a mod? Is this some known quantity?
That's like if Baldur came in here and started insulting me right off the bat, and I'll be like, no, that's on par.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't tell my Twitch community that my throwing system is on. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet.
Oh, thank goodness they don't know. Also, Anime Fantasy reminds me of Gamers Outreach. Yeah, obviously I had that big speech about Child's Play. There are many fantastic, legitimate gaming charities out there. Gamers Outreach ran their VTuber SummerSlam and raised, I think, some $800,000, and that's stellar. There is more than enough room out here for multiple gamer charities. Child's Play was the first. I'm glad they were not the last.
Can I tell your friend? Okay.
Jellybean, this is the last one, and I'm letting you do this because we got a little bit of content out of you with the other story, but I will also say that it is, generally speaking, poor form to go into a chat and have your first time message be, "Can I tell you a pickup line?" Most people will not be as patient with you as we have been.
Yeah, that's very true. Can I tell your friend a pickup line?
I assume they mean me, so yes, go ahead.
Probably you or probably me, either one.
Not
I don't care.
There's a second pickup line incoming.
Can I follow you where you're going? Because my parents always told me to follow my dream.
I appreciate the different text font for dreams.
That's pretty good. I think they're just here to make a laugh. I don't think
so, which is but I'll say that's your last pickup line for today, Jelly Beans, but welcome on in. It could have been worse. Also, Kyle Gain 133, thank you for the follow. That was like 20 minutes ago. I missed that. So sorry about that.
Tame enough times 2.
Yes, indeed.
During all of that talk, I had my rainbow effect, and I got thrown with a couple of items. So
yeah, some folks went pretty wild in that you have quite the suite of chat redeems, and I know that you
I
contributed
do,
a couple
yeah.
to Ren, who just I'm always a fan of when someone enables chaos in their stream, and I think one of the coolest things that someone can do on Twitch, and one of the things that Twitch is just like that. It's only a pity that you couldn't actually hear the sound for that, because that's half of what makes that.
Oh yeah.
One of the things that YouTube has yet to implement, which I think is, until they do so, they will not be able to overtake Twitch as a content streaming platform, which is the redeems, because not only the basic ones, you have the hydrate, the posture check and whatnot, the cute basic ones, but people who have been able to either gamify their redeems or what you do, you give chat this array of tools with which... Okay, I heard that one.
Yeah, you should hear that one. That scared you, didn't it?
But
sorry.
Just giving them those tools, these funny little things that are amusing enough on their own, but if you have a chat that is able to have good timing, that they're able to add to the hilarity, and that just you as the streamer, the performer, are able to play off of them, and that some of the best moments are the ones that have that combination of, okay, either something happened on stream and chat knew when to pull the trigger on this particular redeem, or just there have been times, I know I got a good clip of Ren one time where everything just was being redeemed at once, and they had, I think, created some probably 8 to 10 time looping mirrors of themselves.
Yeah. And they're like, yes,
It's happening.
Yes,
It's too late.
It's happening. Yes, and it just keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps going. Like one of the redeems that I really like. This is the very first redeems. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. This is not my channel, you silly. This is not my channel. Get out of here. Shoo. There are some good ones. You could pull the Donkey Kong Country clip with the Wii menu. Oh yeah, as soon as I got hit by an enemy, somebody brought up the Wii reset, and it was really funny. But I want to show you the first redeem that was ever made, and that was the Wario Slam. This one got upgraded recently, but this one, basically Wario appears on the right side, and he does something a little silly.
Wario.
There he is.
Here we go. Have a rotten day.
Beautiful.
And then I come back eventually. Yep. And then we have the You're Cute, which I believe is just the Minecraft thing of me just coming out. And I think I put a sign that just says You're Cute or something. And then I teabag on the floor or whatever. Or the times you timed Wario Slam with the plushie mode, which is insane. There's the blue shell, which I like a lot.
Very nice.
We have, head pat the chat doggo. Yeah, good.
Do you
we
know
have
what the first game that the Master Hand appeared in was?
the first game the Master Hand appeared in.
Oh, Captain Coco Charms. Hello, folks. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Thanks for the raid. Hi.
I'm
Hello.
Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with Aki, and she was actually just showing off some of her very unique chat redeems.
Yeah. I have this one that I really like. This one's called Kamek. So basically, Kamek swoops in, and he does different effects. Sometimes he'll like transform the screen a little bit, or make me upside down, or make me black and white.
Just a random effect.
Just a random effect. Yep. And then it goes back to my main scene, so that's why I have to switch back to VTuber room. And then we have this one. This is the best one. This is my pupper, my baby boy. The little baby Bab.
So beautiful. So
yes. Good. If we ever see anything cursed or I say something cursed, we put this up. I just we need to cleanse the eyes, remove. Yeah.
Also, I'm probably not doing it justice because the screen is a bit cropped right now. But most of it appeared.
Yeah, most of it will appear. Ricky, or as I like to call him, Captain Ricard.
Very nice. Very nice.
We have Game Over, which we have the Mario one, which is just a little Goomba that appears, and then I die. And then I need to make new ones.
In that game?
I've not put myself in Mario World, no.
I mean, you've got the sprite right there.
I did make that myself, yeah. And then this one I did Zelda.
Did you appreciate the hearts or paw prints?
Yeah, I'm surprised you noticed that because 9 times out of 10 everyone's like, wait, are the hearts paw prints? I was like, yeah.
So you said the Wario one was the first one that you ever made?
Yes.
And did you animate that yourself, or did you find the asset somewhere and then hook up?
So the original one was animated by myself using sprites. This version is a fully animated one from an animator that I know. It's the same animator that they made the Kamek.
Ah, okay.
And then I like we have we have this one. And then I die in the Peter Griffin death pose. That's when I say something that Nintendo doesn't want me to find out, and they're like, oh no. And this is the one that I've got people with this one. Like, actually, like, some people clicked off my stream thinking that my stream crashed because of this one.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Oop, I guess stream's over, folks. Bye.
Something very bad happened. You should be careful of quashes. Yeah, but it's this part where people get confused because they're like, wait, that's real. I'm like, no, it's not. I've been really tempted to just click the stop streaming button during that happening and see if one of these times it's gonna happen. Hearing the brawl music makes me feel so nostalgic right now. Oh yeah. Oh, and then I guess we have this one that's been animated. It's just because some people like bonk the streamer or bonk the chat, but I've never seen a redeem where we actually bonk the screen. So like,
oh, please tell me it cracks.
Yes. It cracks.
Oh, and the you died. Okay, very nice. The you died one I generally associate with duper.
Yeah, you died. Hammer broke. Yeah,
that's
because the hammer breaks.
Yeah, duper's you died sweet is really up there.
Yeah, you died sweet. I also have like I can transform myself with the metal cap. Or yeah, there we go.
And did you just teach yourself how to do these along the way? That I haven't even asked. How did you get into programming? Because obviously you've done a fair bit in terms of getting yourself into games with the different mods and doing all this. I do not know much about programming. I took a single year of Java in high school. I took a bit of C++ for It was C++ in BASIC with applications for Excel in business school. If you give me a block of code, I can probably read through it and make a very educated guess on what it does. In terms of actually writing code, I am entirely inept. I don't know the difference between different coding systems. I know a amount of coding logic. So I'm not actually sure how similar coding these redeems versus coding in terms of getting yourself into games is. Are they similar at all?
So I started off programming stuff for like websites. I used to do a lot of stuff with like some Zelda websites and some other Nintendo related ones a long time ago. And that slowly transferred over to some of the other stuff. I don't really do like a massive hands-on like hexadecimal or anything like that needs like significant changes. When I have like a thing like, for instance, like the color palette changes for like certain ROMs or whatever, that's where I usually kind of like talk to Shen, who's my boyfriend, and he kind of helps me with that because he's an iOS developer, so he knows a lot more than I would. So it's like kind of like back and forth with like consulting him about, hey, what do I do in this instance? Like, how do I get this color palette to appear perfectly fine and not actually affect this other color palette? And most of the time it was like splicing the color palettes so that they are generated in separate areas of the game rather than having it generate where it normally would be. It still makes it compatible.
Complex of
it is
a source.
It is because the thing is about the Pokemon games, it makes it easier because those are already like decomped and open source, so you could place code wherever you want. And usually if you wrote it in a way that is something that the base of the core can understand,
if
it will be fine.
If it doesn't create a full-on error, it will still compile, and
it will still compile.
You're more likely to have an issue where your code doesn't work as intended than having your code completely break the game.
Yep. Those instances make it easier because those are the most well documented. Games that are not well documented, where I have to consult someone completely different and not my boyfriend, are like games like Ocarina of Time, for example, where I had to consult somebody who can do a few things in Blender so that it's built correctly in the FBX. Because if I have it just slightly, just a little teeny weeny slightly off, the game just blows up. The game's just like, no. And then at that point, it's like, that didn't tell me anything. That didn't tell me what I did wrong. It's just like, well, too bad. Skill issue. Get better. I feel bad for like all the programmers back in the day, dude. Like, they probably had to deal with this shit where none of the stuff would tell them what they did wrong, and they're like, oh, well, I don't know what to do. Yeah,
just the fact that
awful.
Computing got off the ground is in some ways more impressive than computing innovations we have today. The going to something from nothing, from binary code, zeros and ones, and that somehow they realized they could make it work, and they did.
Programmers back in the day did a little thing called fuck around and find out.
I mean, that's basically still programming today, but back in that day, it was just on paper. Think about the concept of a computer in its most basic form of, okay, we've got a lot of ones and zeros, and that the machine is going to read the combinations of these ones and zeros, and it's going to do things. That
it does things, all right.
So the ones and zeros appear on screen. No. None of these ones and zeros appear anywhere on the screen. The ones and zeros go through this chip and these wires, and then see this TV monitor here, that it's going to actually display other stuff according to those zeros and ones. Sounds like witchcraft.
Oh, it does. Absolutely, it does. But then when you break it down into pieces in a way that somebody could possibly piece together and understand, it makes it sound less crazy when you read it off that way. But if you just kind of like yeah, we just punch a bunch of numbers, put it in here, and it pops up over there, and you're like, what?
Yeah, and that,
I can
back
see.
in the day
Yeah.
when people did not understand the concepts, that the concepts I feel nowadays are simpler because they have been refined in that there are so many building blocks that we have, and that, yes, still fuck around and find out, absolutely, but now we have all these blocks that we get to build cool things with, whereas they were building blocks.
Yeah. I agree. There's a lot of like things to programming that I feel like a lot of people tend to not understand, where they're like, oh, well,
I don't understand. Like I said, I'm not very good at it.
I think some people get into programming thinking they're like, oh, well, I'll just put everything in ChatGPT, it'll be fine. I'm like, no. Nice try though, but no. You can't just AI generate everything and then hope for the best. That's not going to compute correctly. The thing about ChatGPT is that it can generate some scripts that'll work exactly what you need, but if you try to combine scripts, nope, it's not gonna work. Not one bit. But yeah, like some of the things that come to like hacking myself in games, like some of them are texture packs. Some of them are like full-on mod, like where it's a model swap, texture swap, everything. Some of them are sprite swaps. It really depends. Like some of them, I kind of want to just make it so that like some games it just requires like just inject, and at that point you don't have to worry about whether you have the right version of the game or whatever. It's just right then and there. But the problem is that most games, especially classic games, are not built that way. So you can't get away with that.
What do you think is the single most difficult thing you've had to program for your streams, whether it be a game or a particular redeem?
Probably. Oh, that's a hard question. Trying to get certain something. I want to be real. I feel like audio interfaces are always the problem that I have programming and getting stuff correctly. I always have audio troubles, whether it's through the microphone or my capture card will show the footage of the game, but then the audio is not there, and I'm like,
but why?
Where? But why? But why? You know, so I feel like that's the big hurdle that I have, because when I did my debut, my second debut, which is this model, I got to stream for 4 hours until my internet decided to kill itself and said, no, you're not allowed to. So that sucked. And then the whole week and a half afterwards, I had nothing but tech issues. Whether I couldn't get a game running, or my microphone would stop working, or OBS would crash in the middle of stream, stuff like that. And it really hit me hard in the motivation thing. Like, I feel like the month of June was the worst. Like, I felt so miserable. I was at a point where, like, I don't think this is going to work out if this continues, because it shouldn't be doing this stuff. I had OBS. OBS deleted every single redeem that I had at one point.
Oh my gosh.
And I spent 13 hours reprogramming everything.
Oh, so you didn't have you had none of this backed up anywhere, so it was just...
That's the best part. I had it backed up. I tried to use the backup. Corrupted. Thanks, OBS. Very cool.
Also, Takuya, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, I was not happy. Was not happy at all. And it was really hard, because like my goals, like I don't want to be some big super famous person. I don't really care for that. What I do care for is allowing other people to have a good time and relax and rest. But I also still want to have something that I know that I've succeeded at something, right? So I just want the little purple check mark, and I'll be on my way. right? I don't need anything else. Like YouTube comes around, gives me partner, I'll be like, okay, that's cool. I did not ask, but that's cool. If like Twitter decides to give me the check mark for God knows what reason for free, I'll be like, okay, sure. Did not ask, you know. But again, my main goals are just to be entertaining and give like a space for people to just chillax. That's pretty much it. Like, I'm not really here to be like some huge thing. Like none of the money I earn from Twitch goes to me. It either goes to Ricky or it goes to other content creators. I never pocket anything. A lot of the stuff, like the only reason I have affiliate is because I just want the emotes, because otherwise I have to use like a third party and not a lot of people have those established. So it's like, okay, well, that's kind of lame. So I have that only for that, and any other times it's just either like donating gift subs to other people or directly to help them out. Like some people like want this like stream deck or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just get that for you. Like just because I see somebody who's struggling and they need it for their content creation, it's something that I want to do. I'm willing to help out other people. Unfortunately, there are some people that often see that as I hate using the word privileged, because while I consider that my position is slightly that, it tends to give a lot of people a negative impression. I try to just go out and help anybody. Like sometimes I will pop in a stream, say, hey, hope you have a wonderful stream, drop some gift subs and then leave. But then there are some people who look at that and see that I'm trying to get closer to like big content creators or something like that. And that's never my intention. So it's just, I don't know. I just think that's just it's kind of sucky. I've always kind of just went with the groove and my standard of I just want to help people and make other people happy, that sort of thing. I grew up really poor. So I grew up with literally nothing. And I've grown with the morals of if you are willing to give the shirt off your back to somebody, someone is willing to maybe do back you in kind. It's not a requirement though that they should, but there's a possibility that somebody will treat you the same as you treat others. And that's how I kind of go with. I'm not looking for that as an expectation though. Like just because I go in and give like something to somebody, that doesn't mean I expect them to give me something back. I don't need that. I just want to make sure that other people are having fun doing content creation and enjoying themselves.
Yeah. No, I can very much identify with that. Vtuber Talk literally does not exist without the guests. I painted myself into a corner by definition. My entire brand, my entire channel, everything that I do is dependent on the kindness and generosity of others, even if, because time is incredibly valuable, that to take time out of your day to be on my show for however long, regardless of if that is time that you could have spent on your own channel, getting subs, working on your own content, playing a game on your own, sleeping, doing any number of other things that my goal, very similar to yours, is just everything for me is the guest experience. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love chat. I am eternally grateful to anyone who decides to show up in chat. Chat for me is always secondary to the guest. Because at the end of the day, if a guest can come on my show and at the end of the show say that they had a good time, that means that I've succeeded as a host. That's everything to me. That's the only thing that matters to me. That
absolutely,
if a guest is willing to come on the show and speak into the void with me for however many hours, nobody shows up, but they still have a good time, that means I did something right. That I am at least able to pay them in a good time. The ideal, the hope is that maybe someday numbers are significant and that when I invite people on, I can say, hey, you can come on the show and hopefully you'll get a couple new eyes on you. And I very much recognize that probably 80% of the people who tune in on any given night are folks that are regulars of my guest who are here to see them, and I'm totally happy with that. I am grateful for that. I'm super happy I'm able to provide that good time for the fans, for the regulars of your chat, to be able to just see you perhaps in a bit more of a casual environment when you're not having to worry about it, running the show. Maybe I can get an extra story or two out of you that they haven't heard before. That whenever I can surprise chat, that's one of the other times I feel like I've succeeded. If I can get the guest to talk about something that they love that their regulars didn't know about. And I've gotten to do that a couple times. It is a rare thing. It's not something I'm able to get every show, but that's a really special thing.
It's like a it's like how I say with like someone asked me, why do I always start my streams with just chatting? And I do it mostly because it gives the opportunity for anyone who tunes in early to get to know me on a much more viewer to streamer basis. Because when I'm playing the game, there's less likely a chance for me to have like personal conversation with, right? So the first hour and a half or so is a good time around there for anyone to just talk about the day, talk about like silly little subjects or like anything that comes to mind. Like this is around the prime time where you should ask questions or things that I could answer, that some people like you can ask my opinion about certain things, and I would probably tell you a lot more thoroughly than I would if I were playing a game, right?
Yeah.
Because my focus is split between reading chat and playing the game, and doing that and reacting to the chat as I'm playing the game, or reacting to the game and then reacting to chat. But in the just chatting segment, sort of like this, it's very much I'm talking to not necessarily a void, but I'm talking to a audience of some sort in front of me. And this audience can typically pick or choose any sort of subject, any sort of topic that they want me to talk about, and they will, you know, thrive back opinions and topics as you go.
I genuinely think that's just, not only is it a fun way to start things, a more casual way to start things, I think it's actually, you know, the optimal way to start things. That there's a lot of people who do that nowadays, and I feel like it has become more common over the past year and a half in particular to do the just chatting for anywhere from 20 to 90 minutes really, and it varies from person to person, but most do that nowadays. And I think for the reasons that you just outlined, that it is a really good way to do things, because it does allow that more personal interaction. It lets people filter in, and it also provides you a chance to have those conversations, but then also create a more deliberate separation. When you're playing the games, that you can still react, but you're not necessarily going to have the full-on conversations.
Yeah. I think, like Baldur just said, there are some people who tweet Twitch and YouTube like everyday TV, where they just switch between channels over and over and over again. Versus if somebody who is a lifetime watcher, been there for like a couple of months or so, it's a very nice way to get your chat to kind of wind down, relax, sort of like, especially after the day, because I stream at 6 p.m. That's around the prime time people are getting off work, they're tired, they want to just relax. They want to relax and have a bunch of good laughs. I think that is mostly my goal, is just to ensure that the viewers who come into my chat can experience that over and over and over again. A relaxing time to enjoy themselves and have fun. Like, there is a personal connection during the just chatting segments, but then when you lead on to the gaming segments, you can still feel that connection's there because you took time to actually talk to the streamer during that segment. The just chat, like just chatting, I think is very important, and I feel like a lot of people miss out on it because some people are worried, like, oh, well, it's just me sitting there and just me talking. No one's gonna listen to that. You'd be surprised. I had a black screen because I had Kingdom Hearts. Like, I was playing Kingdom Hearts on the PC version, right? I had Kingdom Hearts on the PC version. The game crashed my VTube Studio crashed. My whole GPU crashed, but the stream was still on. The stream, the OBS was still on. It was
somehow survived.
OBS somehow survived, but my entire GPU crashed, and it was nothing but a black screen and my microphone. I had 60 people in that chat.
Congrats, you're a radio host.
I had 60 people in that stream. I got everything back and working within 20 minutes. During the entire 20 minutes, I was just making noises and goofing off and having a good time, and people were still there. It does not matter what you actually put on the screen. People care about your personality. They care about who you are as a person, and they want that, right? Now, I'm not saying that some people want like girlfriend boyfriend experience videos and stuff like that. Not that. I think they just want like somebody that they can confide in and find relatable, which everyone has a story. Everyone has a tale to give. So there's always something that somebody will tell you, and you may or may not find it relatable. It's debatable, you know? But in that instance, I realized that I just had 20 minutes of a black screen and nobody gave a shit. Like, yeah, maybe it's a little disappointing that like there was no gameplay, there was no model, nothing. But it was funny. It was just funny and having a good time and just whatever. And people liked that. They like you.
When that happens,
Yeah.
It's almost a special event unto itself, because obviously
Exactly.
something has gone wrong here. Very few people are going to go live with nothing. That even the folks who don't use a face cam, don't use a model, and are just gameplay, maybe even with no voice, will at least have their gameplay. I obviously am one of the few who have no model, no camera at all, but I'm still a voice, but I still have visuals up here, that there's still something on the screen. I do not know of anybody who deliberately goes live with 0 assets and just does a actual radio broadcast.
I used to know somebody who would just put like a PNG of themselves in the right hand corner and just have nothing but a black screen unless somebody sends them a video.
Well, that's still non-zero at that point. At least you have something.
Right. There's something on it, but they still did good. Like they still have people that show up.
Yep, the personality, like you were saying, is unless you are a high-level player, like one of the highest-level players in a given game, you are not likely to succeed on a streaming platform as a well, I should rephrase. You won't succeed on Twitch as a content creator if you have no voice or other assets other than the game, unless you're one of the best players of that game in the world. That if you're a high-level League of Legends player, and, you know, if you're LCS, somebody doing scrimmages, that yes, you can stream, you can go live and have nothing, and you will have people watch you because you are top class in your game. You could probably do that with chess. But if you aren't that high level, you have to have something else.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I think, like, Smokey says that I'm, like, the master of filling dead air. I will be a little bit more modest and say that I do sometimes. There are some times where there's downtime where I struggle to keep momentum in a talking aspect, especially when I'm playing a game. And that's why I kind of have developed this, like, philosophy of when I stream, I don't look at the view count. 2, I don't care if anybody's typing or not in the chat. I treat it like a live Let's Play. Are you familiar with like Let's Plays?
I'm not that old that I don't know what a Let's Play is. Or rather, I should rephrase it. I'm not that young that I don't know what a Let's Play is.
Okay. So you're familiar that like it's just somebody who is playing a game and they're talking about just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how I treat it. And if somebody reacts to what I'm saying, I typically will read the message off. I will typically read the message off because I also consider people who are just listening.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not watching the stream. They're not watching.
Speaking, under 0.25% of viewers chat. Or sorry, not 0.25%. Under 25% of viewers, under 1/4 of viewers chat.
Yep. And one of the things that I got a compliment on I think like a month ago was that somebody said the really nice thing about your streams is that I can turn the video off and I can still understand what's happening. And I'm like, that's really cool. Because like if you can imagine what's going on in your head by just listening nothing but pure audio, that's actually really cool. Like I think that's impressive.
Certainly,
That somebody
can that, you know, I bounce around to a lot of streams. One, just because I legitimately enjoy seeing different people. I try and keep up with past guests, but I also have to be on the lookout for new folks. That I don't invite people on my show simply because, oh, I see they have numbers, or oh, I see they have a cool model. Yes, a cool model will probably get me to click on your stream, but if I click on your stream and then there is 30 seconds of dead air, I'm going to be gone by the 31st second. I can guarantee you that.
yeah. I have this thing called when somebody asked me for VTuber advice, I wrote these like little guides a long time ago. I really want to make like a video format of all those guides because I think it would help people significantly, especially the smaller streamers. I know the smaller streamers suffer from this significantly. There is a thing that I like to call uptime and downtime. Your uptime is when you have chat messages that you should respond to and you are playing the game, and your uptime is around this time where there's nothing going on in the game. There's dialogue, there's all this other stuff going on that's not necessarily important, or like you're just grinding for levels, or you're moving from point A to point B and there's nothing going on. Then you have the segment where it's the downtime in the game, and the downtime is you're not looking at chat necessarily as much. You're only commenting and reacting to what's happening in the game because what's going on is a scene of some sort. It's somatic. It's important, right? You need to watch this and not talk as much to understand what's happening. Let the game speak for it at this point. And this is going back and forth all the time, back and forth, left and right, up and down every single time. You are most likely going to experience more uptime than you are going to experience downtime. The problem is that there's a lot of people who get into VTubing, they start streaming, and they never streamed before, so they have already spent a shit ton of money, which I highly advise you don't do that, and they don't know how to balance those things. They have downtime the entire time during the stream.
That's systemic of new streamers, period, that it's not necessarily VTubers. That certainly VTubing comes with, like you were saying, additional upfront costs, which is why the sage advice, and fortunately what I feel is much more common knowledge and just best practice nowadays is do PNG first. And that
Absolutely.
I think it was much more of a problem 2.5 years ago when VTubing was super early, and that you could get away with having a huge debut just by virtue of having a rigged model. And that there were a lot of cases of people being around for 2-3 months and realizing that they do not enjoy streaming, and that people would leave. And that I think that is far less common nowadays because, one, so many stories of the past have been told as we are now, but that also there has been proliferation of those best practices, of the good and practical starting points. Begin with a PNG, try streaming maybe even without a model, or do something prior. And the concept of, I haven't necessarily heard people describe it in the exact terms of uptime and downtime as you have. I like those terms. If anything, I wonder if I would swap them, though.
You could swap them,
that it's sort of the up and down as you describe them is the amount of energy that the streamer has to give. That when it is low energy, low input from the game, that the streamer has to compensate, and vice versa. But the logical crux of this concept is incredibly sound and frankly accurate. That if you are in the middle of a Dark Souls boss fight it's going to be much more forgivable if you are not actively interacting with chat. If you're able to do that,
Yes.
and there are some who can because they're just that freaking good and it's damn impressive, great. But if someone is playing Dark Souls and going through a boss fight, it's generally going
And
to
they're
be
just like
accepted
slightly
that
silent for like a couple of minutes.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
It's-
But if you're
there's nothing
walking
wrong
the
with
overworld in Elden Ring for 20 minutes and not talking, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah, that's the thing that I notice with a lot of beginning content creators is that they start off streaming thinking that they will like it, they'll get their friends to watch them, all this sorts of thing, right? And there are some people that like have an expectation that people should watch them, and there are some people that are, well, I'm entertaining enough, I'm funny with my friends and group and stuff like that. But the thing is that sometimes your humor in a group with people is actually vastly different than a humor that you would have in a public form on a stream. Like there
There's a
are
difference
some
between conversational humor and stand-up humor.
Yes, absolutely. And I think there are some people that they get a little winded. They're like, oh well, you know, I've seen my friend be streaming. They've been doing it for years. They're a big content creator now. I could totally do it. I mean, you know, it's not necessarily like overly confident, but it's like
The other piece is you can be a very good conversationalist and be like, okay, yeah, like I can totally bounce off chat and make sure that there's conversation going all day, and you can be absolutely right about that.
Yeah.
But if you're just starting out streaming and that you have 5 viewers, 10 viewers, 20 viewers, and that there is not the constant input from chat, do you have the ability to fill the dead air?
That is the trick. I think dead air can be good in some instances, but I would say that a lot of instances it's not great. The only time I think dead air is acceptable is when, like we just mentioned, the downtime segment where, you know, there's information being told, let the game speak for it,
When
that sort of thing.
Other significant stimulus being provided.
Yep. Then the other time I think that a little bit of dead air is acceptable is when you finish a complete thought. I think letting a complete thought sink in a little bit and allow people to kind of maybe either combat your opinion or kind of talk to you about it,
Letting
or
the moment
or
breathe.
express let a moment breathe, essentially.
But those types of pauses, that dead air, is usually going to be something from 1 to 5 seconds, maybe 10 if you were just talking about a really, really intense topic. But,
Yep. Anything more than
that's
that,
going to
no.
be it.
Yep. Anything more than that, if you have like one of the things that I practice is I sometimes practice commentary in a mirror. Like
Way to go.
when I am ready to go to bed or brush my teeth or whatever, I practice commentary for 5 minutes. I practice
Or just
little bits or things that I think in my
Commentary while
head.
watching another stream. Or watching
Yeah.
anything, really. Like, you can commentate, you know, I don't know, Game of Thrones or whatever.
Sometimes I will watch some of my old like playthroughs of games, because I've recorded every single playthrough that I've had since I was like 10 years old. So anything that I have, it's like on a camera somewhere, and I listen to some of
This
my.
is before streaming.
This is before
If you
streaming.
actually
Yes.
recorded your gameplay, just, you know, as a kid
I
growing up,
had-
no OBS.
Yep. I had an old flip cam a long time ago. The one with the, like, where you push the little button, the fucking
Yeah.
USB would come out and you plug it in
I
that
don't know
way.
if
And you were
I've ever heard of someone doing that. That I've heard of people recording themselves, you know, for world record attempts, for speedrunning attempts.
Well,
I've never heard of someone who did that just for any game they played.
So here's the thing. When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Chugga Conroy, and Chugga Conroy is probably the most well-known Let's Player, besides like the mainstream ones like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and all those. He was the one that did like 100% playthroughs, and they were like very informative and comedic in some parts, right? I wanted to do that. And one of the first playthroughs I remember doing was I would get a chair, I would stack up several books to point the flip camera at the TV, and I recorded Paper Mario. And oh my god, do I have 116 episodes, not 116, excuse me. What how many was it? Let me look. It was like 100 and something.
That's brilliant that there's a lot of kids, and even nowadays, that one of the most popular things, on those little surveys or worksheets that you get in elementary school, middle school, what do you want to be when you grow up? Mm-hmm. It's no longer movie star. It's no longer professional athlete. It's streamer, influencer. Yep. Those are the big things that people are growing up now wanting to be. And that for a time, there was not a lot of common knowledge, shall we say, that you could see the folks that had pioneered and had done well, but you just saw them, and that there were so many folks that did not realize the effort and time that went into it. So the fact that you, as a child, that's the training, that's the playing baseball that every major league player had to do for years and years and years. Those are the practices, the acting classes that insert Hollywood star here did, or just that's it. That's where it begins. And that to do it back in that day when you were using a flip cam, you were the first person I've ever heard of training themselves to that degree.
There was 146 episodes. This was back in the day before YouTube had more than, I think, the 10 or 15
I was going to say, so this means 10-minute episodes or something along those lines.
10-minute episodes, and some of them are just me just rambling, like not even playing the game, just rambling, just having a full-on rant about something that is completely irrelevant to the game. And then there's some that are oh god, there was this one where I was like, this boss is stupid. This boss is so stupid. I think I got like actually mad to the point like I screamed. But like it's commentary like this when I look back so fondly of, because it's like, wow, I was a stupid kid. But then then I realized, wait, this was my Rocky arc. This was my Rocky arc training. This is me training to be the funny person that I am. I mean, sometimes I even like have self-doubts that I'm funny, but I realized this, and I tried being a YouTuber for like, I think like a decade at this point, where I tried Let's Plays, I tried informative videos, I've tried vlogs, I've tried everything. And YouTube algorithm says no. No. And the thing was that I always was trying to do different creative things, and a lot of the people that I was around would often make fun of that. A lot of people did not understand what I was trying to do for the very longest time. For one of my moderators, Balder, he's known me for 9 years. He has known me for so long that he could tell you similar stories that I've just told you today, and they would be either similar to the same account or slight variation, but they have the same result. And he has been around for a very long time. I adore him. He is great. He is one of the few people that keep me motivated to just keep going anyway. Because like sometimes there are some streams that are just not that great, and it happens. And he's just like, hey, you know what? There's a better day tomorrow. You're playing probably a better game anyways. And I'm like, you right.
Oh, thanks for being there, Boulder.
Yeah, nods in agreement. Yeah. So like, he's been a moderator for me since I debuted as a VTuber. Originally, before I started VTubing, I used to. Are you familiar with Vinny Vinesauce?
I know the name.
Okay.
I know of them conceptually. I cannot say that I watched any of their content.
Okay, so what I used to do is I would just put the game up and I would just talk with the microphone and everything. I would not have face cam, I would not have redeems, nothing. Just that. And that's the way I wanted to go, because I was like, well, Vinny has been doing this for 10, 15 years. Why couldn't I do it, you know? You know, what makes this so different? And I realized that there's some things I like about that format, and there's a lot of things I did not like about that format. And one of the big things I didn't like, oh, hi VTuber Zentlers, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in.
Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm Jay, this is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking with Aki, and we're talking a bit of content creation right now. Vinny Vinesauce being a inspiration, or at least a big memory for you, Aki, and that you tried to emulate them, and you were talking about they did it for 15 years, so why couldn't you? And I think you're basically about to get to the reason they were able to do it as they did it was because they were 15 years earlier.
I was gonna say that it was because it's 15 years earlier, but also because they also had like an established fan base. He's a musician. He has like albums and
this was
all
even
kinds of
before
other
doing content
and
creation.
This was even before doing content creation. So he has already been on the ball for a long period of time. And having that, as well as like some sort of like in-house fam, as well as all that other stuff, circumvented into his streams. And I think that's what the thing is that Vinesauce itself is also not a VTuber, but like a streamer group too. So they have like several other people that are under Vinesauce, but it's like they have,
it's a network.
Rev, they have Joel, they have I forgot her name. She's a VTuber. She's like a otter. I forgot her name.
Couldn't be Pearl.
No, not Pearl. No, she. Oh man, I watch her. I should know what her username is.
Thank you, Slayer X94 and Goku456456 for the follows.
Let me see here. It's gonna kick me if I don't find it.
Jall, Jall.
Joel, yeah.
Okay, so different one. We're not talking Porcelain Maid, are we?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, do you know ℂ𝕠𝕤?
Nope.
Okay, ℂ𝕠𝕤 is a VTuber. She was originally not a VTuber. She was just like a person that did similar format like style that Vinny used to do, but then she turned into a VTuber and she just skyrocketed, like zoomed. And I am so proud of her because of the stuff that she does is really, really cute and great. I stop by every once in a while to just listen in because I don't know, she always has like really interesting topics and just kind of just chills most of the time. I stopped by one of her Animal Crossing streams.
I've seen her before.
Yeah. Good. Okay, so you know who I'm talking about. Good. She is wonderful. If there's one person I highly recommend stopping by, it is definitely her. I have always had a great time watching any of her stuff. There was one time where Vinny, her and two other people were streaming Mario Party together. And I think at one point the topic came up that they said like, yeah, Birdo's like nose thing, it looks like a plunger. And I was like, oh, that's disgusting. That's vile. And Lime's just like, no, I don't want to contribute to this topic. I don't want to think about it. And then somebody during that stream drew a picture of Birdo's face being used as a plunger. She's getting a swirly. No. And I was like, no, it's so cursed. I hate it. And Vinny showed it on stream, and Limes was like, this is disgusting. I hate this. Oh, but it's stuff like that, because it's like the thing that I want to bring the bridge to, because I see this with you know who Iron Mouse is, right?
Oh,
hopefully.
If you're in the VTuber sphere and are not at least aware of Iron Mouse, you're probably new here.
You're probably new. Yeah, yeah. So one of the things that I really, really like about Iron Mouse is that there is a constant bridge between the VR stuff, the virtual the VTubing stuff. Excuse me. There's a bridge between the VTubing stuff and the real life stuff, because Connor will take her to places on like an iPad or something, right? And she'll hang out in Connor streams and vice versa. I like that.
And what's funny about that is that's really only started to happen the past 2 years. That Maxie had been doing VTubing content creation for some 4-5 years prior to VShojo. That she was in on VTubing early.
She was been a VTuber for almost nine or so years now, almost 10.
Yeah,
and then she got into VShojo not too early. Yeah.
Well, the reason that she was part of VShojo early is because she was getting that success. Finally, that she had sub 50 viewers for probably, from what I understand, 5 to 7-ish years before she really started picking up, and that Gun Run basically just went full Nick Fury with VShojo. Just all right, I'm putting together a team. I want to talk to you about the VShojo initiative, and that he recruited Iron Mouse and the other founding members for it. And certainly their combined brand, I do believe, has elevated all of them. But
absolutely,
that for a very long time it was just the VTuber, and obviously part of this being, for those who are not familiar with Iron Mouse, one thing she has been very open about is she has an immune disorder, which, especially in 2020, meant she could not leave the house, period. That even prior to that, leaving the house was a special occasion for her. But just her immune system is in a state where she cannot get sick. And if she gets sick, she will die. Yeah, it's bad. Very physically weak for many years, and fortunately, that her health has been stronger than it's been, at the very least, in the past several years compared to in the past. But that going out still is not viable. But Connor, CDawg VA, when they started becoming friends, that they started doing some pseudo IRL content, and that while it hasn't been part of Mousie's foundation or rise or claim to fame, that she certainly has made it a increasingly large part of her content. And I do agree that it's something very cool to see, especially for her, knowing that she's getting to experience these things in a lot of ways that she wouldn't be able to otherwise, and to be able to share those experiences with so many people, not just Connor, but obviously her entire community simultaneously, is a really special thing.
Absolutely. I think it's like, I don't know, I see these sorts of like streams that she has with Connor, and it's like, man, I kind of want to do something like this, where I have, because here's the thing, I'm not bedridden, and I'm not like, I don't have an immune disorder or anything like that, or disease or anything like that, but I have really bad social anxiety, to the point where I feel like if I go outside, I feel like people are watching me. That kind of like anxiety, like I can't sit in the front seat of a car, like it's bad. I can't sit in a bus for a long period of time without feeling like somebody is looking at me and wants something from me, or I can't be in a public space for maybe longer than like an hour without feeling like someone is going to mug me, hurt me, or anything like that. Where I feel like, because it's happened a couple of times, and it's gotten to the point where I just kind of just very untrusting of going outside. It also probably explains why I'm like super pale. but I've slowly been trying to push myself out. One of the things I have gotten better about is just going outside and just sitting on the grass and just chilling. Like, one of the things I used to not do.
Touched grass.
I know, I touched grass. No way. but like I sit there and I'm just kind of look around and I'm like, this is nice. Like, it's just nice to like breathe in fresh air, after being in a house for like, I don't know, like 2-3 weeks. But like, the thing that I try to do too is use the swimming pool. Sometimes I slack on exercising and I realize, man, I should probably work out or do something. Otherwise, I'm going to turn to dust when I'm 35. I'm going to clock out, but like if I go to like anything else, like a building or anything like that, I kind of freak out, which is why I'm kind of just trying to build up this confidence, because I want to go to TwitchCon. I really want to meet people. I want to work on being able to have that confidence and trust in people again, because I've grown up around people for so long that have broken that multiple times, and I hate to be proven wrong about things. I sometimes I put all my not put all my eggs, but put a couple eggs in a couple nests and expect like, oh, maybe things will be okay, and then I find that those eggs are cracked the next day, and I'm just like, okay, well, we could try this again another time. And it takes a lot of energy for me to just leave the house. I just think it's just, I can't really explain it. Neither can my like therapist explain it. They like, I can be outside and maybe be fine, but there are some days where I'm not fine, and I am like, I can't really express it either, because I'm also the type of person that I have a delayed reactionary response, which means that if something bad happens, I won't react to said bad thing until I know I'm in a safe space to do so. So like if say I saw somebody getting robbed, I wouldn't know how to react to it initially until I knew I was in a place that I could safely react to it. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like if somebody like held a gun to my head or something and demanded a bunch of things, I would do whatever I needed to do in that moment, but I won't break down until I knew I was in a safe spot to break down.
That is actually a relatively normal pattern of behavior.
Oh, okay. That is normal.
For a high intensity situation, like life-threatening situation.
Well, yeah. Life-threatening, that makes sense. Yeah, but I mean like in general too. Like I won't, like if somebody like made fun of me or something, I don't like burst out and cry or like get upset with that other person either.
I think Hidden Tome is onto that. It's adrenaline, that even if it's not a life-threatening situation, that if there is a high-intensity situation, whether it is fight or flight or just high stress or, something like being made fun of, which still will cause that high-level emotional response, that it is not uncommon for people to not necessarily have a intense reaction in the moment until the external intensity has been reduced.
Okay, interesting. I see.
I'm not a therapist. I would, but from the things that I understand, the things that I have seen, that that sequence is not.
I was gonna say like
uncommon.
Like one of the examples I can think of that I told one of my therapists was that I went to the store one time and they were out of something that I really, really wanted, and I got upset, but I didn't show that I was upset until I got home, where I cried about it.
Okay,
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. But yeah, like they were out of I think they were out of like a certain cereal that I really liked. And
I will admit,
for
there
whatever
is a very
reason,
unique type of pain and disappointment when you go to the store looking for something specific and they don't have it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
That is absolutely just a... That's super disappointing thing. Is it something that, get home that is
Get home and
emotionally
cry about?
crippling.
Probably not.
Not necessarily the healthiest thing, but obviously, that you are aware of that and that you are getting therapy, and that's really good.
Yeah, it's just something that I've tried to progressively get better about, because it's like I'm worried that I would act indifferent when I go to TwitchCon or like any other sort of environment. But the thing is, I think that what's going to make this easier is that I'm going with a group of people that I know, that I've known for almost like a year or so. So I think it's a lot easier knowing that they're like, for instance, Ren is joining me too, and Ren is just as afraid as I am. So that kind of makes me a little bit more comfortable in my own shoes, because it's like, well, then we can just comfort and cope
together.
At least we're scared together. We can cope and comfort ourselves later in the fucking closet in our house and fucking cry about it. Because Ren was like, can you please make a pillow fort in one of your closets for me? And I'm like, yeah, I could probably do that.
This can be arranged.
Now,
Now,
oh yeah, that could be arranged.
now I will say you are being quite brave in that, from what I gather, you have not been to a convention before.
Well, so here's the thing. I used to go to conventions. I'm saying that a long time ago that trust like progressively got broken multiple times to the point where I was no longer comfortable joining cons.
Okay.
I have
I'm going
actually
to
a
say
funny
that
story.
TwitchCon is
I have a
quite
funny
big.
story about a con. Yeah.
And
I have
TwitchCon
actually.
is statistically speaking going to be in top 10% of U.S. fandom geeky conventions. In that, last year it was about 30,000 attendees. My guess is this year will probably be between 40, 45 is my guess. It's going to be a lot. It's certainly, I would be surprised if it was under 30. I'll say that much.
I will well, the thing is, I'm dressing up as a Korok, so I don't have to worry about my identity or anything. The second thing is that a lot of the time, I'm just probably gonna wave to somebody and hand them a sticker of a Korok seed, and then just go bye-bye, and that's it. Oh, my phone. Please, no. My phone is very close to dying. I need to swap to the other phone. What else? The thing about cons is, like, I've been to multiple cons before. I know what makes me comfortable and what doesn't make me comfortable. And if I need a spot, to cool down, I think, if I recall correctly, TwitchCon has a spot for that.
Most
where you
larger cons nowadays will have a quiet room.
Yes. There is one at the convention that is in Las Vegas here, where there is one over the one that they're using for TwitchCon is there is one specific room there that is just for that thing, because the walls are much more insulated, so you don't hear the loud music and stuff. And the door is like got a rubber stopper and everything, so you just go in there and it's like really nice. But that is like the least of my concerns about like over sensory or anything. I'm more worried about people doing things that I don't want them to, the only I guess, like, it's kind of funny but also kind of like Monka, is the when I went to a con and I had a furry walk up to me, and they asked me something about the word yiffing. And I wasn't familiar with the word, so I assumed that they were asking if I wanted to smoke weed, in which case I told them, no, I don't smoke, I'm not interested. And they kind of looked at me like, what are you talking about? And then just ignored me. I went back to my hotel room, and I asked my group, what this word means. And they're like, oh yeah, you should probably look it up. I'm like, why? And they're like, well, it's a key word to would you like to have sex? And I was like, that's not something you randomly will just walk up to somebody and ask, but okay.
I was going to say, I very much put the blame on the other party here.
Oh, absolutely.
For not only just approaching someone randomly and asking that question in any conceptual sense, but also using it in highly coded language, and seeming to expect that you, and from everything that you have suggested, it does not sound like they would necessarily have any reason to believe that you were also a furry.
No, because I was
So,
dressed up in a Fire Emblem outfit.
Yeah,
I
so
was not a furry.
I'm not
no.
seeing what they were expecting here. Like, was this supposed to be a gag? Were they trying for a funny of, I'm going to use a word that you don't understand, and I'm trying to get you to say yes and tee-hee?
I don't know. I was just as confused as you are when I told the story to some people, and I was just like, yeah, this random guy just walked up and was like, yo, you want a yiff, bro? And I'm like, I don't smoke, bro. I don't know what that is. Like, what?
If anything, I think that's actually the proper response of just give them something that is completely outside of the range of what they would expect. Shut them down.
Yeah. Well, no, because I literally just didn't know what the word meant. Everyone just thinks it's funny that when I was like thinking that it was drugs or something.
If I did that, I would have half a mind to ignore them. Part of me would say just no and walk away.
No,
and part of
yeah.
me would try and make them say it. Of what is that?
What is that?
Would you like to clarify this request of
yours? Could you
yours?
clarify what this is?
And
it's the thing that you want, but you can't have on the internet. Yeah.
And that you are clearly not comfortable asking in actual clear terms.
Yeah, I hope TwitchCon doesn't have the ball pit again. That's for one thing, Smokey. Oh my god.
It wasn't a ball pit. It was a foam pit at DashCon. It was a ball pit at ball pit at DashCon, foam pit at TwitchCon. Yes, yeah.
Oh, foam pit. Excuse me.
And from what I understand, the foam pit was not operated by TwitchCon themselves. It was one of the exhibitors. But I'd be willing to bet good money that TwitchCon now has certain policies for their exhibitors and certain things that they are not allowed to do anymore.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite things about TwitchCon, I think it was the first year TwitchCon was ever around. Family Jules 7X is a guitarist, video game guitarist, cover guy.
I'm familiar with them.
His first TwitchCon, which I want to say TwitchCon started 2016, 2015. They didn't do any other cons prior to that. He got invited to do a panel there, and on the microphone, he was trying to say, "Yo, what's up? Welcome TwitchCon. Welcome on." Instead of saying that, he says, "Hey, yo, what's up, cringe TwitchCon." And the best part was they've never invited him ever since. It was so funny. It's so funny. And I'm just like, there's no way he accidentally said that.
Yeah, that is not a Freudian slip.
No, not at all. But he caught himself and he said TwitchCon afterwards.
Oh no, I think that was really an intentional gag of him stopping himself. That I do not think that was a mistake.
Oh, are you sure? Maybe. I don't know.
Freudian slips happen when words are phonetically similar. Cringe and twitch.
You're right. They're not the same.
Consonants there, the sounds are not ones that you are going to stumble over accidentally.
I get. Maybe it's also because like the thought process, if I remember correctly, was because he did a panel at Comic-Con, and he might have been thinking Comic-Con at the time.
I could absolutely believe stumbling. What's up, TwitchCon? But
yeah, but not CringeCon. Yeah,
and cringe is still too different.
Yeah, I can see that. I just think it's still funny that he's.
I would guess that it was meant to be a gag. That
maybe
he's poking fun, and that it didn't go as well as he had hoped.
Well, the one other thing that is very interesting about him is he used to be part of the Wiggles.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, he was. There's a other channel that he has called Jules Conroy, where he has like a bunch of other videos that he's uploaded, and one of his speedrun videos he talks about how he was part of the Wiggles, and he got in trouble because he was one of the, I forgot what was named, Captain something, but there was a song called Hot Potato, where they just said the word hot potato, but like a singing format. But instead, he wanted to be a little more spicy. He says, hot potato, ooh, so hot potato, oh my god, hot potato, spicy. And apparently some of the parents did not like that.
I mean,
I mean, like,
the
sure.
Wiggles is meant for children and toddlers.
Yeah.
There is no space for innuendos in that age range. That
I agree.
If you're doing something for, 9 to 14-year-olds, you might be able to, Animaniacs famously. The real strength of Animaniacs was the number of innuendos and zingers, hidden zingers, that would go over the heads of the target audience, but that the parents would get would be okay. You can do that in, late elementary, early middle school cartoons, anything in that age range. You can't do that with preschoolers and kindergartners.
That's fair, yeah.
And
I
Wiggles
think he
is
was
very
just
much in
doing
that
it because
range.
I think he was doing it because there were parents there, and he was just like, "Oh, well, maybe I should do something for the parents just to be funny." And I'm like, "Well, this is why you're not part of the."
Yeah, I think that's just.
I mean, he was a
not
lot
smart
younger.
move.
He was a lot younger when he did that.
Yeah.
He was like his 20s.
People do dumb things in their 20s that I don't
Oh,
begrudge him. I
absolutely.
don't think that he's a horrible person because he did that. Do I think it was
No,
a dumb decision?
no.
Yes, but I think that he also realizes now that it was a dumb decision himself. So you learn and
That's
grow.
why he made it. That's why he brought it up in the video, because
Yeah.
it was really funny. He's just like, "Yeah, this is something I did that was really stupid. Don't be like me." I like watching some of his speedrun stuff because he started speedrunning Banjo-Kazooie, and I watched him, and like half the time it's just hitting the reset button and just screaming fuck. Man.
So I'm excited for you to go to TwitchCon. That I go to a lot of conventions. Actually, part of the reason Vtuber Talk exists is that one thing that I've done for over a decade is I work conventions as a contractor for different companies. And in 2020 and 2021, you know what wasn't happening? Conventions. And I had too much time on my hands, and I wanted to exercise the organizer, coordinator, showrunner part of my brain. And I knew I didn't want to be a VTuber, that I had fallen into the VTuber rabbit hole. I was already waist deep for sure, but I didn't have so much free time that I could actually do a regular streaming schedule. I had no concept for a model, for anything of that nature. But the idea of a talk show occurred to me because I'd seen some other folks, gentleman by the name of Gary Whitta, hosted a talk show in Animal Crossing, actually, which became a potent viewing for me. I loved Animal Talking. It was so good. And the last episode they had was Halloween 2020. And it was September 2020 that I found VTubers. Late December 2020, Animal Talking is off the air. I'm now watching a lot of HoloLive, and I think, all right, I want to do something. Conventions don't look like they're going to be happening in 2021 either, and I've got this time. What do I want to do? And I thought of Animal Talking, and so, yeah. But now that conventions are happening again, I am going to conventions again, but I deliberately designed VTuber Talk to be that roughly once a week type of thing where even I was moderately confident that the world was not in fact ending, and that while we were going to be inside for a long time, and even a long time more at the end of 2020, early 2021, that conventions would inevitably come back, and that I wanted to be able to maintain VTuber Talk when that happened. And I went to I've been to 3 conventions in the past 6-7 weeks.
That's a lot of conventions.
It is an unusually high amount for me. I don't go quite that often most of the time, and I do not currently have plans to go to TwitchCon, but I'm very excited for all the people that I know who are going.
I mean, like, one of the things that I hope to do is like slowly develop, like the store brand, the Pop and Pack stuff, because Ren's gonna be a part of that. There's a couple of other people that are part of it, like Hina and Ruru and Arthur. May, I think, is also Kitsune Spirit as part of it. So we're trying to like develop a thing where Pop and Pack becomes like a kind of like not necessarily like a VTuber merch alternative, but like a VTuber merch place that will give people. I'm sorry, I got some in my eye.
Yes, because you'd mentioned Pop and Pack to me in passing when we spoke earlier in the week, and I said, I have questions about this, and I waited, so I actually need to, before you go any farther, explain the conceptual boundaries of Pop and Pack, because I've seen places that are merch creators, facilitators, distributors. There are folks that have created their own brand that are based around a group of VTubers, Vichibon, Rose Doodle, Buff Pup, Shiabun, and AI Candy more recently have launched that, and they've had their own merch and stuff. There's Kawa Entertainment, which is, well, they started initially just as a merch facilitator, but then grew into an agency. There's Tane Tenshi, past guest of mine, runs a storefront called Nyantastic, which does merch for her and a couple of her friends, and that she's been looking to potentially expand there. So what variation of this does Pop and Pack most closely fit, even if it is something completely different? So is it a VTuber group? Is it a merch-specific brand? Where does this fall?
So Pop and Pack is a little bit of everything. Right now it's a merch thing, but I really want to develop into like a VTuber group sort of thing too, where it's the people that we work with are part of it in some aspect. The thing that's important about Pop and Pack is that it's not one of those things where you supply the artwork and you tell how many people are going to buy it, whatever. And it's not like a really bad split, like 80-20% favor of the company. It's actually the other way around. We do distribution, supply, customer service, and everything. And if you have an artist that supplied you the work, it will go directly to said artist. We're in the works of bringing like 6 new artists so that it's more of a group project. It started off as a small thing that my buddy Captain Coco Charms was working on, and he is
right here. Yes,
yeah.
Mamma mia,
He is one of
that?
He's one of my roommates that lives with me, and we are slowly developing it into a thing where any sort of VTuber artist or VTuber can join in, and they will be they can be provided artwork. They can have an artist that can provide commercial rights to certain artwork and whatever, and we would put it up there for a reasonable price, and they would be able to more or less get indirect income in a way that is very nice and not like going through a third-party company or anything like that. We would supply all of the items and ship everything out for you, and you wouldn't have to worry about it. Right now, it's only between like close friends and stuff like that because we haven't established it as an LLC. And since we're not doing like public stuff, we don't have to worry about that just yet. But if we want to do stuff at cons or like anything like that, we would have to establish it as an LLC.
License.
Yep. But otherwise, that's what we've been kind of doing, and we plan on having some merch releases down later this year. Some of the Ren stuff is going to be going up. We have a big stuff thing coming out November and December, where we have like a bunch of acrylic stands, stickers, a bunch of other other things that's going to come out, and they're all going to be VTuber related. And eventually, if that goes well, like my brain is, if we reach like 150 sales, I find that as a success, because I have partnerships with these other companies that allow me to produce said items for a very like good price in bulk.
So you already have these business relations for suppliers and whatnot set. That This is not, I hope to be able to find these suppliers and do these things. The reason that you are looking to get Pop and Pack off the ground is because you already have all that.
Yes. I already have all of those contacts. I already have people that I can put things into action if need be. And, you know, it's just, I want to help my friends grow. And if this is a one way that I can do it, then I will do it.
You can feel free to not answer this question or answer it in part.
Sure.
Because obviously, you know, privacy and safety first. I ask this because genuine curiosity, and that there could be hopefully some level of story that you are comfortable telling. Those types of business contacts aren't ones that everybody has. Were these ones that you have them now, but you have spent this time looking all this up, preparing these contacts with the intent of getting Pop and Pack off the ground, and that you came into these contacts with the vision of Pop and Pack? Or did you make these contacts from other realms and experiences in your life outside of VTubing?
3 of them were created because of other instances. Some of them were related to charity work, and some of them were related to doing merch deals at cons a long time ago. And thankfully, I still have those contacts, and I still have that information to get those deals. One recent one that I was able to establish with was a plushie company. And that one, I don't necessarily want to go full through with it just yet, because plushies, while they're interesting and they can be made, I don't necessarily know if I can guarantee sales with plushies just yet.
Expensive.
They can be expensive if you buy a ton of them in bulk, yes. But in small bursts, it really depends on like the thing is that a plushie of Ren, for example, would cost more in comparison to a plushie of me. And that is because of the different colors of felt and the amount of design choices that are being made. If Ren were to give me a simplified version of her model,
you know, if you were to cut down the number of colors, and that the number of colors is a big thing in production costs, whether it's keychains, acrylic standees, plushies, what have you. That simple spectrum there will make a big difference in your cost. And actually, I do know, at the very least, that you have gotten a, I don't know if you would consider it a proof, a test run, a prototype of an Aki plushie.
Oh, yeah. I did get a prototype of an Aki plush a long time ago. It was...
Well, actually, I've got it, because you sent it to me.
I do, yeah. I
She's
can post it, or you can...
Look at her!
I am gaming. I'm gaming there. Oh, look at me. I'm video gaming. I forgot how stupid it looks sometimes.
But it's so good.
From a certain angle. Yeah. This prototype... Oh, I guess I am a plushie now, for real. For real. Somebody redeemed it on my stream. But this plushie, so the thing was that when I originally bought it, it was, I think it was like anywhere between $300 and $400 as a prototype. But they sent me, they were like, yeah, we'll make it 6 inches. Then I got it and I was like, this is not 6 inches, this is a foot tall. And they're like, oh yeah, we did the dimensions wrong.
Well, that's why it was $300.
Don't worry about it. Well, no, $200 to $300 or so is like a typical prototype piece for any sort of plushie. But this one in particular, they were like, yeah, if it was like a prototype for a foot or two plushie, it would have been like way more. They just gave it to me. They're like, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah, bank error in your favor, misprint in that they're not going to obviously charge for what you did not sign off on.
I do have a Nendroid prototype too, but that one is kind of like pieced together sort of thing. I have like a figure of myself too somewhere. I don't think I have a picture of it off the top of my head though. In my files, I mean, not off the top of my head. What am I talking about? Yeah, I don't think I have an actual picture of it. That's the problem. I did have pins at one point. I had a Ricky pin and an Aki pin. Let me see if I can find the pins. Those are kind of old at this point because we don't go through that distributor anymore. Let's see here. Where are they? Where are my pins? Yeah, the newer ones are a lot more clear to see the sprite art because we did enamel and they unfortunately put like black lines throughout the entire pin and it doesn't look that great. But the newer ones don't have that because they're made out of acrylic and not enamel. So while they are a little bit cheaper, at least it looks a little bit nicer. And they do they are a lot bigger than the initial release pins. I can't find the pins. Where the fuck are they? I'm gonna scream. Jay, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna get loud. I'm gonna get proud.
Let me just turn down the volume. Oh,
I'm kidding. I'm not gonna actually scream. No.
I would have let you
do it. Oh, here they are. Yeah. So.
Oh, very cute. I'll move back.
Yeah, that's. And this is the Ricky pin.
He's got a little tennis ball.
Yeah, a little tennis ball. Can I play? I don't know what I'm clicking
have the custom backing board on it.
Yeah. The custom
and
backing.
The logos, everything. That you've got the full design set.
Yep. All of them now have like just the pop and pack stuff. And Matt, my roommate, Captain Coco Charms, made these mother styled pins and stuff. Let me see if I can find the original artwork so you get a better idea of what they're supposed to look like. Because while they look great, it's also, I feel like the enamel kind of just ruins it a little bit.
I think it works for the Ricky one, not really
it works
for the Aki one,
yeah,
because there's too many extra lines.
Colors. Yep. Here's what the original Aki one was. Oh, that is blurry as fuck. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This is what it's supposed to look like. So this is what it looks like on the enamel. It looks a lot better than this right here, because the enamel pins will not have the weird black around all the different things. Like for Ricky, it works fine, but for the other pins, it does not. Oh, I made Undertale versions of myself too a long time ago.
Oh.
I don't know. I used to do a lot of like sprite art stuff myself. Not as well as Matt can do, but I can do some stuff.
So is that where the interest in putting yourself into games perhaps began, making sprites of yourself and saying, "Wait, I want to actually use these"?
Kinda.
Also, still seeing the border around the source.
Oh sure, got you. Kinda. Not really. The inspiration of hacking myself into games came from just coming through like ROM hacking and stuff. Would you like some chicken to eat then? What?
Yeah, I'm
What?
not seeing which
What?
thread that was from.
What? Huh? What about chicken? I don't understand
I
about
wouldn't
chicken.
mind some chicken. That
Oh,
chicken's
chicken would be
usually
great.
good.
Mhm. I would love chicken right about now, actually. But no, the thing about the inspiration that came from hacking myself into video games was, I want like, especially like first time games, if it's possible, I want to do it. I like to make games be a lot more than just the game, right? And I feel like if I can insert myself into it, it brings in a lot more immersion and a lot more, like, it's not this
It makes it
character
special.
going on this journey. It makes it special. Yeah, it's me going in that journey.
I've seen
And that's
countless
how-
people do Pokemon playthroughs, and yes, I will still tune into a good Nuzlocke stream or something, but whenever I see someone with a custom sprite, that's going to catch my eye a little bit more, and it just, yeah, it's nice. It's fun and exciting, especially when, it's the VTuber model. It's not just, okay, a slightly different normal human sprite with maybe a different colored t-shirt, but when it's something like a VTuber model being made into a sprite that it's got a much more distinct design usually, in that it feels even more so just a conventional self-insert.
Now I have a question. I want to know if you can tell the difference between these two characters.
It's the same picture.
God damn it. Stop it. No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's not the same. It's not the same. They are not the same. I get so upset hearing it every single... No, I'm kidding.
Well,
But
here's the thing.
Yeah.
So, just from context, I don't know who the other character is. I'm guessing Guilty Gear, just from style.
It's May Guilty Gear. Yeah.
Okay, one, I'm proud that I actually got that. That, like, I think it's the orange. It's the silver shade of orange and the big coat that does it. But at the same time, yeah, folks, don't
also
go
the
into,
hat,
don't go
too.
into
Yeah.
a streamer's chat and say, oh, you look just like blank. That I know that I can understand why people do it, thinking that it is something positive, that they are saying, oh, you remind me of this character I like. This is a positive association, usually. There's obviously a couple assholes every so often. It's like, oh, you're just discount so-and-so. And like I said, I think that half the time, if not a bit more, it's usually people saying positive association. Oh, you remind me of this character that I like. Even so, that is a social faux pas, folks. Don't do that.
Yeah, Totsugeki, and then there's Totsugiki. I got called Arlo once. It could be worse. It's really funny you say that, because Arlo, for those who don't know, Arlo is like, dude, he is jacked. He is massive. He is like the one. I was not expecting him to be over 6 feet tall. I was expecting him to be like anywhere between like 5 feet and 4 feet. Dude is like 6'4". He is massive, and he works out, so he's jacked. I'm just thinking of this cute little Muppet thing from YouTube, right? And then behind this is just big old dude. I'm like, oh god, this is not what I expected. Looks could be deceiving.
I had to remind myself who Arlo was, but the thing is, I look at Arlo and I immediately reflexively go to say, looks like Grover, or yeah, Grover. Yeah, I am.
Yeah. The Sesame Street. Yeah, he's just, but he's like a Nintendo dude. He Grover without the nose. Yeah.
But dude's a Muppet. And I don't mean that in the British slang way.
No, he's like literally a Muppet. How else could he control the puppet so well? Oh, okay, that's fair. One of these days, he's just gonna lose it, and I'm hoping that he just like flails his arm with the puppet on it and just go nuts. Like one day something's gonna happen, and he's just gonna crack, I hope the day he cracks, it's on a like a live stream or something where he just goes absolutely bonkers. I'm gonna lose it. there's like times where there's some stuff I agree with him on like video game topics, but he is like so fixated on like Pikmin and Paper Mario and blaming Miyamoto for like literally everything.
Oh.
It's like yeah, I could see Miyamoto being wrong in some cases, but he's just like, no, it's his fault. It's his fault. This is the way it is. Blah 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 blah.
There's
I'm
a
just
lot
like,
of other things that are very positive that are also his fault. That Miyamoto, I have no commentary on modern Miyamoto. I do not pay attention really to what level he actually still works in Nintendo. I know he's still obviously, very high up there, but I don't know what he does. I don't keep up with that news, but I will say that Miyamoto has earned basically free reign to make as many mistakes as he damn well wants to.
Oh yeah, at this point, absolutely.
Because everything he did in the early days helped make gaming what it is today.
Well,
Also,
it saved the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
0809, thank you for the follow, and also Tired Squid, thank you for the follow. I think I forgot to thank you earlier. But slight tangent. I look at that, and you mentioned Miyamoto. Do you remember the Nintendo Direct where Miyamoto, Iwata, and Reggie were Muppets?
Yes, I do, and it
One of
was
my
for
favorite directs ever.
It was for
So
Star
good.
Fox Zero, if I remember
Was
correctly.
it? I thought it.
Yes.
I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was.
Because they turned into furries at the end of it. They turned into Fox,
That's-
Slippy, and they turned into Fox, Falco, and Peppy, respectfully. And I'm like, where's Slippy? Where's Slippy? And then I think it was the Bill Trinan. Bill Trinan's behind the camera and he's Slippy, and I'm like, that's funny. My favorite things was Reggie walking to Bill Trennan and he was like, you're fired. Like, there's multiple instances during Nintendo Directs or E3s where he just walks up to Bill Trennan and he says, you're fired. The funniest thing. But I think the thing that I noticed about Miyamoto and the way his style of, like, especially like Mario games and stuff, is I don't know whether he has like these grandiose ideas or he might be searching things on the internet and think, haha, that would be funny to include in my game. Like, I played Bowser's Inside Story and all of the toads are just inflated balloons. And I'm like, Miyamoto, get your inflation out of here. I don't want your inflation fetish in my game. And then he's like, oh, but you go inside Bowser though. Like you actually get bored. And I'm like, I don't want to be here anymore. And that's not the first time he's done that, though. There has been some, like, for instance, you ever realize in Ocarina of Time that the first 3 dungeons is you going inside something's mouth?
Huh.
You go into the Deku Tree's mouth, you go into a big giant Dagondo's mouth, and you go inside the big fish's mouth.
That also happens in several of the early games as well, come to think of it.
Yes. Yes, it does. Everything involves going inside mouths. Why is
I
there
think
so
part
much
of it
more?
is having big distinguishable shapes be
Yes.
your
Yes.
dungeon is much more compelling than, oh, it's the side of a cave, the side of a mountain, it's a cave, or it is a big, stone structure or something, or it's another temple. That having it be a giant fish or whatever, it becomes much more iconic. You're able to get a lot more thematic. You're able to put them in a lot of different places. That I think there are many creative reasons and merits as to why you actually go into things and why so many dungeons have that design. But I will also admit, I hadn't thought about it in that framing until
and
now.
that framing, until now. You realize, like, if you look back at a lot of older games, you're like, man, Miyamoto must have been on something. I don't know what, like some of the other instances, like there's a lot of instances of like feet involved with like Mario and Luigi. There's like 4 instances and one of Bowser's Inside Story that involves feet. And I'm just like, is Miyamoto gonna be okay? Like there's just like it's just like a distinct amount. Like it's not just a one instance, one off kind of joke thing. There's like licking feet. There is like a part where you have to go into like a store, and one of the things is that they like massage your feet. And then there's like a part. Bowser's Inside Story.
Oh, Bowser's Inside Story. Okay, for a second, I thought I was confusing Zelda again, but
no, not Zelda. No.
I didn't play all the way through Bowser's Inside Story. I played Superstar Saga, and there was
even
one
Superstar Saga has like some instances of like weird stuff. Yeah.
Also, Lucy,
I love
Thank you for the follow.
Hi, Lucy. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I think the one thing I am kind of sad about is it goes unused. In Superstar Saga, when you got the coffees in that game, they were supposed to be like actual cameos of other Nintendo characters coming in and drinking the coffee. Instead, they just used EGAD. So several of them the cameos as follows was Wario, Samus, Fox from Star Fox, and then I think it was like Mach Rider was a random one in there. And they just all got like they have their sprites, like their sprites are real. Like you can go look them up and on the cutting room floor, and they're there. They just go unused, and I'm just like, this sucks. This would have been so cool. Like if you like, they didn't even do it in the remake. Like the remake, they could have easily just done it, but they were like, nah, no one cares about Star Fox. Olimar was also one of them too, and Link.
I'm curious to know why not, because if memory serves, all of that IP is just Nintendo IP. That's not licensed. Yeah. That's not something that belongs to a specific creator, because that's one thing that Nintendo generally doesn't do. That they make sure to keep all of their IP rights in-house because it just keeps things simple, and that's why Smash Brothers was really able to exist as early as it did, because they didn't need to get permission from all these different parties to put things together, because it was all retained in-house under Nintendo jurisdiction. So I guess that for whatever reason they decided that in this particular instance they did not want the crossover, but Mario and Luigi games are already some of the more irreverent ones, and goodness knows inside story of all things
that's
is
the crazy
silly
thing.
As can be.
Like the crazy thing is on the cutting room floor, I'm looking at the page right now, they all have walk animations, drinking animations, everything. They're like it's like they're all completely done. Like there's a sprite of
anything. This points to they wanted it to happen. It was a late addition because they were feeling funny and they didn't have the time to actually finish implementation.
Maybe because like I'm looking at the page right now, there's like so much. There's this one thing I'm seeing right now where there's a sprite of Samus. Hold on, if I can get it right. I want to share this because it's funny.
Much done, it doesn't. That indicates that you had some level of approvals, that you actually had time and effort being put in. That it's not a single placeholder image. That if there's animations programmed, that means that you had plans for it, and that either the place that they planned to put them didn't get made because all these assets are made, and that suggests that it's not that they swapped them out for something else, but that there was some entirely different environment that was meant to have these assets, and the environment never got made.
So that's the funny part. The environment that it's supposed to be in for these, it's still in the base game. The environment that they were using is the coffee shop that's in the Bean Kingdom. It's still there in the main game. The only thing that they changed was instead of the characters showing up as a cameo, it's just EGAD. Like that. Like I could show you the page. Like that's the crazy thing about this. Like there's so many things that is done.
My guess is that there was some other feature or variable that was supposed to be involved so that either you could meet EGAD, but then you could also meet these other folks by either unlocking a certain thing, fulfilling certain requirements, etc., or there was going to be some randomly generated variable either on load or something that would result in EGAD being replaced with one of these, and that either the setup for that didn't get done, or it could have been a bug where the variable accidentally gets set to the same value every time, and that is why EGAD exists every time, and that they actually did mean to do it. That somebody, I forget who it was, earlier in the stream when we were talking about Scarlet Violet, mentioned that upon release, the RNG seed used in all online battles was the same, so you would know how certain things would fall out, and that you get instances like that where there's supposed to be a variable that is rolled, that is generated, and that for either testing purposes or perhaps the command to roll that variable accidentally got unhooked. That's what happened in Pokemon. I could believe that happening here, where it's supposed to be every time you go into the coffee shop, there's supposed to be a different one, and that's why there is all this work done, the sprites, the walking animations, everything, and that the variable to determine which sprite is pulled, either it broke somehow, and that the value that is always returned is EGADs.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that definitely, for sure. You know, when you talk like this, you sound like almost if you were like a game developer at one point.
I have said in the past that I am fortunate enough to work in the gaming industry.
Oh, really? Okay. I don't remember that.
I don't think I mentioned it in our conversation. I've said it in other streams. That I have seen the inner workings of a game development team.
Right. Okay, interesting.
And also just I've, played games, loved games long enough that I've seen enough weird squirrely things that I can say, okay, well, this has happened here once, so what if it happened there in a different way?
That makes sense. Yeah, I could see where that could lead into like those sorts of like that knowledge pool where you have like these sorts of things and you just kind of know how the inner workings of those would possibly flow out.
PK Smokey actually mentioned something that even I didn't know, in that Pokemon Emerald has a few mistakes where the only variables are certain things in Battle Frontier facilities and the special encounters on the cable car ride, so that's always consistent where it's supposed to be a set or random.
Interesting. Huh. The more you know. This has been great. I've been having a good time.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Dang it, there was something. There was a thread from. It wasn't Miyamoto. It wasn't the Muppets. It wasn't.
Uh-oh.
Something, and then it went poof.
Yeah, it went poof. It went poof. It went bye-bye. I knew about the Battle Frontier facilities, but the cable card ride blew my mind when I found that about a few months back. Jeez.
I don't remember what the cable car ride. Oh,
the one that you're going up the mountain.
Yeah. Wait, is there supposed to be something there?
I guess.
Was there supposed
I've
to
never
be
played it.
That it's a short cutscene. That's all it is. I'm guessing maybe that there was supposed to be something. Maybe someone else in the cable car with you.
Maybe somebody was supposed to be
random
in. There was
NPCs
supposed to be random NPCs.
Yep. Yep. And that's effectively a one-to-one of what it sounds like the coffee shop situation could have potentially been.
So it seems like there's like intended developer stuff, but then they just don't happen, and it's just like,
or that it's just that qualifies as a bug. It's not a game-breaking bug, but code was written with intent to do A, and it did not do that.
Makes sense. Pokemon Emerald seems kind of a little buggy, quirky. You know how it be. There's some video games that are very good. There's some video games that are not very, very good. Some of them are very,
But
very
again,
bad.
You know, I'd rather have that bug of, oops, this character asset didn't get used in a little cameo, and that the combat system doesn't break. That, you know, as I was mentioning earlier, that at the very least, the Pokemon team knew that they could release a game that had a buggy overworld, but that the battle mechanics are solid, and that, you know, you're never crashing because some wrong combination of moves was used on the wrong Pokemon with the wrong ability and nature, and that it causes just a massive crash. That doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Although the only thing that I can think of that is a random crash that does happen is like some people connect to the game through the overworld, and then suddenly the game just is like, I don't know how to handle this. Goodbye. Yeah.
Memory overflow?
I don't know. I don't really actually know what causes those types of crashes. I know some people experience them right before the first like couple of patches, where there was like a duplication Pokemon glitch for like a little while, and then people were like, "Oh well."
Yeah. Well, I mean,
yeah. Then they
duplication
patched that
glitches
out
happen in
immediately.
a lot of things. There was a duplication glitch for the first couple weeks or so of Animal Crossing.
Yep. And the first couple weeks for Tears of the Kingdom, I haven't updated
that's
either
right,
of those
yeah.
games.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I wanna keep being able to dupe items. It's funny. It's like, well, you should have quality. That's the one thing that I realized. And this is something that I think could be considered a hot take, but I consider it kind of like low hanging fruit, bar minimum take. The quality assurance teams back in the day should have gotten pay raises compared to the ones that they get today. There's so many like people that had to beat the game multiple times over and over and over again for quality assurance and make sure that the game is like 100% functional from 0 to 100% completion, versus the quality assurance teams that they have today, where for whatever reason they just say, nah, there's no quality assurance, we'll just day one patch it.
I'll argue that I agree on certain points and disagree with others. I will agree blanket across the board. QA, you know, back in the day and now, I think deserves to be paid better.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I will say that there is quality assurance today that you see, like I mentioned, the fact that a game does not outright crash shows the quality assurance that day one patches are a thing of production timelines. That's not going to be up to QA. That's probably not up to most producers except the highest high-level producers. That if you know that, okay, just because of how production works, that you need to send the game off to whatever manufacturing plant to have these chips printed, the booklets printed, the cases made, shipped to all these suppliers around the world, have those suppliers send out in their supply chains to all of the retail stores. You need to get the game shipped some 3-4 months prior to street date. So it's not just, okay, we're going to wait till the last minute. 3-4 months time for a developer is a lot. And that's when your cleanup is going to happen. So, and it's either that or you have to delay the game because all the shipping and whatnot has to happen for a physical release. And they're not going to do a digital-only release and then physical release later. So...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They
I just kind of like...
But the other thing
I just
is,
kind of like... just games back in the day just seemed like... They had like one shot to get it right, essentially.
They did.
But
games
I
back
feel
in the
like
day had about 20% of the amount of content and variables that games today have, if not less than 20%. For Super Mario Brothers, the number of things that can go wrong in that game, the number of things that are different from play to play in that game, the number of items and interactable objects in that game, very small. When you think about a game the size of Assassin's Creed that even had, you know, Assassin's Creed Unity had prolific bugs, visual bugs, but that they only happened in a very certain set of instances with a certain set of items if you did a certain thing a certain way, and the number of iterations, permutations of how you can angle the camera, walk into certain things exponentially just from one scene to the next scales infinitely, and the number of person hours of people playing the game in the first week of release, if you have a game that is, the size of Assassin's Creed, the size of Pokemon, however many millions of units, how many numbers of hours, is going to exceed in the first week, in all likelihood, the number of person hours that were tested in the game, even by some of the biggest QA teams, just because of factors of scale. That when you have millions of people each playing, 10 hours versus a team of 1,000.
I mean, like, there's a certain amount of more care that I notice. Like, for instance, Gen 6, when Pokemon Gen 6 came out, there wasn't like the amount of bugs or issues that, say,
The world in
Pokemon
Gen 6
Scarlet
is a fraction of the size of Scarlet.
That is
Violet.
true. That is true that there's a fraction. It is a fraction of the world's size. But I'm talking about like baseline mechanics too. Like there used to be this bug in Scarlet Violet where the transition between overworld and battle didn't work properly, and it would just crash the game. Versus like they have these transitions for a very long time for a while. Granted, the transition
the
is
transition
not
in Scarlet Violet that was causing those
is
issues,
not the same.
and
yeah.
that the number of potential transitions in in Gen 6 are going to be 1 or maybe up to 5. That you technically have some different transitions for a couple special trainers, but the transition into battle in Scarlet Violet is
instant. Yeah.
Instant and infinite, because it's going to be based on it's going from the overworld. It is not purging the overworld that you were in and generating this new space for that. It is taking everything that you had, so your model, the opposing model, your Pokemon, all the other Pokemon that are and are not going to still be in the state, the camera angle swooping from wherever it was, depending on the environment that the camera may or may not potentially run into. It's magnitudes.
Oh
Sheer
yeah,
magnitudes of difference.
there's a lot of different variables. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think there's just a little bit like of more care, I guess. But then when you put it in the way that like, well, some of these games are significantly bigger in scope than the other games are. I agree in that aspect.
In that it's just, like I said, the number of variables and potential swoop-ins for that camera are you can only test so many. There's a limit to sanity, that even if you went full automation, which a lot of AAA studios do for their testing, to just have a very simple AI just walk around and run into things, literally just let them go, and that you can spin up a couple hundred of those on top of however many legitimate, real, logical testers you have, just to try and fill in maybe a couple extra percentages of crazy, silly things, and you're still not going to get near 100. You're probably not going to get 50%.
Oh, absolutely not. No. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Glitch, that one was a scary one, I remember. That's one that was weird, because you had to save in the third city, but there was something quirky about it. It wasn't just anywhere in the city, but it was a significant amount.
It was like, as long as you got into like a certain sphere of the area that you were in, and you saved the game, the whole thing got corrupted.
Yeah, there was some chunk of that city, and that, my guess is, the test plan says test on every route, test in every city. They're not likely to test in every inch of every city, in that they walk into the city, they test save works, cool, test passed, and that there's something about how, this is pure speculation on my part, obviously, that it was a large city. There may have been multiple parts of how it was generated, and that in some other chunk of where it was generated, that something was different.
Right. Yeah. I think the third town is it's the place that's supposed to be Paris. That whole like giant city. Yeah. But like the transition from there into that building area is what caused the giant crash.
Or that it could have been
make your data unrecoverable. Yeah.
Then there's other silly things that can happen on the back end that it could be, all right, you need to walk through the city a couple of times, and that PK Smokey mentions that there are physically separated screen transition chunks. Yes, and that it could have been, okay, you need to get to a chunk for the second time in your visit to the city, and that
and be able to save, and if you can't, then
because and that there was some variable or something that doesn't happen when you first enter the city, but since you left and then re-enter the city, that chunk of the city without exiting and leaving the whole city, that there's some variable, there's some back-end thing that is stacking and doesn't cooperate, and that when it then goes to reload the game, it sees two of these things because it didn't unload properly or something, and that's how the game gets corrupted. Or it could be any number of those things. This is just, like I said, me spinning stuff out of thin air.
Oh yeah, it could be a several things. It could be a multitude of different things that is
even that
causing the problem.
You know,
yeah,
it wasn't a consistent thing. It wasn't just, all right, you walk into this city and you can't save anywhere in it, but it was something that was, whatever the root cause was, the behavior was a common enough one that it was not, you know, there are some bugs that, you know, they blow up on Twitter, but, you know, 0.01% of players get this bug that you see everywhere on Twitter because it was really funny and weird. But a bunch of people see it and they think it's super common, but it's actually not. Whatever happened was, like, more than 1% of players hit that bug, and that means it's catastrophic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like if like more than like a certain percentile of players reach that certain point and they're like, why can't I continue my game? That is, I say, if
1% of players hit a save corrupting bug, that qualifies as catastrophic in my mind.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, like, it might not be as bad like in, like, say, an MMO where like updates are constantly being pumped out each week. It's really bad when it's a single player game and you already spent like $40-$60 on it, and it just suddenly stops working.
Unfortunately, Nintendo was able to patch it, but you know, they usually don't patch games like that. That it was a big frickin' deal that they were releasing a patch for Pokemon, and, you know, even for all of its faults in Scarlet Violet, that Scarlet Violet had nothing of that nature.
Oh, you know something I didn't think about? I didn't think about this because the eShop is no longer exists, right? But what if somebody buys
a unopened copy
of Pokemon X and Y? Yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance that somebody can hit that bug. You can still get the updates.
Oh, okay. Printed that.
Okay.
Oh, you can still get updates. Okay.
You can still get updates. Never mind.
And I know that obviously after the initial wave of printing, that they had the fix just on the cartridge. But if it was, you know, somebody bought this on release day, has kept it in pristine condition, never opened the packaging, never put it in, conceptually, even though you can still get the updates now, conceptually, they're going to take that server down someday. And that then someone could get it and just be screwed. Yeah.
There was a game-breaking bug in the co-op version of Luigi's Mansion 3DS where the first boss, if your friend and yourself try to vacuum the first boss together, what happens is it makes the heart of the boss disappear and no longer can be like,
you can't beat it anymore.
You can't beat it anymore. Yeah, it has no heart at all. So basically it just keeps cycling over through the fight over and over and over again, and there's nothing you can do. And I'm just like, oh, that is not good. That is not good.
Yeah. It is fortunate that the internet and the concept of being able to do patches like that happen to scale with games very smoothly, because, like I said, when you had stuff on N64 and whatnot, obviously there are many prolific bugs that we still have that, hell, half of speedruns on classic consoles are built off of bugs. Just look at Mario 64. It's not a perfect game.
Yeah, it is not. Absolutely not. No. The thing about, like, The first boss
That's
becomes
heartless.
a heartless.
So that means there's a
Um,
nobody of it running around somewhere, and you need to beat that instead.
But what I was going to say was there are some games that there are glitches that don't affect the casual base. And those glitches tend to be used for speedrunning and
Yep.
breaking the game and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's really fun and interesting.
That's making
I
lemonade
have
out
a
of
good time
lemons,
with those.
and
Oh yeah, absolutely.
those are the bugs that, like I said, it's a fraction of a percent ends up seeing it, and whatever.
Mhm.
That's going to happen really any era of games. That there's a couple things that you can find as far back as NES games, and obviously there's plenty nowadays.
Absolutely. There's a bunch of games that you can find to just speedrun, and you'll find at least one little quirky thing about the game that you'll be like, that's not supposed to happen. That's not real. Why is that there?
I'm guessing it's the folks that find these, and that who was
I
the first
don't know how
person
that
who
happens.
said, I guess most of these presumably have to be found by accident, and the person is curious, okay, I just flew up the set of stairs to the final Bowser level by accident.
Where else can I
Wait
do
a
this?
minute, how did that happen? Let me try that again, and then just tinkering around, because I saw it happen once by accident, and then once you are actively attempting it, you can, probably after a couple hours find what it was, and then internet comes into play and the knowledge spreads. But
Yep.
there's now obviously a whole host of folks who just go into a game, express intent, all right, I'm going to try and break this as many ways as I can for the express intent of speedrunning, and that
Yep.
they find these things day one.
And they find these things day one, yeah.
But that's because you have so many people now doing this that, however many, if it's even a couple thousand people, which sounds like a lot, but it is not, and they each spend 10 hours, that adds up super fast.
It goes like really fast, like after a while, because there's some people that are specifically like, I know some people who are picking up the new Pokemon games because they were like, well, I want to find some really cool glitches so I can bust the game and like give like all my friends like the most powerful Pokemon and shit. And then there's some people that are like, well, I like it for the speedrunning aspect, I want to do this. Then you have the people that want to do that. Like, I think Pokemon has like got like these different categories of community. You have like the challenge, the people that want to challenge, people that want speedruns, the people who want the glitches for Nuzlocks. Then you have the people who just want to play the game normally and just be like, leave me alone. I just want to play my game.
But that's one of the cool things about Pokemon. We were talking about earlier and how we would love to have a villainous game, and we know that it's never going to happen because Pokemon is designed
We become
to
the
be,
villain ourselves.
that Pokemon is designed initially for kids, but what makes Pokemon so incredible and why it has become the cultural cornerstone that it is today is because it has always been really good about being fun for any age while still being targeted at a young age, that you can play Pokemon, and even if you don't understand type advantages, you'll probably get a sense for them along the way, and that's just by design. That's meant to become something that you realize and learn naturally. But EVs, IVs, things that were initially hidden and that folks found, but there was that depth beneath the surface, and even though it wasn't surfaced for a very long time, that they not only had that depth for the folks that were interested in it, but that over time they've said, okay, we are going to actually surface these more and more, make them built in more and more. But at the same time, it's totally unnecessary. You do not need to do any EV training. You don't need to worry about natures or anything if you want to play the game. But if you want to have that depth, it's there for you, and it keeps it accessible for everybody, or makes it fun for everyone, regardless of how deep you want to go.
Yeah. I think it's like the Pokemon has always kind of like been this like fluctuating thing back and forth. So I don't know, like there's some people that really want to do these huge like absorbent things with the game, and then there are some of these people who just want to play the game and just whatever it throws at you, that sort of thing.
And yeah, there's so much there, and that's part of why so many people love it, because there's no wrong way to play it. And Nuzlocke
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, the creation of the Nuzlocke, I think, is one of the biggest boons, frankly, to it in the modern era. And I'm curious, I do not think they will ever add in a formal Nuzlocke mode. I wonder if they're going to start baking in a couple mechanics here and there to enable it, a la what they've done for EVs and IVs, that it is still not a main part of the game. It's still completely unobtrusive, and you can, frankly, miss it if you're not looking for it. But I wonder if they can find ways to say to that community, okay, here's, this character in this game.
The funny thing you mention is like, I know that Nintendo and Game Freak are not like a thing that is together necessarily, but I remember there was this I forget who their names are, but their name, they used to do like the Go Nintendo Minute sort of thing on Nintendo's like YouTube channel. They have their own separate channels now, or they do their own like kind of Nintendo related stuff on a separate
Treehouse or
no. There's this man and woman that used to do like Nintendo segments on their YouTube channel. I forgot what it's called. But I remember them specifically asking Nintendo if they could do a Pokemon Challenge Nuzlocke, and Nintendo responded with saying that Nuzlocks are a modification of a game and we do not allow that. And it was really funny because it was like, I think Nintendo is out of touch. They don't know what
they don't understand the concept.
They don't understand the concept.
They thought it was a mod.
They thought it was a mod. Yeah, and it was really
yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Nintendo thinks Nuzlocks are
That's what
mods.
happens when she types.
Yeah, that's what happens when I type. I have different outfits and all kinds of stuff. So, former employees claim the Pokemon Company considers Nuzlocke runs to be on the same level as ROM hacks, according to a pair of former Nintendo employees of North America. The workers in question were apparently prevented from taking part in such challenge runs during the long tenure. Yeah, Kit and Krista from they did a Nintendo, I forgot what it's called. Their segment.
I think it was Nintendo Minute.
Yeah, it was Nintendo Minute. But basically, the Pokemon Company like literally told him like, nah, that's a ROM hack. You're stupid.
Nintendo is good at a lot of things, but they are also obviously behind the times.
So the question was, have you played a Nuzlocke run of Pokemon? And if so, do you have any stories to tell? And Kit and Krista podcast going by the name of Fuwanto asked, we had a great story to tell about this where we thought it would be a fun idea, so we pitched it to the Pokemon Company, Ellis remarked, and we would like to do a Nuzlocke run. What do you guys think? And Yang noted that we thought they were going to fire us because the response they got was very serious, and they said, we consider this on the same level as using a hacked game, ROM hack, etc. It's just a style of playing a game that anyone can buy. There's no hacking. That was truly one of the more wait what responses. And then they said a lot of creators that played Nuzlocke for a style of Pokemon that got erased from their trainer programs. So yeah. So basically the Pokemon Company had this thing called a trainer program where basically they would send them like Pokemon program. Merch. Yeah, it's an influencer program. Well, every single one that started doing Nuzlocks got like removed from it. Just like how every single Nintendo ambassador got removed like 2 years ago.
I think that they now understand what Nuzlocks are and that they don't have a problem anymore, but it does scan that in the early days that they would not understand.
Yeah, I get the feeling that it's like, so like Baldur said, for example, there's some people that do Ironmans of like Fire Emblem games. Basically, an Iron Man is just whatever happens, essentially. If somebody dies, you continue moving on regardless what just happened. So in Pokemon Nuzlocke, it's similar to that, like where if somebody faints, you just put them in the PC and you never use them ever again. That literally zero difference. But for whatever reason, the Pokemon Company really dislikes competitive despite doing tournaments. It literally does not make any sense. They do not like competitive stuff. They don't like challenges or anything like that. And I find that really funny because they've catered to it for years. So why all of a sudden the discontent towards it?
Like I said, I think it's just misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, absolutely.
Didn't realize what it was, but I think they do now because there are very many high-profile Nuzlockers and content creators that Nintendo does partner with that have, like, Jaden Animations had a thing.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, she had 2 animation videos. Yeah,
she has actively partnered with Pokemon on multiple things since. Like, I remember seeing a video of hers a couple months ago where Pokemon sent her a whole bunch of plushies, and that she did a whole thing on the sittability, or something to that effect of the plushies. There is no way that Nintendo is not aware of her Nuzlocke content, so they obviously have changed their tune.
Well, it wasn't that they weren't aware of it, because every single plushie that they gave her were also plushies from her
Nuzlocke,
team.
that's right. Yeah,
from the Nuzlocke,
so
like exactly one to one. Yes,
they have realized the folly of their previous stance. So hey, character growth, but also what the fuck, Nintendo? Come on. yeah, they're just being a little silly. That's all. Oh, we took away all of your stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. We'll make it up to you. Don't worry. Kixie's my feet's plushies. Oh my god. Just quirky Nintendo things. Don't worry about it. This is what happens when you're a Nintendo fan. You kind of have to just put up with their bullshit. Nintendo has done a lot of great things, and they are to this day very good at a lot of things. There are plenty of things they don't do well. Mm-hmm. I will sing Nintendo's praises constantly. I will never call them perfect.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was very much like, oh my god, I love Nintendo. Nintendo is great. And then I found out that the Vaporeon copy pasta was made from a Nintendo employee, and I got really depressed. Yes. I said it.
Sure, this isn't an urban legend. Now I need
No. In a Nintendo employee chat room, somebody made that copy pasta, and it was an intern that said it. It is a real thing, and it's true because they post the logs on Reddit, and I was like, no, that's not real. That's not real.
People doing stupid things in their 20s.
Yeah, we did talk about that, but. And this is why Vaporeon is like, I think I get the feeling that this is also why Vaporeon is like, oh, I think my phone just died. Lamau.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let me just plug in another phone. I was gonna say, I think this is the reason why you don't see Vaporeon like very often in promotion anymore.
Oh, I have to believe that they have consciously reduced the public use of Vaporeon. No doubt there.
Yeah, because like ever since I found that out, I was like, oh, so that's why they haven't been like using Vaporeon in their promotion material anymore.
Fortunately, Vaporeon was never a major player in their promotions. That obviously, as one of the first 3 evolutions, that it got more than the average Pokemon. But it's not like they don't use Eevee anywhere anymore.
Yeah, I mean, like Eevee is like used a lot in promotion with like Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu.
It is the secondary mascot to Pikachu itself at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just adjusting. Yeah, I know. There you go.
Well, the phone has gotten very tired, and I know we've actually been live for just over 6 hours now, so it has been quite the show. I'm sure that if left to our own devices, we could just be here all night.
Honestly, I really could, because I'm not feeling at all tired. I just realized, oh, I should probably check up on Ricky, and then I realized, oh, I might be hungry, even though my stomach says I'm not hungry. I might be kind of hungry.
Yeah, food is
So,
generally a
like-
good thing. So Ren's record lives another day, but
For now,
you
for
are,
now,
by
I'm the
passing
second
6-hour
place.
mark that,
Yeah.
I need to double check that you're in the top 5, no question. I can't remember if you are second or third, but I think you are second. I don't think that anyone actually, apart from Ren, had broken 6. So I think that you do.
I mean,
have
I
that.
literally could go for another 3 hours.
I'm
It's
sure
simply
you
because
could. That was-
just
that I went live tonight, sort of saying to myself. I even mentioned it when I was doing the intro, that our pre-interview spiraled far past the normal 30 minutes that I allocate for it. And any time that
it was like 2 hours we were talking.
And any time that has happened in 116 episodes, that it is always an indicator for the show that it's gonna be a longer one. And knowing you, and frankly, knowing that you know Ren as you do, that I was almost in the back of my head was like, okay, is Aki actually just gonna like force the issue just to get one up on Ren? Because I wouldn't put it past her.
I was tempted. I was really tempted to be like, all right, so what if we just did one speed run and I just pump out another hour of content just for fun? You know, like, hey, to be fair, I at least have something that not anyone else in
that
100
you-
episodes has.
Mhm.
I literally have
Live
gameplay in
challenge.
mind. Let's
Live
go.
challenge gameplay, so you do have that badge of honor.
Mhm.
But before we end, I do have the only
Sure.
2 questions that are the consistent threads in VTuber Talk. The first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? That you've mentioned that you do hope to get the funny check mark someday, so I'm going to say that that doesn't count. But anything else,
no,
whether it be,
no.
you know, a particular project, hacking yourself into a particular game. You have mentioned the 4 Zelda game marathon, so I will sort of count that as one that you've already said. But if there are any other goals or just projects.
I mean, like, the thing is, I'm very, like, lenient on goals. I usually kind of just follow, like, very small goals. Like, what I used to do is I used to go from, like, 100 followers to the next 100 followers and so forth and so forth. I kind of just go from there, just kind of progress very slowly that way. But then I realized that becomes a little bit unhealthy in nature. So I stopped looking at my numbers after a certain point and just kind of just started doing whatever. So really, my goals, I'm not like I don't really have like an end goal, if that makes any sense. Like if I got Twitch partner tomorrow, for example, I wouldn't be changing anything that I currently do now.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one thing that some people are a little bit worried about, because I have some people who really, really like my streams and they like hanging out and being friends. But there's some people that I've talked to that are worried that I'm just going to forget about them one day, and that I'm going to get too popular or too famous for them, and they think that I'm going to treat them like, you know, nobody or whatever. And I can rest assured tell you that I'm not like that. I'm far from that.
Miraberry, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jay, this is VTuber Talk, and we're actually just wrapping up things here with Aki. So we will be sending you on a bit of a raid train in just a bit, but I do still have the one last question that I ask all my guests, and that is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not asking what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. I've had people say it lets me get in touch with my inner child, it lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had others say, I don't feel a personal connection to my model. It's a tool in my toolbox as a content creator, as an entertainer, and I love this tool, and I wouldn't want to be a content creator in any other way. And that, this is the mask that I wear. It is it's the tool that I use in my craft, even if I don't necessarily see the model as myself. And those are 2 pretty polar opposites. There are things even farther beyond and in between, and there's no wrong way to be a VTuber. So for you, Aki, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Well, before I get into that, I do want to finish like my thought on the goal
Oh,
thing first,
yes.
real quick.
Please.
Mostly, back to what I said, like where some people are afraid that, oh, I might get too big for them, or that, you know, I don't want to be around them or whatever. I'm just generally going to be friendly to anybody who reciprocates that. So I don't think like numbers or being big or famous really changes anything for me, because it's not something that I'm going for. It's just, I just want some sort of thing that has my name on it and I think it's cool. That's it. Like, I don't think numbers equate to someone being famous. I think like there are some like when I think of famous, I think of somebody who goes down the street and they can't get a coffee normally because everyone just paparazzis them.
That even
that's where I think is a problem. Like there are, like, for instance, there are some people who are so famous that they can't go into public spaces without you know,
security.
dressing up, without security,
without
without pretending to be somebody else. And I think that is sad. I think it's so sad that some people put these sorts of people on such a high pedestal that they can't even live their life normally anymore. So for me,
I think making it big in content creation is one of the best ways, because you're right that it can hit that happy medium where you can, you know, have a lot of people who look up to you and that a bit of a fan base, but you can still go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I want to be for those people. I want to inspire. I want to bring people to a medium that they've never experienced before. I want them to try new things. I want them to better themselves. If there are things that I can do that let them challenge themselves in a healthy way that allows them to develop and progress in a positive way, I want that. That would be my end goal. I think that is far more important than any, like if today I started streaming and only like 2 people showed up, I would still be the same versus if 1,000 people showed up. There is no difference in that. I think my goals are still the same regardless. I'm still trying to put a positive impact on somebody. I'm still trying to make sure that somebody who is having it rough can still have a couple of laughs at the end of the night, so they're not, you know, as sad. I think that a lot of people suffer from that and they don't have an outlet to allow them to really truly express how they feel. So they need, you know, content creations or content creators in a way of coping. And I think that's a great idea to help those sorts of people. And it takes one person to make something worth it. I agree with that, Smokey. And that one person could even be yourself. It doesn't have to be somebody else. I think your motivations and your inspirations and the things that you work towards should all be something that you can create with your own hands. But the idea is, if you can share those stories with other people and bring other people together in the same way, doesn't that make that worthwhile and make it magical?
Absolutely. You know, VTuber Talk is a largely selfish project that the 2 people that I care about when I go live are myself and the guest. And that, like I said, for me as a showrunner, if I can make sure that the guest has a good time, that they're able to talk about things that they enjoy, maybe rant about a couple things they don't enjoy, and that at the end of the day, they said, that was fun. That's all I care about. That I don't care if VTuber Talk is the biggest, the best VTuber talk show out there. I know that I'm not the only one for sure. But if people can say, if the guest can say that they had fun, and that if people can talk behind my back and say, yeah, you can go on VTuber Talk and have an okay time. Jay's not an asshole. I don't need people to say that I'm the greatest person. If people are saying, yeah, you can go on a show, he's not a creep, don't worry about it. That means I've succeeded.
I think like there's nothing wrong with being I think some creators are worried about being a little selfish or a little self-indulgent. There is nothing wrong with that. I think if you set those goals for your own sanity, I guess, for your own, like, this is what you want to do and this is what you want to be all about, you go for it, you know? Don't let other people describe your goals for you. Don't let other people tell you this is what you need to do, this is what you need to get to this. Like, I think one of the fallacies that some people fall into is that they often take advice from some people and then full on mimic it and copy other creators as they go along, and that begins this thing where I think the main identity of that VTuber or that content creator, it loses itself in it, right? There's no unique trait to it anymore because you are just taking other things from other people and just mashing it into one thing. Now, granted, you can be inspired by people and do that, but if you were purposely just trying to, like, follow every single trend, follow all these other trends and everything, and constantly going towards like a huge goal, like one of the things that I worry about sometimes is there's some smaller creators that are like, oh well, I want to be like part of like a huge like agency or whatever, like VShojo or whatever. Great inspiration, great, you know, goal you want to go towards, but you also have to be a little realistic, right? You have to make your goals small and you have to follow them accordingly. And you can have that big goal, like you want to be part of VShojo, cool, you can go for that. But the thing is you need to make all the little steps that reach to that. And some people don't know how to do that. And that's why I always tell people to kind of keep the goals very small and very concise. But overall, again, at the end of the day, my goal is just to make other people smile and have a good time. And if I could do that, then I think I've accomplished what I need. Yeah. What was your other question?
The last one is, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Darn right it is, and that's why I ask it last.
I see. The thing is I don't want to say that, oh, it allows me to be a different person, or it allows me to be a character or a tool, because I don't think of it like that. I think of it much more than just something that you can use to change the medium up or mix it up or anything like that, or see myself as the character. I feel like it's something you experience, right? It's something that you can, like, anybody could really do, right? Anybody could get a VTuber model and just kind of go around and, you know, play around with streaming or just, you don't even have to be a streamer to have a VTuber model. I know some people that just have one just to do voice chats with people. I know some people have one just to make TikToks and stuff. There's some people that are on Twitter, they have a VTuber model and they just make funny little videos with it. I think it's something that is for everyone. You know, similar to like how you can really turn anything into something truly interesting by just sharing it with everybody. I don't think it necessarily has to be, oh, this can allow me to mask myself, or this allows me to be somebody I wish I was in real life. I think it's something that is not like, what am I trying to describe here? I feel like it can be something that has such a, it's like niche right now, right? But there is so much potential. There is a lot of potential that is involved with it, but it lets you share several different aspects of yourself without necessarily like for instance, like I could be this VTuber model, but then I could be like the next day I could be like an animal character, or I could be like, a furry model, or I can be like a robot, or you know, you can be literally anything, but it's anything and everything for everybody. Is I guess the best way of I can describe it. Yeah, anything and everything for everybody, I think is the best way of describing it. At least that's what I think VTubing is.
And that I always ask that question last for a couple reasons. One, I think it helps put a bit of a bow on things. Two, like I said, there's no wrong answer. Three, there's also technically multiple angles to answer from that. One of the ways to potentially answer is, what does being a VTuber mean to you, as in, for you, the individual, what is your particular relationship with VTubing? But then there's also the broader meaning, and that I feel answered both, because I think the first thing you said after giving it thought, I think is the crux of your answer, and that for you, VTubing is the experience.
Yeah.
And that I asked that question last because it can have that, well, one, that was the longest that you had to think basically all night. And
that's true. That's true. Normally, I'm pretty quick with like answering a question, or like going right into it. I had to really kind of sit there and really think about what I wanted to say, because I didn't want to have like just kind of like because there's been instances where I say like, yeah, I like being a VTuber model because then I don't have to put my face on there because my face kind of ugly, you know, or like it helps me with like my identity as a trans person. But it's like, I feel like it's much more than that, you know. Yeah. There's few things that it, like, those are factors, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that's just such a very simple answer to a much broad question. So I kind of looked at it more like philosophically, I guess.
But that's, again, why I love asking it last. That is one of the very, very small number of things that has survived from episode 1 of Vtuber Talk to episode 116. That there's a lot that I do the same structurally, but there's different pieces and elements that I have swapped in and out. But that is one of the things that has always been there, and that I always love the answers. And sometimes people need to think. Sometimes people have the answer, and sometimes it's a very simple answer. Sometimes it's a super deep answer. But the thing is, people always, there's always thought put into it. Even the ones that are able to just, snap their fingers and they have their answer, it's because they've been thinking about it already, and they had something prepared because it's something they've thought of. Others may not have thought about it, and I get to sort of introduce that thought process to them. And that regardless of what the answer is, the answers, even if I don't know what they will be when I ask the question, the answers always make sense. Just from talking with someone for a couple of hours, that it's not necessarily, like I said, not something that I would guess, but that people have their own consistencies, I suppose, and just personalities, and that different threads from the conversation about the things that they like, they don't like, things that inspire them, things that they incorporate into their own content. And that for you, someone who does so much for your redeems, that for you want to be creating the experience for the audience, that the concept of experience itself and the time spent therein makes sense. So thank you again so much for...
I want to reverse the question.
Oh no.
I want to reverse the question. I want to know what you think VTubing is about. I don't know if anybody has ever done that before, but
I feel I'm
curious.
not qualified to answer. I'm not a VTuber.
Well, you're talking to VTubers. You have a lot of knowledge about it.
Yes,
so perhaps you have your own vision of what you think VTubing is about.
I mostly ask the question, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's why I frame it of, to you, Aki, that it's not the definition really. It is what somebody gets from it, why they do it, and what being a VTuber means to them.
Mhm.
So, for that framing of the question, I cannot answer because I am not a VTuber. For the framing of the question of what is the definition of VTubing, the baseline.
What would be your outside perspective then? Like, do you have like an idea of like what you think of VTubing? Like obviously you have some sort of interest into it, and when you have some sort of like thought process of what it means to you, because you've interviewed 100 VTubers, right? So is there like a certain like thing that you think of when you think of the word VTubing? Is there like something that comes to mind to you?
Well, I suppose it's rather self-explanatory, I think, here in a way. The mere existence of VTuber Talk and the reason that the last question is the last question is because VTubing can mean anything. It can be entirely unique to the person who is the VTuber. That's why I asked the question, because there is no right answer, there is no consistent answer. It's going to be based entirely on the person, their goals, their experiences, their likes, their dislikes, how they interact with their audience, how they interact with the model itself, and that there is no right answer. And that's why I asked the question. So that is what VTubing is to me, and that it is up to the VTuber.
I see. Interesting. Very cool. Sorry, thank you for letting me ask you the same question. Sorry if I put you on the spot.
It's a very fair turnabout. That, like I said, I can't answer what being a VTuber means to me, but that is my answer to what being a VTuber means to me.
Right.
The subtlety there.
Yeah. I figured it might be interesting. I'd be like, what if I turned the question around? Like, has anybody done that before on your show, or are you just kind of like?
People have turned questions around on me before. I don't think anyone has turned that question on me.
Okay. Okay. Well,
but
I had a lovely time. Yeah.
I technically do have one other question. It's a much simpler one, though. Or it could be incredibly complex. We're about to find out. And that's, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, no.
So while she looks around for a target, I'll take care of the last housekeeping. I think I missed a follow. Yes, Woody VTuber, thank you for the follow. Also, Arka93, thank you for the follow. And Miraberry, thank you again for the raid. I hope you all enjoyed this, rather extended episode of VTuber Talk, episode number 119. If you are interested in more shows like this, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. It's VTuber Talk, both places. Nice and simple. I do these approximately once a week, sometimes a bit more often. This is my second show in 4 days, and sometimes there will be a week and a half between. So you'll just have to follow and keep up, but don't worry, VTuber Talk is not going anywhere. There are so many incredible folks out there. I am spoiled for choice. I will never have a problem of running out of VTubers to talk with. But even if you're not following me, please be sure to follow Aki. Her links are there at the bottom of the screen, down in the channel panels if you're watching live on Twitch, and they will be in the video description if you're watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and if you got to this point in the video without just scrubbing to the end, congratulations.
Wow, you have watched 6 hours of content and my bullshit. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. Make sure you get the pepperoni, cheese, and crackers in your fridge.
Yes.
It will be worth it.
You deserve it.
You deserve it. Absolutely. I found the person that I wish to raid. Can you guess who it is?
Is it Ren?
No.
Okay.
It is Ren.
Okay.
It is Ren.
I was like,
That's what, yeah. But I'm like trying to figure out how I can stall for time for another 45 minutes. I need 46 minutes to beat the record, and I'm like, I can't do it. I gotta really go.
So is that the raid message? Aki has the second longest show.
I have the second longest show. I have the second longest show. You go queen.
But yes, be sure to let Ren know that Aki sent you all, and goodness knows if it's a normal day for Ren, you'll
Oh
have
boy.
that.
She's playing Majora's Mask, so it is gonna
Oh.
be a normal day.
And how many hours is she in?
I think she's in 3, maybe 2 hours. I didn't
Okay,
check.
so in that case, they'll be going for at least another 5 hours. That you'll be there a while. You don't need to worry about being redirected for a good time.
Yeah, just double checking. 4 hours they're in. Yeah, they're good.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
they're
gonna
going to be
for a
going for at least 3, probably 4.
Oh wait, hold
minimum.
on. They're doing a quick fitness check. Let's just wait till that's over, till they go, till we
yeah,
raid.
Have to
Yeah.
time it.
yeah. We'll wait till that they're. I guess they're doing something.
Also,
What
they
is
changed
this?
that it's now just Ren, that it's no longer the full-on Renslayer, right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
Ren.
Okay, it was like pretty sure because it changed just a couple of weeks after our show, so I had to go into the YouTube description and change things.
Yep.
Not the
They're
first time
just-
it's happened, not the last time.
They're just doing like a little exercise thing, so I want them to make sure that they get that first before they
Mhm.
go off on
Yeah.
a tangent about their raid.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Look at you, so considerate.
I know. I love Ren. Ren's my best friend. I met Ren. So the thing about Ren is I met Ren during their subathon, and I may or may not been the reason why their subathon went over 300 hours.
I don't know if I should say oops, if I should say congratulations, if I should say wow, it's sort of all of the above.
Well, because when I stopped by, they had, I think they were just barely at the cusp of 100 hours for their subathon. By the end of the month, it was like 338 hours.
Oh my.
I love everything that Ren does, and I could not I think like Ren and Paper, they're two friends of mine that I've met through last year, and I have, honest to God, I wish like I was friends with them like when I was a kid, because I really kind of needed friends like that. And it makes me kind of like, man, this sucks. like Baldur is a great friend too, but I've only known him through online for like the longest time. We only actually met last year too in person for the first time. It was crazy.
That is one of the really special things about conventions being back up, and obviously you don't need to be at a convention to meet folks from streaming and VTubing, but
Yeah.
it certainly has allowed good circumstances for a lot of meetings, and that's part of why I'm very excited for folks going to TwitchCon, and that
Oh,
who
yeah,
knows what's happening
absolutely.
at conventions.
Ren
all
Ren
over,
wants
but-
me Ren wants me to get a cardboard cutout of themselves and me, and like running around with it. And I was like, you do know that people are gonna find us, right? And they're like, Ren's like, oh, we'll just tell them that we're their managers. I'm like, yeah, and our own voices. That sounds like a great idea. They're probably gonna do their, they're doing their raid video because somebody just raided.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we need to wait for the video to end so they
You need to wait for the video to end so you can do it again.
Yes.
This is terrible. This is actually really funny. I swear I'm not stalling for time to get first place. I swear. I literally just want to be considerate because I don't want.
just solidifying the silver medal, making sure that someone's gonna have to work damn hard to take it from you.
Well, yeah, because like typically you would think that these like interview videos just do your Wario impression. Hold on.
Hey, look, guys, it's me, Wario, from the best game, Wario World. Yes, I'm going to play the best game, Wario Advance. Fuck. Oh, no.
We didn't even talk about WarioWare.
No, we didn't.
My greatest achievement,
achievement.
Wario Land 4 on the
WarioWare.
Game Boy Advance. Yes.
I love Wario. Wario is one of my favorite characters, and I'm really sad that he just gets the fucking shaft every time. You know, the one thing I'm really scared about is when I heard the new WarioWare game was released and I heard Wario's voice, I was scared that wasn't Charles because it was much deeper, and I'm like, no, 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 they got rid of Charles. No. Then I checked the credits and I was like, oh, Charles is still on there. I was like, oh, thank God.
He's just getting a little bit older, and voices still change as you get older.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it scared the living shit out of me because I was like, that's not Wario. That doesn't sound like Wario. Who is that?
at this point, I'm very confident that, assuming that he is still alive and capable, that it is
He will always be Wario.
his role it is his role and his place to say that he is done. Of all things that Nintendo does not do right, like, I think that they're going to wait for him to say that he's done.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they could always bring back the Super Show, the Mario Super Show voice,
God.
like Luigi. I'm here, Luigi. I'm here.
Yeah, Captain Lou, was it?
Yeah, Captain Lou. Oh, Mario! I don't know what I'm doing.
That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario.
That's a Mama Luigi to you, Mario. It's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it. I love all those clips. I enjoy those cartoons way more than I should.
Oh yeah. Is the raid video done just in time to make it happen again? I forget how long that raid video is.
Well, the thing is she still has the fitness check thing. So I'm tempted to be like, hey, are you done with that or no? Is Ren still doing fitness check? Oh yeah, there's my... Oh yeah, Ren is definitely doing fitness check still. She's counting. Oh, fitness fruit in my... Oh.
Wow.
No, somebody said that because I was orange is orange. They thought, yeah, fitness fruit in my mouth. No. For this check, get up and stretch. Oh God. She's saying her knees just popped like 3 times as she's getting back up. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Don't take care of yourself more.
I am checking. The runtime on Ren's episode is 7 hours, 14 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Damn it.
And that doesn't count the 10-ish minutes, 5-10-ish minutes of pre-show roll.
Oh wait. So wait. 10 wait. So I might be on the same par. You're telling me I might be...
No, so if we were to count the pre-show roll, Ren's would be somewhere near 725.
Oh, damn it. Never mind. I'm gonna cry.
Like I said, you have very firmly secured second place, and second out of 116 is still quite admirable.
Jesus Christ. They just beat on me. No, I was gonna do it. You know what, Jay?
What?
Fuck it. We're gonna talk more. Fuck it. We're talking more until Ren figures out what the fuck they're doing.
They're just sabotaging
ask me
their
more
own
questions
record at this point.
Ask me more questions. Let's go. I don't care.
Okay.
Fuck it.
All right. This is the post-credits sequence.
Post-credits sequence because it's taking forever. I just want to raid Ren.
We didn't talk about your website, the Borange website that you're developing. Holy.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
You're
so
looking into making what is effectively a database website, a la like My Anime List. There's a couple other websites that exist, but you are looking to make it not only a database with a very nice UI that people can populate with the games that they have played, but also adding in functionality for community engagement of voting on what the next game to play will be. There's just the UI is gorgeous, legitimately. That it's.
Let me see if I can actually pull it up real quick here for you.
Because there's so many folks like in the anime community having a My Anime List account is just something. It's almost a business card type thing, And there's plenty of streamers, not just VTubers, that will post, all right, this is the list of games that I have played or beaten on stream. Not all will do that, but I think a lot more would do that if instead of having to list it all out on their page, that they could just say, here's my Borange link.
That'd be pretty funny.
And it just
so
goes up on the About profile next to social media.
So basically, this website, the way that it works is I made it with the intention of putting like all of my like physical collection on the page. And so like if you go to GameCube, for example, you'll see that there's some that got like little orange check marks on, and that means I've streamed the game. Like I've streamed it all the way to completion. And you'll find that it'll be like, I've streamed this game before. And then it'll have a little link here that links to the actual VODs of those videos on my YouTube channel. And then if I, for whatever reason, decide to do like a highlight of the stream, I don't think any of these have it. Let me check. Probably like N64.
Now, currently this is not set up to have every game from all these consoles. You've specifically populated them with games that you own and then modified for the ones that you've played. But
yeah,
you're already more than halfway there in terms of the UI and backend. I'd imagine that all you would need to do is, finish populating the rest of the console libraries, and the real legwork at that point that you would have to do is create the UI
make
for
it
people
so that
to populate it.
Yeah, people can populate what games that they want and whatever, and basically allow it so that other people can do it
to
too.
Templatize.
But this right here is like where you can have like the highlight reel, and this would link you to a video of a highlight or whatever. So I was thinking of having it so that if I ever wanted to go down that route, like you said, I would have like different users up here that says how many users have played this game, and then how many would recommend, and then you would have like if you had played it personally, your stuff would be there and people can find and click through it. Like you would click through here and see like who streamed these games, and it would bring up a list of games that have been streamed recently through that.
Because this is search functionality that Twitch doesn't have. You can search who is playing a game at this moment right now on Twitch. You cannot search historically who's played this game in the past week, who has played this game, period. Who among the people that I follow have played this game at any point in time. None of that is available.
Well, the other thing is, it's like I wish that there was like a way to like recommend games to other people on Twitch. Like somebody played this game and you want to tell this other person that you recommend it, but you're not friends with them, right?
Yeah,
what if you just
they have a Borange profile that you can say,
yeah,
I think you should play game, or at the very least that if a streamer can say, all right, I'm trying to decide between these 5 games that I have curated, but based on popular input, and maybe there's validation that you have to be following on Twitch in order to vote or something. Obviously, that would take admittedly more significant integration, because then you're actually hopping and going off of Twitch data, which I don't know how complex that would be on the back end. But
so Twitch's API, the problem with Twitch's API is they constantly change it. So it's not like a viable thing that I could potentially use. The only things that they don't change are the things that have to do with their UI. The problem is that the day that they do change their UI, it's gonna break everything. So it's like, I would not tie things directly that way if I were to make it.
Do that. The basic thing to be done there, well, no, because even if it's just because basically I'm thinking from a user validation standpoint to make sure that someone can't just whip up a bunch of bots and then, just do something crazy with the voting. That maybe, maybe
it would,
to validate
be
as
like
a user and connect your Twitch account in that Borange confirms, all right, there is a valid Twitch account and only one Twitch account can be linked per Borange user. You don't need to pull any information other than the account's existence, and that acts as a form of validation to allow them to vote on things.
So there's a website that I work with called the run.gg, and my friend Joey runs a website that basically hosts like all speedrunning data, right? I could do something like that, where it's just because it wouldn't require a lot of data to use, because I would just have to get box art for every single game that exists, and then just put it in categories for people to
and
put in their own
there
thing.
are already databases out there of just the complete library of consoles.
There are.
That's easy.
There are. That's the easy part. The thing that I could do is I could talk to Joey about it, because Joey has a login system that requires your Twitch count. So it's
in that case, does Borange just get baked into this already existing website? Because then you also have a user base who is going to be very engaged, since the community is there, but then it's a question.
Well, no. I'm asking
that there.
I would ask him how he set it up, not in that website. No, I would not bake it into there.
Okay.
No, it would be its own separate thing. But I would have to figure out how I would do that. It's an interesting concept. I like the idea that you're giving me, but at the same time, it's also like I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it would go. I would have to test it out first, like on my own stuff, and see like if this is something that people would use, and if this is something people would actually like. Because if it's something like flexible and easy for people to recommend and vote for games in a way that is not like intrusive and not in a way that like breaks things, then absolutely I'll do it. But in any other way, probably not. Yeah.
So I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Clocking in at just at a if we account for the pre-show time, we're easily over 6.5 hours. And damn good show.
damn good show. I agree. Yeah.
Thank you, Aki. Thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you to the folks who rated, to the folks who followed. Again, if you are interested in more shows like this, you can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter. Same for Aki. Please be sure to follow her, that she has a much more consistent stream schedule than I do. I can tell you that much.
I mean, I try to keep it consistent. I would say that I've been a lot better about it than I used to be. So, yeah. Thank you.
You all have a great rest of your evening. Say hi to Ren for us, and I will see you all next time.
Bye-bye. See ya.